An error is occurring. It's not letting us go live.
All right, hold on. Let me see what I can do. Set intro.
I've never seen that happen before.
We had something weird happen on Sunday too, where it was doing an extra recording. Somebody must have checked local recording and it was causing all kinds of problems. I'm trying to.
Welcome to this special Tuesday edition of our Keeneland coverage. With Saturday's card postponed due to weather, Keeneland returns with 5 greatest stakes races today, you guys, including several key races on the turf, headlined by the $1.2 million Bluegrass Stakes and 100 qualifying points to the winner. So essentially, if you win this race, you're getting into the Kentucky Derby. Also, we've got live racing from Parks with a full dirt card streaming from both tracks throughout the day. And we got Oldy and David, guys. This is pretty cool. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen any kind of racing like this on a Tuesday.
Right. It's just kind of surreal, gentlemen. And by the way, hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I'm going to say something on a Tuesday that I've never said before in my life. Happy Bluegrass Day, gentlemen. Happy Bluegrass Day. So yeah, it's kind of surreal to have a Tuesday card like this, but let's get at it. The card looks rather enticing. 5 stakes races, and also we got Park. So hello, Oldy. How's it going?
I can't complain. It's a Tuesday, and we have a major card and a major Derby prep. You know, how do you complain about something like that? You know, so. You know, I will say that Jim Goodman, when he was on with us, he was even asking, well, how do I even know how many people are going to show up in person and how many programs do I order on a Tuesday?
I think a lot of people are going to play hooky today from work and school. That would be my my guess at this point for today. But obviously, you're not going to have the same crowd you would have on a Saturday. But yeah. But looks like the weather's okay. Turf good, track fast.
Hi, everybody. Patrick, Justin's, I know Justin's working, but he's tuning in. Dave, what's up, Dave? Kent, Mark, Dave. What's going on? Mike Saletta. Anyways, guys, it was the racing was still pretty good, but at Keeneland, hopefully they can get the weather going. It's not the same without Keeneland this time of year. We need our fall racing, but our spring racing. But hi, Gary. And Mike's there. Mike's doing a great job on the notes over at Santa Anita. He'll be doing Woodbine as well. So hopefully everybody's liking the notes that we're doing. Oldy, of course, has been doing Oaklawn Park. Oldy, when Oaklawn Park is done, what are you going to do?
Well, I was thinking Woodbine, so now I got to come up with a.
Okay, we got to think of something else.
But with you, we'll work something out.
So, guys, we have a race at Parks coming up, and Oldie, it looks like what's up, Mike? Mike's already qualified for 2026, and yeah, it's nice to see good weather here. It's 39 degrees and chilly, but it's perfectly sunny. The races are on the turf, which is great. And but Oldie, start us off here in this race. We got the 2-horse Yodel. How's that?
Good one.
That was great. That was fantastic.
Not bad, right? We got to have live. Oh, they just took off. Hold on. Let's just get out here and we'll show the race and see if the 2 did not get the lead.
Then it's Yodelie who win Giant. He's in 4th. Fenwick Jack skims the rail into 5th. Zippy Gizmos, the early trailer, and Zimovich and Silent Mode. Those 2 blows on the front.
He get up slow.
With a narrow advantage.
We missed that beginning of that. He's running good.
But he's just talking. He's right up there.
Fenwick Jack.
Yeah, it seems to be okay. Can this horse rate, Oldie?
Still at the back, and Silent Mode has a hard fought lead.
I think it might be able to. I mean,
23-4 the opening quarter. And
it's been close a couple times to getting home, closing actually.
Jack back
yeah.
to 4th. Then back to Wind Giant. Zippy Gizmo's improving from the back. Simovich comes back on silent mode. These two on even terms with a half mile left. 48.
They're not going that fast.
Turn, silent mode, and Simovich. Nothing separates the top two.
I mean, don't you think 23 and 4 is, a bit fast or no?
Well, but the second half was
Wind Giant's getting in
pretty
gear.
slow.
Second half is right.
Who has the lead.
That's a fast first quarter for Parks.
Silent mode. Those two are losing some
Okay.
ground. Fenwick Jack.
So
The half
there goes
Zippy Gizmo and Wind Giant both trying to
Yodely,
He's been
and on the lead,
throughout. The veteran goes through
here comes the one horse.
He hits the top of the stretch with the lead. Fenwick
But
Jack
it's going to be very, very tough. The one's not really making up enough ground, but it looks like
in command.
the favorite at 6-5 is going to win this race. It's going to be very close for a second. The one's kind of not finishing on. I think the 8 might actually get up, and who knows, maybe even the 4th or 3rd.
Here down as he pleases, gets the win in a romp. Silent mode
Well,
at second. Jack back to 4th.
284.
284. I did miss something here, gentlemen. Right before they went into the gate, the 2-horse was 3-5, and I'm like, well, that makes sense. This horse looks like it can't lose today. And then right when they went off, it went off to up to 6-5, which at 6-5, I would have bet it. At 6-5, This was the best value we might get on the entire day. This horse, so sometimes you don't know how this money's going to accumulate at the end. It changes the whole. Like at 3-5, to me, he's not bettable, but at 6-5, he obviously is. He's value. So, oh well, we'll catch him next time.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the 4 horses, the EquinEdge long shot. Honestly, look, it's 4-1 in the EE morning line, but it ran pretty good, but it got bet down. But yeah, that was great value there. All right, guys, you ready? Let's. How did we lose? Oh, I got to switch this over here. Okay, here we go. There we go. Let's see what the pool is here in the. So we're already with 15 minutes to go. There's $237,000 in the pick 5 pool on a Tuesday, guys. Hi, Jennifer.
Oh, Jennifer.
So 240,000 now. This is going to be a big pool. Oldy, I'm assuming you probably did something, but how about I put a $120 ticket in there on the pick 5, and then we can look to see. It's singling the 2 horse here. Is this horse a single?
No.
Now, I had a single I like who is a 2 horse, just not that 2 horse.
Well, I bet you we agree then, because it's my best bet of the day if it's the same 2 horse.
We're gonna see. This is high drama in my mind.
Okay.
Scotty and Oldy agree on a horse.
Well, it's got to be Shangri-La Road.
Shangri-La Road.
Shangri-La.
No, it is not. It's West Hollywood in race 4.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. Well, I think Shangri-La Road is a single. I watched that race numerous times. That was an absolute beast that this horse ran second to. 9-5 on the E morning line. This horse, look at this, is actually, when you're the top pace, top win, top SOR, lowest DE morning line, and top EquinEdge pick, you win 47% of the time. And I think that this 2 horse is a single.
Well, we each have different singles then, but we'll go further. We'll go into that later, but I would not be comfortable, in all honesty, singling Camp Hall in the first race. I mean, I don't see what you guys love about Camp Hall. This horse is taking money all the time. He seems to lose ground in every race that he runs, and it just seems like he's got a lack of closing kick. Yeah, do you have to use him? Yeah, but look at the odds that he, ran. He is a money burner. He failed as prohibitive favorites twice.
Yeah, aren't we? David. I think we're in agreement. We don't love this 2 horse. I'm talking about my best bet of the day is the 2 horse in race 5.
Okay, yeah. The 2 horse Shangri-La Road. I had him as a must use, but I would probably go 1 or 2 others in there. To be honest with you, I thought Last Man Standing had a shot there.
For sure.
But yeah, maybe I would go 2 deep. Pitkin, I'm kind of off. I mean, he ran a good race, his debut race at Gulfstream, but and then he came back and he was just average. So yeah, I may be 2 deep, but yeah, I think I'm more comfortable with your single, Shangri-La Road, than Oldy's single. He's got guts, man. Oldy, you've got guts. that's a tough race.
Oh no! By the way, my second best bet of the day is West Hollywood Oldies pick off the layoff. But luckily, we don't have to think about that here in this early
Right.
pick 5. But Oldie, I'm with you. I don't think there's much in that race. Now, this is a tougher group than what that she's faced, right? But still, and we'll show that race. But we're in agreement, Oldie, on that horse, by the way.
That's kind of shocking. I was hoping though that the 12 would have stayed in there because that was the pace of the race, and that horse was going to take money. And I was hoping to actually get 9-2 on West Hollywood there. Obviously, with the scratch of the 12 out of that race, you're not going to get 9-2. But the Irish Aces, who I think is the logical second choice for Brandon Walsh, there is just outside of Kentucky Downs is just burnt money.
What about this one here? You can see Jake has a note in it as well. Vacoma is a hot sire and had a stakes winner here yesterday. And Justin's asking about this horse. This one ran good. Ortiz is back aboard. Of course, he won the jockey meet. He was he just dominated the fairgrounds meet.
I'm just 279 there. I think the picks have that right. I think the 2's got a big shot there.
Yeah.
And I would be, gentlemen, I'd be on board in the third singling gunmetal. Gunmetal just got involved in that crazy pace duel in that last, in the swale. And I just think he was too close to pace. He did get off a little slow also and had to rush up, which I think affected him. And that pace duel, it was a meltdown in that race, and with Gate to Wire had come flying from the back of the pack. But I'd be on board singling gunmetal personally, but Tip Top Thomas comes out of the Champagne off the layoff. He could be real tough here, but
guys, you gotta. I mean, Tip Top Thomas, in my mind, like gunmetal is just something about gunmetal where people are going to play this horse. That being said, if you look at what Tip Top Thomas did, breaking its maiden barely, okay, so and then all of a sudden going to Grade 1 Champagne and also stretching out 2 furlongs and getting second and showing speed. It was a very, very fast pace. Like, that's pretty impressive what that horse did. On paper, to me, this is the horse to beat.
Right, but I've made so much money over the years betting against horses off layoffs who were overbet. But I would probably prefer to give this horse a race. If I was going to play a pick 6-9, gunmetal would be my single.
The thing is, what I'm thinking too, guys, that the 7 horse and the 9 horse, Tip Top Thomas and gunmetal, they might duel, and then Retribution. I know this horse just broke its maiden, but it might really sit a nice trip. And I was surprised that the 2 horse actually was 14%. I actually had a decent win percentage, has a nice GSR. Could this horse actually win this race? I think so.
Yeah, I think Retribution. This is outside of gunmetal and Tip Top Thomas. This field is, I'm going to qualify it as bad. Brodeur beat a non-winner of 2, on the lead at Tampa in wet conditions against low SOR. It was a low SOR race. Didn't show anything when it stepped up. Thrilla, similar. So for me, it's one of those 3 horses should win this race.
Yeah.
Obviously, I hope it's the 2 because you're getting a little better of a price. But, and I also wish that, and kudos to Keeneland and Oaklawn and those who are allowing the works to be filmed and giving them away for free. And I find a race like this very frustrating because there were not a lot of works on the top horses you could actually watch, because I would have loved to see Tip Top Thomas coming off that layoff there and see how the horse is working.
Yeah.
So, okay, so let's. Do you love anything, you guys? Like, do you feel like something has to be used? Because I love the 2 horse, and we can. I think we can spread out a little bit more in some of the other legs. And I wouldn't even mind leaving out Campale in the first leg. Like, this horse has just burned too much money for my liking, and there's some other speed in here. So I wouldn't be opposed to leaving out a horse like that. Look, at the 4 is going to have the lead.
Hey, I left Mohima, the heavy Cox favorite, off in the Ashland yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'd been talking to anybody that would listen how bad the works were and how the horse was getting creamed. And, that there's no reason, if you don't like a horse, I'd say don't use it. I do think both those firsters have a little bit of looks as long shots. There's a Vekoma firster in the 7 there. And the works are pretty solid. And I will say I'd be cautious with Shepherd, the 10. This is an Oaklawn horse. I know it very well. I have a note on it saying it needs significant pace to run into. And, the works back that up to. This horse has no early speed at all. So I'd be cautious there on this one in terms of using it as a long shot, unless you think this pace could melt.
Right,
So
and I would be big on using Shepherd. I'm sorry, on the cutback. I'm not sure how Oaklawn translates to the track at Keeneland, but on the cutback at the price that Scotty launched out, to me looks definitely usable, and I would not want to leave that horse out. In the first leg, yeah, I mean, if you look at Play Del Mar, the 3, the Scotty second, you most likely have to use that horse. Yeah, I may take the risk personally and leave out Camp Hall, but what about the 9 horse, the first time starter? I thought a couple of works there are pretty decent, and that horse might scare me from that outside post.
And Rusty Arnold can pop with a first time starter for sure. I had long shot looks on both the 7 and the 9, those 2 firsters there. The Riley Mott Vekoma one on the 7 has a 1 of 74 work at Palmettos before shipping in as well.
Correct. And we're not talking about Cox's horse, Brad Cox's horse, Invictus.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that horse could be very well meant here, and supposedly the barn likes this horse. If you look at the notes that are in there from Jake doing the notes today, Scotty, at Keeland?
Yeah, he's got some notes here. Guys, let me interrupt you real quickly. We don't have a lot of time going into this. So let me just give you some why don't we just, if you look at the race simulator, if you throw out the 2 horse, I just want to show you, if we do think the 2 is vulnerable because of the pace situation, look at this. Like, why don't we try to get a bomb in here? And I didn't realize West Hollywood was in the 4th race. But I love this horse today. Is there anybody in here, David, that we have to use in race number 4? Because I thought this race was I actually like the EquinEdge long shot a little bit, but West Hollywood, this is a very, very nice horse with a lot of upside. It's 9-5 on the EE morning line. Maybe we just use 2 horses, or maybe even single the 2 horse. David, was there something you really liked in here?
Yeah, Scotty, I would absolutely insist to include the 5 horse timeout. Bill Mott's horse. Move to the turf and then seem to improve and take to the turf well. I've seen these mod horses changing surfaces, 1 decent race on the turf, and then it improves next time out. I would not leave that horse out on the course. That's the only other thing I'd be interested in.
All right, guys. So I'm going to make an executive decision for us here. We need to single the 2. I love the 2 horse. I recognize maybe it won't win, but like, this is my best bet of the day. And then so now let's just talk about the
second leg.
The second leg. I love the 9. I mean, I really love this card. Is there anybody that you guys like a lot?
Yeah, I do like the 6 horse. Irad goes to No Mo Mola. First time turf, and if you look at the GSR, is going from a 52 on the dirt to a 65 GSR. You know me, Scotty. First time turf is my move, and then when the GSR substantiates and confirms that this may be a good move for this horse, I'm all over it. And the only other horse I'd want to mention as a real big, pretty nice bomb that would really juice up the pick 5 is, Meritorious is not without a long shot chance here. if you notice, he made up a lot of ground in that race at Gulfstream when he was a closing third, late closing third to Disruptor. And I just thought that was a pretty impressive first time race. And he's bred and he's meant to go long. I'm not sure if he needed another race or two, but to me, it's a money shot for this horse, hitting the exacta in triple. So it's your call.
Okay, so we're gonna Oldie. Go ahead, Oldie.
Yeah, so I think you got to have the 1. That's my top pick here, and you have to have the 7.
Okay.
Because
All right,
the
so
7 Van Ginkel for Chad Brown goes to turf. It's good magic.
First time.
All right, so we're gonna have to throw out. I'm gonna just take some, some longer prices out of here. 71-1 on the 6 horse here, and then we're gonna go with this, and then
yeah,
right. So it's $180. That's the ticket.
Yeah,
I'm actually gonna play it. I'm gonna play that ticket. So I'm gonna put that in right now. Let's make sure we show this, view this. Okay. Good luck, everybody. So we're taking a chance of leaving the 2 out in here, who's your 8-5 favorite.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race to Manchester, start of the early pick 5.
3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 6, 7, 9, 12. 2, 7, 9. 1, 2, 5, 11. And singling my best bet of the day, the 2 horse Shangri-La Road.
Moving into line, first race.
All right, guys. Well, that was a little rushed, but that's okay. We've got, no internet issues. Don't start with me. Yeah, Kurt Becker's amazing.
I love Kurt Becker. Yeah, absolutely, Justin. I think he may be my favorite track announcer at this point. He's right to the point, very professional. Doesn't make the calls about himself and trying to be too witty. Just tells you the action.
Exactly. Jim Goodman, big shout out to Jim Goodman for all that he does to support not only us but horse racing. One of the good guys as well.
I wish you'd do a better job with weather down there at Keeland, but
I'm sure he feels the same way.
Exactly, I'm sure.
Goes into line.
Right, good luck, everybody. First race at Keeneland.
All right, guys, we need a big speed duel in here. If we get a big speed duel up front, I feel good about our chances.
Goes in, they're at the post.
Or the 9 going wire.
There's Campale, Playa Del Mar, Invictus far outside.
Come on, Ford, don't stop.
These 3
Keep
come
going.
forward in the opening strides. Campale moves up to challenge Invictus for the lead. Playa Del Mar backs away into the 4th position. Mo Work moves by to the far outside in 3rd. Ship Hooray moves up the inside 4th. Playa Del Mar between horses.
I like that.
Now in
whoever that
5th.
is, thank
Call
you.
Shad is 6th. Tries to find an opening down toward the rail. Socket to Me comes next in between horses, joined by Sergeant Caps to the far outside. 8 more lengths back to Stees and Shepherd next to last and last, respectively. 22.43 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Onto the far turn, Ship Hooray leads at a length and a half. Campale second a length. Invictus is 3rd. Playa Del Mar is 4th. Mo Work is a wide 5th, 5 lengths from the front. Now taking 4th, has more work to do from there. Here's Camp Hale trying to take aim on Ship Hooray. These 2 separated by less than a length for the lead. Quarter mile to go. Then a gap of 3 lengths. Invictus is 3rd. Camp Hale to the outside to challenge and to put ahead in front as Ship Hooray is still there, but now second to the inside. Then Invictus in 3rd, still 3 lengths away. Mo Work and then Playa Del Mar on the outside. Stees is 6th back toward the rail. Camp Hale a narrow lead. Ship Hooray to the inside. inside. Invictus
Yep.
is
Right.
running on from
But
the
he
outside.
did-
Camp
Invictus
Hale's
hits
going to
Double
do what
Gear.
Camp Hale
It is
does.
Invictus for Flavian Pratt kicking
Yeah.
on to win the opener. Camp Hale was
2-1.
home second.
Guys, that
And then
could
Ship
be
Hooray
what we
was third.
just saw there. Actually, could be an indicator of the day that Flavian Pratt's going to have today. He's on a lot of live mounts today. It's something we should watch.
And Brad Cox also, correct.
Yeah, and Brad Cox as well. Yep.
Well, we got, he was bet down to 8-5, so it's a second choice, and Camp Hale did fail again as the favorite. So just keep that in mind going forward, because you're tending to use that horse, but it's a horse you could have probably left out based on his record.
That one horse showed a lot of speed, but Invictus, let's take a look at Invictus. And here's a note from Jake. Post is perfect, and Pratt takes the mount. Can't ask for much better. So, Jake, that's a good note. And this horse is off the layoff for Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt. And there's a lot of that throughout the day. So we're going to have to watch for Flavian. I was thinking that when I was handicapping this morning. I'm like, okay, I have a feeling that Flavian's going to have a big day. I wouldn't be surprised if he won 4 races today, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I could totally see it.
So Dave actually had that as his top pick. All right, guys, you want to go to Parks? We've got live streaming from Parks too. Thank you to Parks. Big shout out to them.
For sure.
Okay, let's see here. Let's run this race.
Yeah, Parks looks like a very similar to race 1. Race 2 does. We've got a lone speed here, the 7 Sirianni, who's got the top pace metric, and you're going 6 furlongs. This horse is going to looks really tough on the front end. I'm probably would not be willing to reach out to beat him with the 1. I would most likely just single the 7 and 8 I've got here.
I mean, yeah, this horse clearly needs the lead for its best. And okay, Justin, have a good one. We'll talk to you later.
Good. Have a good day.
So what I like to do is I like to sort the pace number and then look at the next closest pace. And you look at a horse like this. This one needs to be near the lead as well. I don't know, just something about this this horse. Let's see here. Did you like anything, Oldy, in this race?
My eyes drawn to the 7 immediately, just because of the pace number advantage there.
Yeah.
But my eyes also drawn to the fact that the 1 seems to be picked up as top win there. So, I was thinking like the 5s in the next is a potential single at 65%, appears to be lone pace. So if you can beat that 7 here, you could probably get a nice double out of this.
Yeah. I'm going to play the 7 to stop. And the 1 quarter flash is going to be finishing. Well, you know what I like, though? I really like the 2 horse and how the 2 horse can rate some. I actually think the 5 is going to show some speed early, and the 2 is just going to sit on the end side and rate some. It ran a very nice race 2 back. I think that's what I'm looking at for this race here. So has a little bit higher win percentage, and then the 1 will be finishing late. So I'm going to try to beat the 7 and the 5. I actually think the EquinEdge long shot. So I think 2 over 1.8 type of thing is what I'm looking at.
And I think the 5 is. I don't think there's enough speed for the 1 or the 8 here. I think it's if somebody's going to beat the 7, it's going to be the 2 or the 5 pressing that horse.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah. The 2. Yeah. Well, it just depends. If the 5 goes early and duels with the 7, Let's see here.
7's too fast. 7 gets an outside trip, just wires this field. I don't even see this. If I could press him a little bit, but the outside post is advantageous there. But before we show this race, gentlemen, Wiz, I just want to address what Wiz chatted here. Absolutely, Wiz. I do remember those 6-day-a-week Naira cards. I just loved. I actually miss them because there's not a lot of stuff to do on Monday when you're a professional horse player, right? And Tuesday, there's parks or, yeah, absolutely. They ran every day of the week except Tuesday, and that was downstate also. And that's when you had people in attendance at a racetrack where you stop there on a Monday and you probably have 5,000 or 6,000 people at Aqueduct or Belmont.
Yeah, I'm looking at maybe a 2-5 into the 5 in the next double. The 5's paying 15 to 1, and the 2's paying 7 to 1 to that prohibitive favorite in the next.
Race number 2.
Okay, I'm not usually on chalk, but I'm all over the 7. I don't want anybody else here. Wire to wire. The top Scotty pick. Yes, Sylvan, it's snowing in Rochester. It was snowing as of 8 o'clock this morning in Rochester. My wife sent me a video, and it looked pretty nasty. 25 degrees and snowing. It's actually accumulating on the lawn. I'm done. I'm supposed to go north. I want to stay south here. It's 85 degrees here in South Florida. A little rainy today. Marshall Cassidy. Yep. Marshall Cassidy. Remember him well.
Almost. Let's get it, Angel.
Gia's Fuego, she'll be next.
Mike, I like the 9 as well. I agree with you. I could have singled that horse. I like it.
Yeah, watch out for Mo Moolah, gentlemen. Mo
Let's
Moolah, first time turf, highest going up in GSR to the turf.
Yep.
Don't even tell you.
Next up will be Serrani in the house colors.
All right, good luck, everybody. Who's playing parts?
And now they're all in. Off and racing. Quarter flash broke a step. Slow. Serrani hustles out of the gate and goes right to the lead. Divine Romance on the outside chases Chloe Rose. Aaron's Enthusiasm's up to that second spot, chasing Serrani, who has the lead.
Yeah, Oldy, let's have you run this because my computer's slow. So why don't you
Yeah, as soon as this race is over, I'll switch it over.
Aaron's Enthusiasm, who presses the issue to the inside. Divine Romance, then it's Chloe Rose.
Come on, two.
Fourth. Gia's Fuego's fifth. That's a big gap back. Quarter flash. Still back. She'll have her work cut out for her today. 23-1 as they go into the far turn. Serrani leads the way.
It's going to win this race, it looks like.
Take that second position. Aaron's Enthusiasm fights
off. I'm all over a 2-8, so I'm hoping the 2 goes through.
Nothing yet from Gia's Fuego.
Come on, 2. Oh, I knew it. You can see that coming. Gosh.
Yeah.
She lost a lot of ground there. Serrani maintains.
Oh, you can't. Yeah, that's really a drag.
The half 48 flat. Top of the stretch, Serrani says, "Come and catch me." Divine Romance giving chase. Aaron's Enthusiasm running on very gamely. She's in third. Chloe Rose. Divine Romance on the outside presses the issue. Serrani fights on.
8 at 11 to 1. Should have left the 8 on the ticket.
Absolutely, that 2 would have won that race.
The 2 would have won the race, and the 7 did. Hold on.
I think the 2 would have won that race if the. I don't know if the 7 cut into the 2, but. It sure looked like it did. Let's see if they'll, they're not going to show that, but there has to be an inquiry either way. Not that it will matter, won't change anything for me.
You would think, yeah.
Yeah. But the 8 was the EquinEdge long shot, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the 1 came up, so for
race number 2.
Yeah, the one move. We're not surprised by the 1. Guys, there's a lot of different ways you can play stuff, right? You could clearly see on the race simulator that the 1 was going to be finishing, right? And so, you could have just played for the 1 to be second or third type of thing, right? And the 8 went off at 11 to 1, the EquinEdge long shot. So, and the 1 did get bet to 9 to 5, but I just want to see. It won't change anything for me, but I'd love to see if the 7 actually came in, because the 2 looked to be on the side of the 7. Isn't it?
Yeah, I agree,
Yeah.
Scotty. Mhm.
There is an inquiry.
Let's see if we can see the head on here. And Sylvan, there's no words to express the Rangers. It's just that's all I have to say.
Hey, at least your team's on local is available to watch locally. The Blackhawks are on something called the Chicago Sports Network, which has virtually no carriage in the
Really?
Chicago area. So you
That
can't
is-
even watch the Blackhawks or the Bulls or White Sox right now.
Wow, that's just mind-boggling to me. What's going on there in Chicago? Arlington closes down.
Thank you,
You
Sylvain.
can't do that.
Thanks, Sylvain. Appreciate it. Yeah, the 7 comes in, guys. I mean, look at he's on the side right here, and the jockey on the 7 comes in right there. Absolutely.
I think he was feeling the heat from the pressure from the 8 on the outside and came in to get away.
I will
with it.
say this: like, if that's the only angle that they have, they might not be able to take the 7 down.
Well, do they have a head-on the backstretch? I don't know.
Yeah,
They should, but it's Parks, so who knows?
yeah.
You know, at a bigger track, Parks also handles a lot of money, so you would think,
I would think they would, Oldy.
yeah.
I've been parked a couple of times before. It's there's a lot of action, especially on the weekend. Well, when they have the weekend cards during the fall, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of handle there.
Okay, well, they are going to give us a different angle right here, and let's take a look.
Should happen right about there. Yeah, completely cut the horse off from what I saw.
For me, even it's still hard for me to really see, even on that angle. I didn't really see. It's really, really hard. You know, it could be the 2 horse came out a little bit around that turn. It's possible.
Yeah, and was it that the 7 was keeping a straight path around the turn, and the 2 was trying to, get too shied away from getting too close to him? To me, it's really difficult to make a judgment based on these angles.
Yeah, it was tough. The 2 horse, it's always different from one race to the other. So I no change, and it makes sense to me. And but the 2 horse, if you that's a horse you want to watch back next time out, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But again, sometimes it doesn't work out that way. How many times a horse has trouble, and then you go play it next time out, but the race is completely different. The setup is different. The posts are different. The horses are different. So
there are horse tendencies, Scotty, to get in trouble once, they get in trouble twice, 3 times. You know what I mean? It's like frustrating. We've all been down that road, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So
guys, Fateful Lightning is the horse I like. It's not easy, and this is why, guys, and you know this. It's not easy to go 9 furlongs in your first race from the 11 hole at 16 to 1, 11% to win, and you run like that, and this is Brad. So Brad Cox going for back-to-back wins.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that horse has a shot, a big look. But I think that if the 1 gets on the lead, I think the 1's going to be very tough to stop. This horse has been very close for going shorter. GSR goes up. That there's not any other significant speed in this race. The 8's cheap, has never shown any speed. It's one of the jockeys that, or John Ortiz and I talk about this all the time at Oaklawn, that he tips his hand by who he puts aboard. If the horse is live, you're going to see a big time jockey there that he has a good win percentage with. And when the horse isn't live, you see something like a 0% or a 6%er there.
Yeah. Well, what about the 12 horse? The 12 horse excite? Yeah, you're right. I mean, 0 for 4 with Brian Hernandez.
Yeah.
On the 12 horse, right? Look. I mean, wouldn't Bill? I don't know that he's that, no pun intended, excited about this horse, and he draws wide. What do you think of this?
I like that horse. I thought that horse has a shot here on the stretch out. GSR goes up 7 points here. But I also thought somebody like the 11 Bermuda Triangle, the long shot, first time turf, is a Justify, would be one to look out for here, as well as the other Cassie, the 4 Special Session, who was grade 1 placed. So they obviously thought, even though it didn't run in that race, they obviously thought pretty high of this horse.
When you say grade 1 placed, what do you mean? I mean, this horse.
I mean that they put it in a grade 1.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean,
No pace at all. Needs a contentious.
Right. I
pace
think based
situation,
on
but-
both of your, I'm sorry, Oldy, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. David.
Yeah, I think, gentlemen, based on all of your comments on this race, the commentary, it's just clear this is an absolutely wide open race.
Yeah.
So I would really be reluctant, Scotty, to take a 2-to-1 price in a field like this. Yeah,
In
would
my
I use the horse
it's
on
the
top?
opposite. In my mind, David, it's just the opposite. The fact that we're looking at these other horses and we're like, or yeah, maybe this is a little positive.
Yeah.
This is that's the reason to like the 9. And just the opposite.
Right. You've got to use the 9, but I don't think it's clear cut that this horse is going to, he had a decent debut race on the turf, right? It was good, right? But that's how so many of these turf races in the past, I've scored with horses first time on turf who just end up being better on turf than horses that have competed and finished 2nd or 3rd on the turf before. So that's why I'm on the 6 here. And I do like to step up in GSR. This horse should grass. And you're right. The 12 horse looks live. There's a couple of other here in this race who may be live. So yeah, I just think this is a very wide open race. And again, you've got track condition, turf conditions that is good, right? The 9 horse did not run on a good turf course last time out, right? It was firm.
It was firm. By the way, guys, the rail is out 20 feet. So when the rail's out 20 feet like this, and you have a short stretch into Keeneland, this is going to favor horses with speed. And if you look at the race simulator and you look at the 12 horse, I mean, that horse is going to have to scent hard from the beginning to try to get the lead. And it can get the lead, by the way. You can see that it's possible. But the one's going to have the lead. The 12, though, could get in good position, but we'll have to send. I don't know what that means for the 11 horse and what kind of, trip the 11 horse gets. But the 9 should get a good trip in here. But it definitely favors horses that are tactical. So I agree with what Oldy said earlier with the 1. I mean, the 1 could really sit a nice trip, and you got Jose Ortiz and Mark Cassie.
Right. The nice trip, Scotty, would be wire to wire. And I'm not sure I want somebody along the inside on a good turf course. A course that's taking a lot of rain, trying to wire the field. But we'll see. Again, we don't have enough. We only have 1 turf race at this meet. So it's hard to make any conclusion. So that's why, especially, I wouldn't take a favorite in a race like this.
Oldy?
Yeah, I just think that there may not be anybody else to go with the 1 here. I mean, you're doing a lot of reading into these other horses who have not shown any speed.
That's a good point.
That they're, I mean, the only one that's even remotely is the 12, and it's so far outside. It's such a disadvantage in terms of distance it has to cover. It's going to have to be sent hard for the 1 not to clear, or the 1's going to have to break slow. Those are the kind of the 2 options there. I mean, you look at Trigger Point or the 8 or the 5. I mean, not really showing any speed, any of those horses. The 2 Notorious as well for Riley Mott. I mean, to me, the evidence seems to point at Tomasulo as possibly getting an early lead here.
No, not possibly. This horse will have the lead.
Yeah, but my point is, gentlemen, I'm not sure I want a horse going to, trying to wire a field on a good turf course that we haven't seen. The only turf course race we saw yesterday, Closers dominated at the end. The speed just collapsed coming down the stretch. So So my point is, this is probably a race because it hasn't been a lot of turf races, or there's only been one at this meet, that I'd probably tread a little lightly. But with that being said, I am all over the 6, Momo Mula, first time turf. And I would start with Meritorious. I'll use the 9 with those 2 horses and maybe the 12. I don't think I want your 1 at all, but we'll see how it goes. But you're right. I do see your point, Oldy. It is the lone speed. I absolutely agree with you.
Hi, Matt. How are you?
Hey, Matt Miller. How you doing, my friend? Welcome aboard.
Welcome, Matt. And Leo. Hi, Leo. How are you? It's nice to have you. I don't know that I've ever heard Leo on the chat before, or seen Leo on the chat. So
Hialeah, Florida. Okay.
It's very, very nice. Yep, from Hialeah.
Yep.
Let's see here. So, guys, you guys want to hear just a crazy story?
Go for it.
All right. So I'm over at the Hard Rock. Anna and I have been. It was the 4th time, and we're playing blackjack. And you know how they have the progressive. So
yes.
they've got the progressive there. So I'm at the Hard Rock with Anna. We're sitting there. We're playing, and I normally won't play the progressive because you've got to put $5 on the red button, right? And so I'm like, and Anna's like, come on, just play it. You don't want to hit it, and then all of a sudden, and then you're not going to get paid on the progressive. So I'm like, all right. And so I'm playing it, and I'm doing that. I'm like, I'm complaining to her. We're wasting $5 each time. Like, if you do this times, 100 hands an hour, that's a lot of money, And so anyways, so I'm doing it, and I get a Jack Queen of Spades. And I'm just happy to have a 20. And then I look, and the dealer's got an Ace of Spades. I'm still not thinking anything about it. So then the dealer looks at me and goes, if I've got a king under here, you hit the progressive. I'm still not thinking about it. And he goes over and he looks, and he goes, just like this. He goes, oh, shit. And he turned over the king of spades. And I had the royal flush, and I won $32,000 on hitting the royal flush. It happens like 1 in every 160,000 hands.
Right. You are one of the luckiest men, my friend, on the face of the earth. I won't tell the Vegas story. That's another boom story, but not to that extent of monetary gain. But still, Scotty, from what I've seen, you're a legendary casino gambler just from that Vegas Sunday evening. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was so funny. Yeah, we were all just walking to dinner and walking. It was just, and I put $500 on, and I'm just like, I let it play, and I get a blackjack. I mean, we're all just sitting there. It was that was fun. I love doing stuff like that, though.
Yeah, I usually do stuff like that, and it's $500 gone in like 10 seconds. So that's why I don't do that shit anymore. But the progressive I played before, and I agree with you. I'm like, I'm just pissing $5 away on every goddamn hand, and I maybe go with between. If I play blackjack, I'm going with Scotty between with a bankroll between 250 and 500. So that doesn't last so long. And then when you expand, it's $5 more per hand, right? I'm gonna instead of spending 20 minutes at the table, it's probably like 6 minutes. So but congrats, man.
Yeah, no, it was really neat. I'd never hit anything or done anything like that before, especially like in blackjack. So let alone on I don't play slots, things like that. Right. But it was a really great experience to have with Anna, to be honest with you, because she starts screaming, of course, and I'm trying to play it cool, and I'm like, you're gonna get us killed.
Anna was screaming after you hit 32,000 at the casino.
She was like, I'm talking. She's running around in circles screaming. I'm like, okay, babe, you need to just calm down. Like, they're gonna follow me into the bathroom.
I keep hearing. I've read a couple stories about people from the Hard Rock getting robbed with jackpots too.
Yeah, the one down here especially. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Davey. Yeah.
Guys, I'm all over this 9-horse Fateful Lightning. I just there just doesn't seem to be much in here. Like the one's the speed in here, but it just doesn't look like a winner. It doesn't have the winning profile, does it? I don't know. And I will say this in this, if you think about this horse, in the last 3 races, this horse has faced 33 horses, and I mean, it's finished 3rd by 3 lengths, 2nd by 1/4 of a length, and 2nd by 3/4 of a length. So, I mean, this horse tries, and now it's going to be on the lead, but and you can even see it in warm up there. It's a little bit headstrong, and maybe they're trying to relax the horse with the pony. I think it works just the opposite. I'd let the horse go and try to get it to relax a little bit by letting it go, but maybe it's going to run off if you do that. I don't know.
Scotty, you convinced me. I can't bet the 9 at 2-1, but I did use them over 3 horses, the 2, 6, and also I just wanted to mention the 7. So I'm using 9 with the 2, 6, 7, a couple of win bets on the 2 and 6. Van Kinkel, Chad Brown, first time turf, looks, in my opinion, looked really good on the track. So keep that in mind. He's actually currently now the 4th choice. 1, 2, 3, yeah. And Chad Brown on the turf at 7-1. If you told me, hey, how'd we miss a Chad Brown 7-1 horse on the turf? So that's another horse that I think's got a shot here based on his appearance in the post parade.
Yeah,
4 minutes before this race, guys.
And it's by good magic. It should be fine on the turf. And you're getting Pratt there, and we were just talking about how we think Pratt's going to have a big day. And then Pratt's sitting here at 7-1 on this Chad Brown horse.
Yeah.
And also, gentlemen, when you after the race is over, you say, "How did I let Irad beat me at 15-1?" Don't come back to me and ask me that question. So because I'm all over that horse in the win and place spots.
Thank you, Jess.
And, you might want to think about covering Scotty's. If you played Scotty's pick 5 here, you might want to think about covering Scotty's pick 5 with a pick 4 here that singles a different horse as well.
Yeah.
From a betting strategy, either David's 9 in race 3 or my 2 in race 4. And then spreading in race 5 to kind of be able to spread your risk out a little bit.
Right. In my opinion, again, I did play a smaller ticket here, and I singled the 9. Your car, Scotty. I'm sorry, Oldy. I singled the 9 gunmetal. My best bet of the day. Again, it's going to be, Oldy, it'll either be even money or 1-1, or maybe 6-5. You may get 7-5. Don't forget, he was scratched yesterday out of the stakes race to avoid Colloquial, who took major pace pressure and drew off. Pretty impressive by that colt.
Yeah. Kevin, Scotty's been clear. He's on the 9. I'm on the 1. We're just giving you the other contenders here.
By the way, guys, we didn't talk about the 11 horse, the EquinEdge long shot much. And this on the new GSRs, which you guys know I'm testing, this horse is showing going up 12 points in GSR, insinuating that maybe this horse can improve on the turf. And it ran pretty good in its second start. It's only had 2 lifetime races. And on the synthetic, or which this horse has run in the first 2 races, it's very difficult to break slow. This one's a little bit of a slow breaker. You can get away with that more on turf. So the 11 might run good.
And I'm checking to see if there's a work in the most recent work on the horse that's in the Kentucky system is from February 8th, so it's not worth looking at. But
yeah,
I was hoping that March 29th work at Keeneland had been filmed. That was 13 of 107. Because a work like that makes me think that this horse, is very live, and the work pattern's good. All these works don't look like maintenance works. They all look pretty hot in terms of speed too. So I think you're absolutely right. It's a justified. It's just a matter of whether it's going to take to the turf, and the new GSR says it should.
Mm-hmm. At 9-5 currently. Well, it was going to be going down to 9-5 on the 9.
All right, I'm going to put the sound on the feed here. Not hearing anything yet, though.
No, that's normal for Kurt Becker. He usually won't say anything until they're about halfway. Half of them are in the gate. The 7 horses acting up, you guys. That's Flavian Pratt aboard that horse. Like I said, I think Brad Cox is going to have a big day. He's got the 9 horse here, 28% to win. Top EquinEdge pick, 2-1 EE morning line. Looks very relaxed. That's super important. Ran huge first time out, going 9 furlongs. And David, I'm surprised you didn't love this horse too, because I mean, distance is more important sometimes to you than surface is. That a horse can handle, this kind of distance. And I mean, this is the only horse that's really proven at this distance.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, Scotty, he ran huge. He ran a decent race in his debut.
Well, if from the 11th hole, first time out, going 9 furlongs. I don't know how strong the group was other than the SOR, but that's a huge run just based on that.
Oh, agreed. Great. But now he's in the 9 hole and he's got to go a distance, and on a turf course that he's never running on. So I would be very reluctant.
And kick it in.
I mean, if this horse is 3-1,
Courageous Clay coming forward.
Not at 9-5, in my opinion.
All right, I think we can all hear Kurt.
No more.
Can't.
Hey, you look how far out. You look how far, guys. That 12. Now there is some room to run, to be fair, but that's a pretty wide post to be, right?
Excite.
Yeah.
Rails at 20 feet today.
Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There's Tomasello from the inside. Here comes an early move from Excite on the far outside. Van Ginkel has some early speed as well, but Excite's going to move up and challenge Tomasello. Tomasello to the inside, leads it by just a neck of that one. Kicking Clear goes 7th. Trigger Point is 8th. Kick It In is a wide 9th. Courageous Clay is in 10th position. Special Session is 11th off the first turn. No Mo Moolah is last of the 12. That opening quarter went to 23.39 seconds. Tomasello, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Excite goes second by a length and a half. Van Ginkel is third by just ahead. Meritorious fourth back toward the inside by a length. Bermuda Triangle is 5th. It's running nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Has company to the inside. Kicking Clear moves up a closer 6th. Fateful Lightning will have to go wide 7th. 48.07 seconds the time for the first half mile. Tomasello and Excite go 1-2. Van Ginkel wide, but third, a length off the lead. Meritorious stays against the rail in 4th, a length and a half from the front. Then Bermuda Triangle is in 5th. Kicking Clear 6th. Fateful Lightning is 7th, and still nearly 8 lengths off the lead. Van Ginkel swings up on the outside of Tomasello to challenge for the lead. Meritorious is in behind that pair, changing lanes toward the outside. And then Bermuda Triangle is 4th. Fateful Lightning, awkward move, has unseated the rider. Fateful Lightning unseated the rider. Tomasello has the lead in deep stretch, chased by Van Ginkel, 2 lengths between them. It is Tomasello moving on for the win. Tomasello, Jose Ortiz to win it. Van Ginkel was second. Meritorious was third.
Good
and
call.
Kicking Clear
Good call,
was
Oldy.
4th.
And I don't know what happened there, but
the favorite, the jockey fell off of the horse. I'm not sure what happened. And
was that Saez that fell off there? Wow.
Yeah, that was Saez that fell off. The one horse, Tomasello, goes off at 5-2, your second choice, and the pace of the race. And is that a sign that maybe speed's going to hold, guys?
You know, the horse, if you noticed, after the break, Louis, hold on, Louis. Hold on a second. I'm out of sync. Jose Ortiz. I had the wrong Ortiz. Yeah, he did move out more off the rail, so that was a good move. And the 12 did press. It was a pretty fast pace. So yeah, maybe speed is okay. But just want to point out,
Postage Stewards inquiry into the stretch run of today's second race.
On turf, ran a decent second, and Van Ginkel was there. I just needed the 9 there instead. So he did get some prices underneath.
And I don't think it really plays into the turf sprint, but maybe in the later turf races, you should note that nobody really made up any ground. It was pretty much the 1, 2, 3, and 7 who were first through fourth, with the exception of the 12 fading out of there.
Right.
So that might be something to watch too here.
Yeah. Yeah, the 2-horse had a big drop, but ran huge, at 20-1.
Yeah, and it was a pretty quick pace for 9 furlongs too. So that one might be one to keep an eye on and to put a note on, that ran a hot pace and was
Unofficial
able to
results
hold
of
on
Keeneland's
at
second
9
race. 1
furlongs.
Tomasello finished
Yeah.
first. 7 Van Ginkel was
Nobody,
second. 2
I
Meritorious
out of
third.
the inquiry is not
3
going to
Picking
change
Clear
any results
fourth.
from
1
what I
7
can
2
see. It
3.
was
The results unofficial inquiry.
I think that
pending into
the
the stretch run.
Saez
Hold all tickets.
was hitting the horse, I think, left-handed, and the horse veered away from the stick. I think that's what happened. But amazing, like I said, we talked about Brad Cox and Flavian Pratt. That's a first and a second, the first couple of races for Flavian. So I hate to get caught up in jockeys, but you can see that Flavian's just riding very good. I know you had mentioned the 7-horse a little bit, David, but I mean, this horse really improved first time on the turf, so that was a nice effort.
Right. And Chad Brown was 7-1, got 5-1 at post. Yep.
Jennifer taking a shot at me. Wow. Thanks, Jennifer.
Yeah. In Scotty's defense, if there wasn't a jock issue there, an accident probably would have hit the board, obviously. Wouldn't have gone. But good fall by Oldy. I wasn't convinced about speed on this turf course, and I'm willing to take that risk at the price of 5-2. Unfortunately, if I listened to you, Oldy, and used the 3 horses underneath Scotty's horse, I would have hit the exacta and maybe hit the triple. But sorry about that. But now I think it's you can see speed's okay at this point.
And so I played a double there, the 1 to the 279 for $20 base value as well, just as a way to collect some money within the pick 5 here. That I had a strong enough opinion on the 1 to not use anything else here, and a mixed enough opinion in the next to use 3 horses. But and unfortunately, Parks decided to go off on top of that race, but you have another upset there.
Yeah, I just saw that. Was there who won that race?
It looks like it's the 3 horse who went off at 5-2, so beat the 2-5 favorite there, and did it pretty easily.
Yeah, it's 2 races in a row.
Yep. And that there is a pretty big jackpot at stake there. I guess maybe getting Yodelehu in the first leg might make that jackpot unreachable, but I don't know how many people are playing it today with the Keeneland race here. So we could have a situation that the jackpot's at risk there as well.
So it looks like Matt's saying that it looks like the jockey on the 11 horse came in on the 9, and but the 9 was never going to win that race anyways.
Yeah.
But again, we talk about taking notes and how they come into account later on. You definitely make a note that the jockey fell off the 9 there. And on the 7, the improvement on turf.
Yeah, I hope that there's you can't call Parks a main track when Keeneland's up. But that being said, if I were Parks, I'd be 10 minutes away from Keeneland.
Yeah.
There's no excuse in any case for 2 tracks to have been going off exactly the same post time, especially on a Tuesday when there's only a few tracks running. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I don't
understand either. It doesn't make any sense.
So,
I mean-
so Dave, so Saez actually landed on his back and neck.
Ooh, this sounds bad.
I,
And I would assume right now, based on the camera, so I'm gonna pull the video back up at Keeneland. They still have the inquiry sign up there, and they're just showing the back stretch right now, or maybe that's the front stretch where you can't see what's going on where he fell off.
yeah.
So that makes me think that maybe they're still attending to him potentially.
Right.
I hope that's not the case, and I hope we don't have to have this conversation later. The inquiry's still going on.
So over
There
at
as well.
Parks, the favorite actually, the big favorite actually finished third. Yeah.
So you probably got a nice exact payout there too. What did that pay? 42.80 with a 5-2 on top. At Parks, I mean, granted the 4 was 15-1, but getting the 5 out of the money, out of the top 2 spots there, gets you a nice exacta price. And also note that Speed, Yodelay, who was that much better in the first race, but Speed really not holding at Parks right now, from what I'm seeing.
Right now, Keeneland is scheduled for 24 minutes from now, and Park is so that the race is official. And Parks is scheduled for 20 minutes from now. So clearly, we're just gonna stay with Keeneland. All right, guys. So right now, Tip Top Thomas is your even money favorite over at Keeneland. And Gunmetal right now is 3-1. It's still early. Gunmetal disappointed last time out. That was at Gulfstream Park. Why don't we do this? I think I can actually show this. Hold on. Let's watch this past performance here. Race number 3. Bear with me, guys. Okay, so how about, so this is the new site we're testing. So Gunmetal is the 5 horse in this past performance here. Over at Gulfstream Park, this is on February 1st. And Gunmetal, of course, is a Brad Fox trainee. So this would be the 6 horse, Gunmetal.
And they're off.
Bumped at the beginning of the race, you guys.
2 favorites were away almost together.
Bumped a couple of times. 7 came in and looked like the 5 came out. And 7 is pressing Gunmetal from the outside. That's never a good thing. And now the 1's in there. So, being in between horses, especially for a horse that kind of needs to be near the, on the lead for its best. I mean, there's certainly nobody on the outside of Gunmetal this time out, and maybe Gunmetal gets a better trip. Never looked comfortable in this race in the beginning.
Well, and we're stuck between horses there as well, which is never a good thing.
Working ahead of Fire Pit, and Mater D is outgunned. They race past the 5/16. Macho Music has the lead.
Yeah, by the way, Patrick makes a good point, you guys. 21-4 and 43-4.
Gunmetal's working hard. He tamely backs away. They move past the opening half mile, and they turn for home, and Macho Music, he has the lead under Castellato to the attack. Gate to wire at a big number, tries to go get him. They come past the 8th.
Science is up and communicating. Thanks, Matt.
Speed, and he's in front and clearing off with a 16th.
I don't
to
know,
go. The 2025 Swell Stakes.
So the five was set off the pace.
Yeah, and the 5 was supposed to run yesterday at Keeneland and was scratched out of that race.
On Gate to wire.
So let's watch that start again. Let's just watch this start again.
Both of them
Again, we're looking at the 6 horse.
Stakes Company. They're all in line. 7 furlongs.
And 6 is going to break slow and then bump
they're
into the
off, hitting
7.
the swale.
So the 7 came in a
Favorites
bit
were way
and
almost
then
together
pressed the
with
6
Gunmetal reaching
on
out
the
to the
outside.
early advantage. Grayscale's
And then
jumping
all of a
right
sudden the
with
1
it.
came up,
Set
broke
card
slow,
would
and
be
then rushed
inside
up.
as
That was
Macho Music was away in third.
a
Outside in fourth
huge
is Gate to
performance for
Wire
the
from
1,
between
Macho
Fire
Music.
Pit. Mater D is last.
But I'll also
Second to
say the
Caligula,
9
out in the
should
middle,
get a clean
Grayscale, but
break
only
here
narrowly. Here's Macho
from that
Music
outside
from second.
post.
In
Yeah.
between horses, Gunmetal is right with these top horses. Back from fourth, it's Gate to Wire in front of Fire Pit, and Mater D is well
Fire.
back. They drilled the quarter, 21-4. The leader
But
is
Tip
Macho
Top
Music.
Thomas is
Hard
getting
used an
absolutely
inside pass.
hammered right
From
now.
between horses, Gunmetal is
Yeah.
near second. 3
Currently
wide,
a
Grayscale
1-1.
now third. On from fourth, Gate to Wire with an upset threat from there.
Anyway,
Tip Tap
so
onto
all
this
right,
fast
you
pace.
get the gist of that. There was some trouble. The horse was in between horses. Dave, where'd David go? Did he?
I think we lost him for a minute here.
Okay.
Yeah, he just texted us. Hold on.
Gets Lasix. So didn't have Lasix last time out. So maybe that played a role. Maybe the horse bled a little bit.
But it didn't run bad in the Champagne, and that was if I remember correctly, that pace was crazy. And I know we can't watch it, but that was one of those paces that what is the name of the horse? Hold on. Chancer McPatrick won that race and had that pace to run into there. And I remember it was all horses like rushing up for the lead at the beginning. There, and this time Tip Top Thomas, there's other speed here, but not like that race.
No.
In terms of, how fast they might go. So, maybe Tip Top Thomas is just, being that it held on for that long, the thought is this horse just might be that good. I don't know.
Think about this for a second. You're like, okay, if you're Retribution, I just broke my maiden, and now I'm gonna go into an allowance race. Just step up in condition, and all of a sudden, Tip Top Thomas and Gunmetal are in this race. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
right. So, I mean, you want to talk about like I've seen graded races not as strong as this SOR here in this race. I mean, this race came up ultra tough. That being said, it doesn't look, and the 2's getting bet right into the 9 and the 7.
Yeah,
this horse won first time out, but it was at Fairgrounds. I think it's still asking a lot for the 2 horse to win this race. This horse is going to have to be very nice.
Let me see if we have any works on the 2. So let me look at the work site here and see if we have anything we can watch on that since the last work here, or I can give you the site too that I use for that. And I just use the Oaklawn site because it's the easiest interface that I already have saved there. But Retribution, come on. It did not like my pasting there, so let me try
So you got Flavian Pratt and Brad Cox here in the 3rd race, guys. Off a little bit of a layoff. Gunmetal never looked comfortable in the last race. Got bumped from the outside. Now draws an outside post.
No works available. Video works on the 2, but I would love to see that 2:26 work there. See if it was in company and see how the horse handles traffic and things like that.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen to the 7? Is the 7 going to go early with Irad, or is Irad going to raid off? And I don't think Irad can afford to, like, it's not a good position for Irad if you think about it. He's got a very fast horse in Gunmetal to it outside. What do you figure that Irad's going to do? I mean, doesn't he have to send? I mean, if he lets Gunmetal go, then there's nobody else to really go with Gunmetal, and see ya, right?
Right. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. There is other speed here. El Dandy is fast. Brodeur needs the lead as well. So, I mean, that there is other speed here. That's why I was thinking, and that's why Retribution, I think, is getting bet is that that's the horse that I think everybody thinks will come from off the pace here.
5-2 on Retribution right now. Like that horse broke its
Take the
mate
money.
at Fairgrounds. What's going on, David?
I'm back.
Okay, good. We're just
Had
talking
a bad
about.
storm here, lightning bolt. Yep. Did you show the replay of that, the Swale Stakes?
We showed the replay of the Swale Stakes. Yep, and
Right.
Gunmetal
Did you?
bump.
Yeah, and did you agree he was just caught up in that suicidal pace stall?
He was, but the one horse broke slow and rushed up and went gate to wire. Not gate to wire, but won the race on that fast pace. So, it's a hard read. The one was had the rail, and so was in between the rail and Gunmetal and moved on and moved forward to win the race. So, the 9 got bumped early and never looked comfortable. It's a hard one. Now, it doesn't have anybody to his outside. Certainly should run a better race.
Yeah. And I think that the question obviously is which. First of all, I think the 9 can rate. I don't think the 9 has to have the lead. I think that what happened last time was more the product of the bumps and the slow starts.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
But again, Tip Top Thomas ran against Chancer McPatrick and nearly hung on there in a race in the Champagne, in a race that had a very hot pace. I mean, all these horses, the only one who's kind of dead on the board is the 9 right now.
Well, which I'm going to guess that on the 7 horse that Irad's gonna send, but you've got 2 very smart jockeys, and Saez is taken off of the 9 horse Gunmetal, but I'm obviously Pratt wasn't over at Gulfstream Park, and Saez made sense to use over at Gulfstream Park. But I think it was also interesting, at Fairgrounds. You run at Fairgrounds, you break your maiden, and then he sends the 9 Gunmetal to Gulfstream Park, which would make sense because this is a speed horse, and speed kind of plays over at Gulfstream Park. And Keeneland's fair.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that's a negative to Gunmetal in my mind. But Gunmetal's getting bet late. I'm struggling in this race. I have no idea. But it's a really good point Wiz made too, though, guys. He said that usually DeVoe doesn't have her horses cranked first time out. And so if that's true, and I'm not sure, well, we can actually find out here. Let's look. 16% with second-time starters, and with first-time starters, 12%. So, yeah, a little bit more better with second-time starters.
Right. But 12% is not really, it's okay. It's not just a very low figure for first-timers, but yeah. I mean, I thought the horse is live, but it would be the horse underneath for me. It's all 9. It would be 9-2 for me here.
I mean, the race said Tip Top Thomas is going to end up on the lead here.
That's what I think. I don't, but Gunmetal's fast, and so it's maybe that's maybe they're figuring that Retribution is going to really get a nice trip. Hello, by the way, hi Jay. Maybe they're thinking that Retribution is going to get a good trip. And that's certainly a possibility. But you just break your maiden barely at Fairgrounds, and now you're facing horses like Gunmetal and Tip Top Thomas. It's going to be, just on paper, it just doesn't look likely, but maybe.
Right.
And I will repeat. I'm sorry, Oldy. That Gunmetal was entered yesterday in the stakes race, and in my opinion, scratched to avoid colloquia. And that's probably a good option because he's much more likely to win this race.
But this race did come back more difficult than most allowance non-winner ones.
For sure.
Back.
Oh, yeah. No, granted. Absolutely correct.
And Tip Top Thomas, we don't have the ability to show replays from the NYRA circuit, so we can't show you that, or otherwise we would watch that. But that was super impressive effort back in October last year in the Champagne, you guys, for Tip Top Thomas. But and maybe Tip Top Thomas is just the class. I mean, maybe this horse is a very classy horse, because if you look at the maiden win, you break your maiden first time out against 9 other horses at Saratoga, you guys, in the summertime, and you're in the 3-hole and you're getting pressed the entire time and you win. You have to have talent. And then comes back in the Champagne over at Belmont at Aqueduct, and then you get second in a Grade 1 Champagne going 8 furlongs, and you're on that lead right there the entire time. And by the way, got bet to 3-1.
Yeah.
Maybe Tip Top Thomas is just a very classy individual, and maybe Gunmetal isn't as good as maybe it's Brad Cox, broke its maiden first time out impressively, but maybe Gunmetal is just not as good as we think. I mean,
we're going to find out today, but in my opinion, Scotty, I would give Tip Top Thomas. It's probably it's got the preparation written all over it for bigger things. So, I'm not sure I'd be willing to bet Tip Top Thomas off that layoff, even coming out of the Champagne. That's one of my angles, and that seems to work. It works in a lot of cases because the horse is not fully cranked up.
Possibly. Neither dam for Tip Top Thomas nor Gunmetal were all that great. And it looks like Gunmetal's dam was turf. Classy dancer.
Let me give you one other thought though here. Even though we're looking at the Champagne, I was talking about this earlier today, that those races that Chancellor McPatrick were in, those horses have not come back to run well.
No.
Good point, Oldy.
And so maybe, I'm looking at the double will pays and things like that. I think that Gunmetal will end up going off as the favorite.
I agree.
Just based on that's where the late money will probably go.
Guys, why don't we go to Parks, race number 4, since we can show live streaming, and we've got 8 minutes before Keeneland, and because Parks is pretty. What I do like about Parks is they're on time.
They're always on time. Yeah,
they are. And we have a big favorite right now in Golden Philly, who's 3-5. But this one is a horse to watch. And top pace, top win, top SOR, EE lowest EE morning line, and top pick. So this one looks pretty tough. Let's run the race simulator and see what we can figure out. So looks like the 1 and the 3 might be dueling early on. Does the 3 need the lead, you guys, or the 1 need the lead?
I think the 1 does need the lead, but maybe not on the drop. Maybe we'll be better.
Well, you have a GSR in the 4 horse that's going up, and the race simulator has the 1 horse winning for fun. Wow. Okay, by about 4.5 lengths. And the 3 horse looks like it can rate a little bit. The 1 horse is going. Yeah, the 1 needs the lead. I don't think the 3 horse is as fast as and its style is to be kind of near the lead too. So I would imagine the 3 horse might stop late, and possibly the 4 horse guys with the GSR going up. Actually, this is the first time the horse has actually been on dirt, and the GSR says this is what this horse has wanted all along. You get a new trainer who's 0 for 8 though with off the claim. So what do you make of this, David?
Don't like it. First time Parks from Turfway. And I will tell you, from being at Parks, and Parks is a quirky type of track. The configuration and the dirt surface. I mean, horses either love it or hate it. And many times on Tuesdays in the past, Mondays and Tuesdays, you'll find Irish Aqueduct based horses shipping down there off good form, and a lot of them don't even look the hook, and they look like they have class edges. So it's a quirky type of track, and to make a transition off the claim from Turfway first time on Parks, it's not for me.
Okay.
Well, let me say this too is a massive overlay here. 9-2 on the morning line, 6-1 on the morning line, currently at 13-1.
And Catalano claimed this horse for 15 off the maiden win last time out. And Michael Catalano is 24% with first-time claims. So that's a pretty good number.
I mean, it's just a matter of whether the one gets the lead here. But if it doesn't, somebody like the 2 could sit right, the 2 or the 4 could sit right behind that speed and just pounce when they stop.
Yeah, it just looks awful difficult to me to beat this one horse. This is a wire job.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it looks
especially
that
going
way.
especially 2 turns now. You don't really want to be along the inside with everything else being equal on a daily basis at parks. It tends to favor the outside trips, right? But you're going 8 furlongs here, so you got plenty of time. Paco's going to break, and probably you'll see him move out into the center of the track. I mean, the difficulty is sometimes when you have speed at the rail at parks, you have other speeds in the race that might be pressing, so you don't have that advantage of trying to get over with other horses, speedy horses coming up to confront you early. In this case, I don't see a situation where somebody's going to press this early. So as long as he moves out in the center of the track, looks like a wire job to me.
Well, the other thing I'm taking a little bit of note of here is, 2 of this horse's 3 wins have come on a wet track. So maybe this horse isn't as good on a dry track here. And if this horse is won once at this level at Laurel, and then at Colonial on a speed favoring track that day, couldn't get the lead.
Let's get out to Parks, Oldy. I think they're at the gate. Patrick, I think the 6 horse has a look in the money. I think the 1's going to be awfully tough to win. Opening the gate for the 3 horse.
Yeah,
that's a good. If you like the 1 horse, seeing the 3 horse in the antics that are going on right now, and a horse that seems to need the lead, this horse might not break good, and so that's a good sign if you're backing the 1.
Are you okay with the 1 sitting there this long though because of that?
Yeah, no, I like that actually. I prefer it because they get a chance to relax in the gate. The horse has not budged. It's a great sign.
As long as they don't fall asleep in the gate, that's fine. Yeah. That usually works out pretty good.
The 2 is definitely not enjoying the 3's antics though.
No.
He's really antsy in that gate.
Yes, the 3 does look rather worked out. Maggie's getting into some mischief, obviously.
Two minutes to race number 3 at Keeneland. And we've discussed all that. Right now, it's getting closer in the betting. Tip Top Thomas is 8-5. I would be hammering Tip Top Thomas if Gunmetal wasn't to the outside, direct outside. I absolutely would. But I have no idea because of the post position. It changes things. Because if whatever reason Gunmetal was to get an easy lead, good luck catching Gunmetal.
Right. And if Tip Top Thomas, Scotty, wants the lead, and then Gunmetal has the ability to be right up there and stalking, correct, and not let that 7 get too far away from him. So you're correct. If you have 2 horses with speed, normally you want to be the speed on the outside to stalk.
Yeah.
With all things being equal, but that may not apply on some of these aqueduct speed bias tracks that end up being inside speed bias.
We're a minute to post here, Scotty, at Keeneland.
Update from Gary Luis Saez off his mounts the rest of the program today. A number of jockey changes will be forthcoming. Right now, the horses have reached the starting gate for race 3.
No, Palm Beach Downs. That's in Florida.
Florida, yeah, Palm Beach Downs.
There should be some decoder for those different training centers.
Guys, they're going to bring in this 3-horse. I'm looking at it right now over at Parks. They're actually going to put this 3 in backwards.
Huh.
Yeah, like that is insane. Like you don't see that very often. And that 3 is giving them all they can take. They are, yeah, no, he's not. That 3 is not having it. Absolutely not. Better be really careful with that horse. I don't understand why they don't put something over their head, more often. Why they don't do that. I don't get it.
Yeah, and I've seen that work, Scotty. You're absolutely right. Putting a towel or a hood or something
Yeah.
over there. And I know they
So,
do that a ton in Europe.
yeah.
Moving into line, third race, the Newtown Enter Stud.
Dave, thanks for the update on Sias. That's good news. Sias is being checked out all maps today. As long as he's being checked out, that's probably positive news.
Yeah.
We're going to hope that. Keep our fingers crossed everything Lewis is okay. Just hate to see that at a racetrack.
Brodeur goes in. Tip Top Thomas.
Okay, good
Fully
luck,
volatile
everybody.
to Ruben M. Gunmetal, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Tip Top Thomas, Gunmetal. These two come forward along with Retribution. Brodeur right there. El Dandy moves up as well. A 5-way for the lead. Brodeur comes out of that crowd, has the lead by just a neck. El Dandy is right there to the outside. Tip Top Thomas, Gunmetal 4 wide out in the center of the track as they head on to the far turn. Retribution backs away toward the inside in 5th. Thrilla to the outside of that one is 6th. Fully Volatile 7th. Dr. Ruben M is in 8th and caught him last of the 9, 22.14 seconds for the opening quarter. Brodeur, El Dandy around the far turn. Tip Top Thomas, Gunmetal to the far outside. Gunmetal moving forward, has been wide around the turn, moves up 4th to 3rd. Now the front 3 and a line. Got Gunmetal to the far outside. And Brodeur to the inside. El Dandy between that pair. Tip Top Thomas is in 4th. Retribution 5th. Thrilla is 6th. Dr. Ruben M is in 7th. They move by the 8th pole. Gunmetal to catch now with Thrilla running on. Tip Top Thomas 3rd. Retribution 4th. Gunmetal the leader. Gunmetal by 2. Thrilla second on the outside. Gunmetal by 2.5. 3 lengths past the
There you go,
16th
David.
pole.
Nice call.
It is
Nice call,
Gunmetal
David.
in front. Flavian Pratt aboard and Gunmetal to win it.
And you were absolutely correct, Oldy.
Retribution came up the inside to grab
based on
3rd.
the will pays or the probables. I'm sorry, the will pays that the 9 would go off as a favorite. Late
Yeah,
money.
9 ended up going off at 6-5. Matt had that. He's happy with that. Final odds.
odds, amazing. So he must
Amazing.
have hammered that.
Like 6-5 is, yeah. I mean, final odds. That's really low actually, considering the 7 horses.
Outside post position
But
seemed to help this horse
guys,
today. It really
Pratt,
did
there's another
give
win for
Pratt
Pratt.
and Pratt so many
I'll get the sound
options
down
and
here.
playing the break, a couple of horses.
There we go.
And but the post position, did you see? He did not send. Like he sat right off of the 7 horse, making sure he was on the 7 horse's flank. That's what post position did right there.
Scotty, they scratched the 3 horse and have not left the gate yet. So
Oh wow!
we're going to be able to catch both of these here. Let David back in here.
I thought you guys thought I was doing a mic drop. I went out as a winner. I'm like, that's it, I'm out. So
The old George
65 to 1.
Costanza.
65 to 1, I might have done that. 6-5, no, I'm hanging in there. So I need to double now.
A bit wide, and Entente, she's taking off the pace. Everyone else wants a say early, but Entente settling in on the rail to stalk. Golden Filly, she emerges with the lead. Wild Wild chases into 2nd. Entente's now moved up a spot into 3rd. Nezuko, You Know Me, those three chasing the top one. That is Golden Philly, who's in command here as they go through the first turn.
So,
Golden
yeah.
Philly, Wild to Wild. Nezuko's moved into the third spot. You Know Me. Then in Taunt, she's fifth and last, but only about 4 or 5 lengths off the leader. Golden Philly. They go through an opening quarter, 24-4, and run into the headwind. Golden Philly leads the way. Wild to Wild chases into second on the outside. Nezuko moving up on the inside. You Know Me. And Taunt's now dropping back. She's lost some ground. She is fifth and last. Looks like she's being eased up towards the back. She's being pulled up, and Taunt's being pulled up. And they're going around the far turn. Golden Philly, she has the lead. Wild to Wild, she chases in second. In third, You Know Me, followed by Nezuko. She's fourth. Golden Philly has the lead. Wild to Wild presses the issue to the outside. The half, 50-3. They go through the far turn. Golden Philly, she leads the way. Wild to Wild just a neck back.
She's under
You Know
wraps,
Me,
not
she's
even been asked.
third.
I mean,
Lost
she went
ground.
50
Fourth and last as
Yeah.
they go around the far
and
turn.
3.
On the
Good
inside.
gallop.
What's going on, Tony? We're watching Parks.
Well, it is Tuesday, Tony.
Throughout. Golden Philly
It's not
has
only Taco Tuesday, it's always Parks Tuesday.
third. Golden Philly opening up under Paco Lopez, and Golden Philly has.
Wow, I mean,
16
one
left to go.
for
That's almost like a public workout, this race, right,
Golden
Scotty?
Philly, she's
Yeah,
going to get
yeah,
the
easy.
lead.
Dominant,
Second,
dominant.
Then it's back to Wild to Wild. Nezuko rounds out the order.
Get
1
2 to 5
4
on that?
2, guys. 1 4 2.
Yeah, so with that soft pace, easily predictable that the one would be gone there.
Yeah.
So by the way, so I told you I played the 279 double, so it paid almost 10-1
Yeah.
at Keeneland, so that was a nice little mid pick 5 boom for me there.
Nice.
Nice. Congrats.
Gunmetal guys paid $450. I don't know that I saw the Thrilla. I don't know that we could have seen this horse. I mean, that's just a massive effort for Keith DeSormo.
Scotty, yeah, I agree. I'd only bet the Trilla if I was in Manila. That's the only thing.
that was both terrible and funny.
Thank you.
Matt had the one. He obliterated that exacta. Good for you, Matt. That's awesome. Hey,
And what's the payout, Matt? What was the payout on the exacta at Parks?
Number 1, Golden Philly.
$46 and change.
Wild to Wild, and the 6th.
No,
Nezuko
that can't be.
finishes fourth.
$46.73 for a
At
buck.
Parks? No,
No,
that's
Keeneland.
Yeah. Yeah. So Matt crushed the exacta where?
I'm assuming Keeneland.
Matt, you had the exacta at Keeneland? I'm thinking the exacta at Parks, it may be they didn't include the payouts because
Oh, a bit over 2 to 1. Okay, so no, he didn't have the one horse. He's talking about the 2 to 5. So he had the 1-4. That was we had the trifecta too. Cold.
So it was a $6 exacta. All right.
Yeah, let's see here.
It would have been more if the three wasn't a gauge scratch.
Well, the try
Right,
paid.
okay, thanks for that.
Oh, he had a double. He had a double. What's going on, Tony? How are you? We miss you. One of the OGs for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah. Let's see here. There's an inquiry at Parks.
Yep.
Oh, there is an inquiry.
But
I don't think it's on the one. I don't think it's on the one.
It can't be. The one was just galloping around the track, and I don't.
Oh no! You know what? It's one of the horses. Who was it? I think the 5 horse. Yeah, backed up. Something happened. Yeah. No, Matt. I think you're good.
It's official.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. We've got Parks coming up. I don't know that it'll be 11 minutes. They just called that official right now.
Yeah. I can tell you
all
what
right.
they're saying
Do you
on
have
the
the
feed
double
right now.
payout here? Because I have the 5 in my double with gunmetal, and I just used one horse.
23 to 1.
To me, I go back. So I'm getting a $46 double. Okay. I don't go by $1 doubles. I go by the $2 payoff. I'm an old school guy. They never had it posted. I'm oldie. And back in the day, they only posted the payouts at $2 exactas, $2 tries. I'm sorry, $2 doubles. And so the $1 to me is like, oh, that's half of what you get. So.
All right.
Yeah, it's like a thrill twice, right? I have a line that I would use here, but I'm not going to go there.
Let's bring
Some
Scott.
people might find it funny, but it's not for any mixed crowd.
All right, guys. So should we cover? I mean, Parks is coming up. There's no way it's 10 minutes. We should just go to Keeneland Race 4.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll figure out whether we can get in anything from Parks. We'll try to do that. So let's see here. So why don't we run the race? Here we go. So you got 8.5 furlongs on the turf.
Okay, after this, I want to address Matt Miller.
Go ahead.
Okay, Matt, I think that's what I was surmising when you saw a payout that you thought was just a total overlay. I was thinking maybe it didn't include the late scratch of the 3, and that was still on the board. Parks is known for doing that, so beware. So you didn't get as much as you want because the 3 was still in the pool, exacta pool, and they yanked it out late. That happens for gate scratches. Right. I gotcha. Okay,
or possibly
still,
the 5 was declared a non-starter or something.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think it was still in the pool at the time. I know what you're saying, Matt. I think the probables, I mean the will pays showed you with the 3 still in the entire pool, and the 3 might have been out. I'm just assuming. I agree
Scotty.
with you. Matt, when you bet Parks, you take that as your risk. That's the only thing I'll say. You bet Finger Lakes. You want to come up to Finger Lakes with me? You take any risk you got there because of the smaller pools.
So, Scotty, they just posted 20 minutes at Park, so
Yeah.
Keeneland should go off first.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, guys, we talked about this before the first race, and that was Flavian was going to probably have a good day. Same with Brad Cox. He's got a lot more bullets. But in 3 races so far, Flavian with 2 wins and 1 second place finish. So he did a masterful job. It just goes to show you, too, that we don't watch enough. Like when you're looking at past performances, guys, when you're looking at them, you should be looking to see what was the post position, what was the trip. This is where video sometimes can help you. And so it's not going to show. I'm not saying the 7 was the best horse in the race at all. I don't know. But that being said, the 9 was riding the 7 on the outside. So if the 9 was on the inside, let's just say the 9 was on the rail, that would have been a completely different trip, and the jockey would have had to probably send Gunmetal in that situation. So, and Gunmetal might have won that race. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, the way the race plays out, from post position to the pace of the race, all that makes a huge difference. So that's where you see horses beating each other all the time, because they're not getting the same trips from one race to the other. And so you have to have that open mind of looking at those past performances and trying to see, what probably happened to this horse. But like when you look at the trouble line, you see in between horses. That's one of the biggest ones I look for in trouble lines, is in between horses. Where most horses aren't comfortable in that situation.
Yeah, and you saw it along those lines. You saw Tip Top Thomas back out of there.
Yeah. Yep. It wasn't the best trip, and so putting good notes on there, makes a difference as well. Like I'll put a note on the 7 horse, not the best trip.
Yeah, but again, I think he might have been a little short off of the. You're dealing with the layoff too, so the horse is probably not fully cranked. So, like I tell you on the. I refer to this on the Road to NHC show quite often. I'll give any horse a race or 2 off a layoff before they show their best. And I think Tip Top Thomas will probably improve markedly his next time out.
All right. So guys, here are some of my notes. Oldy and I are going to agree on this race. Irish Aces, not surprised. But I'm not surprised the horse is the favorite, but the jockey trainer combination is 7%. Blinkers are on first time out. That's usually a sign when you have a horse that's running good all the time but doesn't get there. Natural that Brendan Walsh puts blinkers on, but it's also a sign he's not happy with the horse either. And the horse seems like a player, but I do worry about the horse not getting there. But this horse is tactical, so should get a good trip from the inside. West Hollywood's coming off of a layoff, and Flavian Pratt's aboard this horse. This horse won by 5.5 lengths last time out. The horse is lightly raced, $250,000 in 5 races with 3 wins in 1 second, and a 4th place finish in its first race on the synthetic. And if you look at the GSR, the horse had a 50 on the GSR on the synthetic, and then goes up to the 80s and 90s. So the West Hollywood is definitely a player in here. And the only note I put that might have been negative in a bit was this is the toughest group this horse has faced, but not really by a lot. It was a 66 SOR last time, and the horse won for fun.
Right.
Yeah. So it's these 2 horses.
Okay, Scotty, while you were tooting the horn of your top pick, the 2, who I think is got a good shot, but I don't love him. I was watching the replay of Timeout's last race at Tampa, and I should have watched it before. But this horse coming down around the turn, he was loaded in between horses. He came out wide, and then the horse was alongside of him, bothering him. He had a very, very difficult trip to maneuver, and he just exploded at the right at the wire and got up. I just think that horse was a clean trip. He improved. He's won 2 in a row. I think the light bulb may be going on. He was a horse that underachieved, finishing 2nd or 3rd a lot at low prices. Now, 2 in a row, dirt, turf, where he had a little bit of a troubled trip, very, very gallant effort, and I think he even moves up here. So that's who I'm alive with in the double, and Timeout is my best bet in this race.
All right, so let me give you, so beyond the obvious 2 and the 1 here in your 5, are we overlooking the 4 noted here, dropping out of stakes and graded stakes races?
So
that may be duly noted. I'll check it out.
I have a note in here that the horse is 1 for 1 at Keeneland, so it likes these conditions. It struggled in the last 4 races, so something happened with the horse, hence the layoff. And the horse seems to be training fine. It's a hard read, but it has the class. It's earned $350,000 in 10 races with 3 wins in 2 seconds. So I'm with you on that, Tony. And by the way, thank you, John, for that comment. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
So,
John.
we have the turf pick 3 starting here as well, and I'm thinking, if you're playing the turf pick 3 and you catch noted here, that this thing could really pay.
Yeah, and the one thing, Oldy, I'm looking at noted, you're dealing with a Pletcher Irad horse. And
Yes.
this horse is absolutely, now, granted, 15 to 1 morning line, but 12 to 1 now. Let's see where the money goes. If this horse doesn't take any money, I would label it dead on the board if it drifts up or in that range. But again, we're dealing with a 15 to 1. So usually a Pletcher Irad horse that maybe have some ability or is somewhat live would take some money. So we'll see where the money goes in the last 8 or 9 minutes here.
Guys, I did want to make a note. You know how we make the coast to coast pick 5 easy for everybody, where you can just go on the race picker and you can see coast to coast and click on it and play. Well, the guys of the team has figured out how to do all of them. So every special wager, I'm guessing about a month from now, maybe even sooner, we should have every special wager on the site. So yeah, it's going to be, it sure makes your life easier not having to figure out which races and tracks are part of that event. And even in the All-Star, like in the All Pick 3, same thing. So eventually we will, and sometime soon we will have those wagers for you.
Great.
So it's pretty cool, pretty neat.
Good news.
Yeah. Guys, for me, the 11 horse is a super smoky mandate. I just want to throw this horse in there, the EquinEdge long shot. if you look at this horse, throw out the last race. First of all, the horse had trouble. That was a 72 group. The horse was only 1% to win, and the GSR dropped. I don't believe the horse wanted 9 furlongs, but this horse has earned 65,000 in 4 tries, going 8.5 furlongs for Mike Maker. Size is obviously off. I'm not sure who's aboard right now. What's up, John? And thank you, David. And then if you look, this horse, that was a huge effort from the 12 hole at Fairgrounds 2 races back, and had a bunch of trouble at the same time. This horse is a player in here. If and you can throw out the race on the dirt over at Fairgrounds too. So I think Smoky Mandate's a player for all the spots.
Scotty, I will agree with you. We're on board finally with a horse here. I think the 11 is sneaky to hit the board here.
Yeah.
And for everybody watching at home, if you could hit everybody's at home or somewhere, but if you could hit the like and the subscribe for us, that would really help us out as well. And we appreciate you guys being here with us on this Tuesday
Absolutely.
for the Bluegrass. But just wanted to remind you of that. It helps the channel and gets you notified when we go live and are showing races here. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Oldy. So we've got 8 minutes before Keeneland, and then Parks, they're right on top of Keeneland. I love you, Parks, but I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't know if there's something why they don't do that. You would just think that would be something that would be so common sense, you guys. Not to beat a dead horse, but like if anybody from Parks is listening and they listen, they're letting us show live streaming. Like, listen, not everybody has done that. So I've got nothing but love for Parks, but to go right on top of Keeneland's just suicide.
On a Tuesday when you know you're not the main game in town like you normally are, so you would think that somebody would be cognizant of that fact. But well, hopefully somebody will relay that message, because maybe we can show the races. So it doesn't make sense to me.
John, you want me to scream shot time and do hit the button? The 2 classic razor lines. But no, seriously, guys.
Oh yeah, we need to do some shots. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I will tell you this quick. Yeah,
we'll do
we
some
should.
shots.
Well, I'll tell you this quick story. At the Taco Shack in Hollywood Beach, right on by the Broadwalk, there's a barmaid in there, Courtney. So every time you go in, she was friendly as hell, and she hands you like, "Can you do a review? Can you do a review? You get a free shot or a free dessert. You get a chalupa." And I'm like, "Well, I'll go with the shot." So I was there like on Thursday of last week. I went in there again Monday, same stuff. She's like, "You do another review, you get a shot." And I'm like, "Okay, well, so maybe we should do the same things. We can give you guys shots." I don't know how we would do that over the internet when we're streaming live, but that's a good idea.
Guys, so the all pick 3, it's a $3 pick 3, and that's starting here in this race. Oldie and I are on the 2 horse West Hollywood. By the way, Flavian Pratt again, is he going to get his 3rd win, Oldie? I think so.
Yes, I think so as well. I mean, granted that the grade 3 didn't come back that strong, but winning a grade 3 at Saratoga by almost 6 lengths, that's an accomplishment. That tells you that horse, has some class and ability to potentially move forward.
Yeah.
Blinkers. I'm sorry.
Blinkers.
Which horse are we talking about, Oldie?
The 2 horse West Hollywood, David.
Oh, okay. I know you guys are really high on West Hollywood. Yeah, obviously a must use, but like I said, I'm high on timeout.
So okay, so the other one, what's the next race in the in this wager?
So,
the 6th race, right? The 6th race. Who's the horse in the 6th race? I had it narrowed down to 1, 2, 3, 6, 9. Well, it's all of them. There's 3 scratches. Yeah. So I didn't know. I didn't have a strong opinion in that race.
Scotty, this is, in my opinion, between the 2 Cassies. and Nitrogen and Vixen, both DJ stables. I mean, I don't know who's better. It looked like Nitrogen has a little more upside because Vixen seemed to have run the same exact race in the both last two starts. So to me, it's just 1 and 2. I think they're way above this field.
I will take some of Dave's tequila right now.
Yeah,
That sounds good.
for sure.
That stuff is good.
Yeah, Patron. I prefer Patron, but Jose Cuervo will do. Hey, listen, I just want to give you, not that I'm promoting the company, it's a Polish vodka that a friend of mine had me try the other night. I'm more of a gin drinker, but Belvedere organic Polish vodka, if you chill it, is effing fantastic. And I really not drinking much anymore, maybe a drink or two a month. With that stuff, now I'll be drinking at least on a weekly basis. I will tell you that much. So Belvedere Polish vodka. And the organic, it's only organic, so it's healthier for you. So when you get hammered, organic substances going into your body. So I recommend it highly, and I'm not promoting it. The company's not doing anything for me. So Belvedere, I recommend it.
I'll also say, so back to race 6, Scotty, I have a note on this 3, who's another Brad Cox horse. That it's one to watch, closed into an extremely soft pace and was much the best. That was 2 back, and it did basically the same thing second time out. And you're getting 8 to 1. If you wanted to take a chance on a single that could pay you money here, that's where I would go.
Which are you saying the 3 horse in the second leg of the pick 3? The turf pick 3?
Yes.
All right, Oldy, I will tell you, I'm going to make a deal with you right now. If that 3 horse beats those 2 Cassie horses, I will send you a bottle of Belvedere vodka. And it's not cheap, but it's moderate. So I promise you, if the 3 does win that race and can beat those 2 horses, I will send you a bottle of Belvedere.
I thought you were going to tell me that you'd give me Scotty's watch.
Well, yeah.
I listen.
Put it this way: the vodka is pretty expensive, but it's nothing compared to Scotty's watch.
Well, listen, I've lost that watch 3 or 4 times to Oldie already, David.
But go ahead, Oldie. I didn't mean to.
No, I'm just saying I have a note on the horse. It's won 3 in a row, been climbing the class ladder. Pretty much does the same thing every time in terms of sitting and then pouncing, more of a stalker than a closer. Machado rides here, which I consider an upgrade from Pedrosa last time out. You're getting 8 to 1. I'm just throwing an option if you want to open up the ticket and have something that could potentially pay. That to me is the play to do that.
Right, but with all due respect, Oldie, I don't think it's a good option trying to beat the monster 2 horses for Cassie. That looks times the best here, the 1 and the 2.
Well,
So.
But isn't Totally Justified the 6 better than the 2 Cassies?
I don't think so.
Didn't run in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, but
right.
In the I think that the Jazz, I think it was the Jasmine, the grade 2 at Keeneland.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that now. I'm looking at the replay. I want to give you due respect. If I don't want to just bash your horse. Yeah, well, the thing is too, in your defense, Totally Justified did run a second over the course, and to me, that's a big thing. Usually, you could say you're a big fan of horses for courses. Some horses just take better to certain surfaces. Either the Saratoga turf course or Keeneland turf course, and they don't like the other one. Who knows? But yeah, I mean.
And I think Coppola, the 10, has a huge look in the last leg now.
I actually don't like Coppola. You know why, Oldie? Because Gulfstream Park plays towards speed. and those tight turns. And it's a little bit different here at Keeneland, and the stretch is longer than it is at Gulfstream Park. And I think that plays against. It's not that speed can't win at Keeneland, but the horse isn't going to. It's not going to have that same type of trip here, and it's a lot easier for Coppola over at Gulfstream Park.
I
By the way,
agree.
yeah, go ahead, David.
Scotty, I'm just thinking maybe we may even be on the same horse in that last leg of the Turf Pick 3, because I would be using Coppola, but in a defensive position, because I have a horse here that I really like. Can you tell me who you like? So
I only like 2 horses in that race, the 1 and the 3.
And I knew that was going to happen. I like the 2. We're never on the same horses on our Friday show, very rarely. But our shot seems to have an affinity for the Keeneland Turf course. He's a tough horse because he has to close, and sometimes he just doesn't get that trip that you need. But I just think, and we'll see who the jock is on the 2 horse. But I love our shot in that race.
Yeah. No, I thought actually that was my 3rd choice, believe it or not, David. So, by the way, guys, real quickly here, West Hollywood, your 2nd choice at 2-1, 9-5 EE morning line. Irish Aces, the 1 horse, is going to be probably 2 or 3 lengths back at the first call. And this one, that first turn can be a little bit tricky sometimes. This one's adding blinkers, has burned some money, but has some class.
Timeout.
And by the way, the jockey trainer combination on the 2 horse West Hollywood, 31%.
Tall
and
boy.
in 3 starts at these conditions,
Wonderful
horse earned $180,000. And so
Smoky Mandate.
those 2 horses are definitely on paper the horse to beat.
With
But
Manny
David's
Franco aboard.
timeout. I only use the 1, 2, 5, 11 in the all.
Yamato will be the last one.
3.
And I'm alive to a pretty nice double. I don't know Matt Miller would agree with me, but I'm alive to the 5 here.
Goes in. They're at the post.
Good luck, everybody.
And they're off. Irish Aces from the inside. Here comes Piper's Factor, Eldest Son. Wonderful Justice to the far outside. As they head down for the first turn, Eldest Son puts a head in front. Got Irish Aces there to the rail and has company in the form of Wonderful Justice to the outside. A close-up 3rd, but wide onto the first turn. Smoky Mandate moves forward from 4th into 3rd. 1 lane off the rail, threads the needle through some traffic. Further back, West Hollywood is 6th, tucked away to the inside of Piper's Factor in 7th, and now moving up between
and
horses.
I don't think that's a bad move.
The inside in 8th. Yamato is in 9th. Timeout is 10th off the first turn, and up the back stretch. Lincoln Highway is 11th, and Tall Boy, the last of the 12. 22.91 seconds for the opening quarter. Irish Aces the leader. Irish Aces against the rail, leads it by 1 length. Eldest Son 2nd, a length. Smoky Mandate is next to the inside, and Wonderful Justice still there to the outside, regaining that 3rd spot.
In the gate
just the neck as they head for the far turn, followed by West Hollywood between horses in 5th. Out of deductions is 6th to the inside, and then Piper's Factor is 7th, followed by Noted. 47.8 seconds for the first half mile. Irish Aces the leader. Wonderful Justice wide around the far turn, 2nd, a length and a half off the lead. Smoky Mandate up close and moving up in behind the leader now to take 2nd. Looks for more running room, switches off the rail, 1/4 mile to go. Irish Aces is chased by Smoky Mandate. Still a length and a half between those 2, though. Piper's Factor is 3rd. Out of deductions is 4th. Yamato a wide 5th. Noted is 6th. Irish Aces final furlong chased by Smoky Mandate. Out of deductions, and then Piper's Factor. Irish Aces, Smoky Mandate out of deductions is running on from the outside. Irish Aces still has the lead. Irish Aces hangs on by a half length for Ben Curtis.
Well, the blinkers helped you guys, and the 1 horse very close for 2nd. The 11 horse, the EquinEdge long shot, ran a huge race.
Yes, the EquinEdge long shot did run a huge race. And did we basically have almost 2 front end jobs on 2 turf horse races?
And
from the inside post. So
Wow.
And the
That-
two at even money.
Irish
didn't-
Aces
what-
gets
yeah,
the victory
nowhere.
here today. I loved this
He ran
move
as well
by
as
Ben
my horse
Curtis.
this
It was
time.
an aggressive ride.
Terrible.
I also thought it was
Oh,
helped
the
by
two
the
got
blinkers
creamed
on.
right there.
But what do
That's
you
one
do
of the
with a
reasons
horse
why
why
the
the two
that
didn't
hasn't
run
been
on.
wanting to pass
Yep.
horses? You put them on the lead and don't let them
Yeah,
have to pass
smart.
horses. You put them in the position to succeed.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, he was coming out of much tougher
Good point,
races,
Rusty.
but this was a great ride, and he holds on the wire coming up just
Well,
in
yeah,
time.
the 11
He
horse
gets the
was
victory here
sitting
at
very,
odds
very
of
nice there, but the
2
one
to 1.
gets it.
Going to be very close for
Gets off at
second.
2-1.
The 3
That
and
3
the
horse
11
ran
is
huge
going to come
too,
down
but
to the head
did the
bob
11
and
hold
the
on
race
for second, you guys?
who finishes
I
second.
think he
We'll
did.
talk about that.
It's
Winner,
close.
Irish Aces on top.
Whoa! Well, that's after the wire.
Yeah, that's
And
a
the three
really
was
hard call.
38 to 1. That's a hard triple to come up with. But Scotty, I also want to give you kudos for mentioning that Scotty long shot, who I said I thought also I agreed with you for the first time on the show today on a horse that the horse had an outside shot to hit the board. So,
Yeah,
but
well, the jockey, first of all, you got to give credit to Ben Curtis. Like, that was such a smart move. Look at the blinkers. The blinkers worked. I mean, Brendan Walsh, one of the best turf trainers in the country, he threw blinkers on there, and that horse showed a lot more speed than what it's been showing. And that was probably, they're like, hey, send this horse from the rail. The truth is, if he doesn't send that horse doesn't win that race, because, you know, you're going to get all sorts of, you know, traffic when you're, you know, looking at 11 horses in a race.
right. I think Patrick made a good point here that the two turf races, you just aren't making up any ground. He's noting the 7 long shot had a perfect trip and couldn't make up ground late, and he could only manage 4th place. So good point there, Patrick. Thank you.
Guys, I guess Parks went off at the exact same time that Keeneland did.
I'm shocked. Mind-boggling, huh? Oh well.
Wow. Yeah.
Genius, I tell you.
You know, last minute, the 2 horse just got hammered, huh? Even money.
Yeah.
But guys, let's go to Mahoning Valley. Why don't you might as well. Let's get out and cover that. Oldy, you want to click on that? And I'll give me control of that so we can put it on my
Yeah, I'm trying to do it right now.
And just for those who are playing along with Mahoning Valley, if you want to play, it's the good track condition.
good track, which
Good
is not a good track on dirt, guys. You have a good track on dirt and turf, by the way. When it is on dirt, just so you know, that's not considered a wet track. It's considered a drying out track.
Drying out track, right?
All right, so at Mahoning, do we think this one can get away and hold on? I guess that.
I mean, look at this. I mean, look at the odds you're getting on the 1 horse. It's top pace, top SOR, top GSR, and EE long shot. In those situations, these horses win about 16% of the time. But the 3 horses, even money. It's a tough race. It's a tough race.
Two hasn't run a lick the last 2 races, but before that, I think it's better than this 4-5 favorite right now.
What's his claiming level? 5K?
5K. Yep. Non-winners of 2.
Yeah.
Other than
Yeah, it reminds me of Finger Lakes. Yeah. You know, I always had a theory. If I could afford to buy the horse in the race, to claim the horse, then I shouldn't be playing the race.
Fair enough. You know, one of the maybe this 5 horse Q bond is 26 to 1, but in a race that's wide open like this, I love to find, you know, something that, why is it only 10 to 1 on the EE morning line? So it's interesting, because it wouldn't surprise me if 2 of the favorites in this race, you know, the horses getting bet, top 4 horses getting bet, stopped. But let's see what happens here. They just took off, and then So the horse from the outside, the 6 horse is going, but the 1 horse is on the rail. And those 2 are dueling right now. Dead heat? Yeah, it looked like a dead heat.
Was it ruled a dead heat? Or is it?
Yeah, the between the 3 horse and the 11 horse over at Keeneland.
Right, Keeland. Right.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Scott.
By the way, they're going 24-1 over at Mahoning Valley right now. The 1 horse and the 6 horse are throwing it down. And yeah, that stinks when that happens, Mike. Like it's like we talked about, like a long shot, like possibly the 5 horse getting in the money. I would imagine these 2 front runners are going to stop, right? Guys are going 47-2 right now. I mean, they are flying.
Yeah, for Mahoning at that class level, that is blazing.
Yeah, this 4 looks like he's about to eat all the.
Yeah.
He's
And here comes the 5 too. 2's not running. 3's done. Like, look at this 5 horse we talked about. This 5 might get the money. 1 and 6 are done.
This
Yeah,
could
they
go
can't.
4-5 here. I'm not sure if the 3 has anything left there.
Yeah, that was the definition of a speed duel at Mahoning Valley. Yeah, the 4 had gone by like they were standing still.
No, 3 might have 4 stopping a little bit.
4's going to win. It's going to come in 4-3-5, guys. But you got a big price on the 5.
Yeah.
It's races like that are the ones where you can get some prices and you want to try to find an angle. And that's what we did right there. 27-1 on Q bonds. So that's gonna be a nice trifecta.
I think you tried, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you tried pretty sweet. For the prohibitive favorite of 3 to 5 on top with a 27-1 shot in third.
What happened in race number 5 at Parks? Let's see. So the EquinEdge long shot won that race over the EquinEdge second pick, you guys. Let's so when you can see that the 6 horse was most likely going to get a very good trip from that post, but ended up getting off at 6-1, and 2 was your favorite in that race. I always shy away from horses like this. I mean, the horse won easily and then got claimed, but it went gate to wire last time as well. These types of horses get overbet too much, right? And let's see.
Yeah, I mean, you
4 to
see
1 on
that
the
it,
E morning line too, right? Like you got a horse at 6-5 and it's 4 to 1 on the E morning line. I'd pass on a horse like that.
Yeah. Pretty.
well, and you see on that 2 horse too that it ran 2 stinkers before that one that it won, and at this level, horses don't run back all that consistently.
No, they don't. And look, even on the race simulator, it only shows the 2 winning by a little bit over the 1 horse. And the 1 horse is 3 to 1 on the E morning line. I like this kind of style personally. I think you're safer taking a horse that's tactical, that tries, instead of a horse that all of a sudden runs one big race out of the blue, right? I think horses like the 1 are safer. And if you look at the SOR, the 1's coming out of stronger races than the 2 horse. These types of horses get overbet all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, we got Keeneland race number 5. Again, we got the Bluegrass. You guys want to take a look at the Bluegrass Stakes?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Scotty, before we go there, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to point out, we've got a jock switch, obviously, at Keeland in the 5th race.
Okay.
Joel Rosario is on the 2 Shangri-La Road for Blacktop. So Joel's on, and obviously Saya's off his mouse for today. So anybody who needed to know the jock change, you got it. All right.
And this is my best bet of the day. There's the 2 Shangri-La Road. And it's a horse that I watch the videos and I'm following. I'm not surprised that the 4 horse is getting bet. On paper. Horses like this don't scare me when they get bet, because this horse got 2 second place finishes. So this is the type of horse that bettors are going to bet, right? So it's not that it can't win, but it doesn't make me nervous. It's the ones that you can't see that all of a sudden are getting bet. Those are the ones that are tougher. Same with Right. Same with the 7. It ran a good race first time out for Todd Pletcher and Irad, and it faced 6 other horses at Tampa Bay Downs and now comes up here. So it looks like these 3 horses. Can you make a case for any other horses, guys?
Oldy.
I wasn't sure if you wanted to go first there, David, but
No,
I thought the 3 had a little bit of a long shot look.
Why?
Second time
shot?
starter for McGahee. You have 3 positive works from Bluegrass Dan there, and the horse didn't run first time out at Gulfstream, but got bumped at the break.
Yeah.
And pretty much was wiped out and ruined any chance. And this horse is out of into mischief, so I'm going to figure it's probably a pretty expensive purchase.
Oh, by the way, too, guys, more good news on that front. Speaking of that, we got approval by the Jockey Club to be able to give what it costs to breed to a sire and also the sale information.
Great.
So on each horse. So that's going to be coming in the next couple of months as well. So super excited about the releases, as you guys have heard. But that is a few other things that we got approval for.
Right.
So
yeah, and
shout out to the Jockey Club.
So I'll go, Oldy. Believe it or not, I'm sort of on the same page with Scotty McKeever in this race. I think the 2 is going to be quite difficult to beat here, and that would be my top pick, the top Scotty pick. But the question I have for you, Scotty, is does it concern you that now we have Joel Rosario on board? Because I will tell you this, I have a trainer, and those who listen to our Friday show know Christopher Clement. When I'm on him, he loses. When I'm not on him, he wins. I just can't seem to click with Christopher Clement. It's basically the same thing with Joel. So, even though I did get a gate to wire winner with him last week, so maybe we've kicked that. But the other horse, again, Pitkin, you made a very good point, Scotty, that his first race was pretty impressive at Gulfstream, but his second race was almost the same. I didn't see any step up in improvement, 0. Last Man Standing, who I thought was another contender here, but he ran at Tampa, decent race, but how does that equate now to facing Shingrella Road at Keeneland? So a little skeptical on those 2 horses. I did go too deep here using Shingrella Road, and also I opted for the third choice, Last Man Standing.
Yeah, makes sense. But thank you, Chris, by the way, for your comment. Oldie, what are your thoughts?
So I disagree on the Tampa reasoning here for on the Pletcher horse, the 7 Last Man Standing. And Scotty, you know this because you had this happen as well. The reason a lot of these nice horses were running at Tampa this meet was because Gulfstream had trouble filling a lot of these maiden special weights. So they ended up at Tampa because Tampa had races. And, I think that's the case here with Last Man Standing, who showed no speed first time off slow, bid 4 wide, and was second best. But, that this was on a big, I believe this was the Tampa Bay Derby day and everything like that. It was on a big day, and they could fill the race. This horse got bet to 3-1 there. I think this horse is going to show more speed here, and that the 7 was my second choice here, behind Shangri-La Road. Easy for somebody else to say.
Yeah, I had problems with that too. You're not the only one. But we're on the same page, Oldie. It's just I'm using the 2 and the 7. I'm fading Pitkin, but I do have a concern with the Tampa race. I'm not sure. Granted, big day, bad card, to be honest with you, on Tampa Bay Derby Day. Not the greatest card. It was a little disappointing. So, but yeah, well, I'm hoping because the 7 is obviously going to be a bigger price than the 2. But for the first time of the entire show, we've been going almost 2.5 hours. I actually agree with Scotty on something, so that's making progress. Scotty, that usually doesn't bode well for us.
Well, no, whenever whenever I agree with either one of you, we never do good. So,
Right.
But and we're on 3 different horses here. I mean, I think you liked Pitkin best, David, right? Or did you like Shangri-La best?
Oh no, I don't like Pitkin at all in this spot.
Oh, you like?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Last Man Standing and Oldie. You were on. You like Pitkin best?
I like no, I like the 7-horse best. I like Shangri-La best, and then the second horse, 7-horse Last Man
Okay.
Standing.
Got it.
But
So
we're on the
neither,
same exact
neither one
page.
of you is really on the 4-horse then.
No.
Yeah, in fact, I think the 3 out finishes the 4. If I were to, but like I may play a 2-7-3 try.
Yeah. So great question, Rusty, by the way. So, and I'm with you. So my note was lost to a very nice horse. I watched the video, and the horse was, no one was going to beat that big favorite. So you'll see that oftentimes where the jockey's letting up and not even trying. Plus, this horse wants longer. And in the race, in the on the test site where I'm testing the GSR, it's showing the 2-horse really moving up, going longer. So I think that you're going to see a big improvement. And but the horse, the winner, was just so good in that race. In fact, we can show this race, actually, can't we? Yeah. Let's do that. Let me get this there.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it was March 1st at Gulfstream. Right.
Yeah.
Were we on that day for this race? Or maybe not. It was the 4th race.
Yes,
Oh, it was that 6th race, right? Yeah.
Okay, so the 3-horse is Shangri-La Road over at Gulfstream Park this day. So that's the 4-horse.
They're all set. And they're off. Excellent start out wide for Disruptor, who heads off for some forward position. Harvey is going to move to challenge from second. Bourbon Flight is between horses. Down at the rail goes Camp Evans. In between horses is Shangri-La Road, racing only 2.5 lengths off the early speed. 2 in front of.
So this is
second last early
Disruptor, the 9-horse.
Okay.
Absolute beast.
And then remind me, because I have a big point to make with this race afterwards.
Disruptor's
After
on the
that.
outside third. These top horses work off the inside from a 4th running Camp Evans and then Shangri-La Road. Now knifing between horses
and
for Sias to go after the top horse.
Shangri-La Road's in between horses right now. Plus, not only that, was bets at 3-1 against Disruptor.
22-1 for the opening quarter.
And-
Around the floor, turn they go.
And also, I think the 4-horse is one pace. That's what it looks like to me. And even in watching this back.
Trying to run home from the back is Litigation as they reach the top.
And note the first quarter.
Disruptor, who's up to
22
I
and
think
1.
I think the 4 needs
Yeah,
to
but look at
lead.
the half. The half was 44-2.
Underway from the back is Litigation. They're on
Like,
their way
I mean,
home.
22 and 1 is nothing, but how about the 44-2 half? And right here, the jockey had it on the 4, 1-pace horse. Nobody's
Right.
making up
This is
the
what we
ground.
were expecting.
The jockey's
Monster
making
win.
up the right now.
Today he delivers the goods.
Like,
Disruptor
Disruptor
was
Just
good.
Just know who finishes third here.
Shangri-La Road was nicely clear of the others as Meritorious rallies for third. Bourbon Flight
So
fourth.
Meritorious came out of that race, and I liked his closing style. He got into, obviously, the fractions would benefit that horse, so that's why he got up for third. But
Right.
Meritorious today ran a very, very good race at Keeneland and finished a decent third, almost got second. So maybe this is a race with horses with some ability because Meritorious ran well. So it just confirms my opinion on this 2-horse here. And Scotty's right, in my opinion. This was a monster win. He wasn't going to catch this horse, so he's not going to persevere, trying to, instead of losing by 6 lengths, to try to lose by 4. It doesn't make
And not only that, he has tactical speed, which
Right.
is all good for most great horses. Talking about Shangri-La Road.
Right.
That tactical speed can be further back if it wants to. So Rosario can put this horse wherever he wants to put this horse. Like, he just seems like a super nice colt. And he ran, not that I'm an expert at it, but at this, to be honest with you, but he looked like a one-paced horse. That's what it looked like to me with speed. And I think that's going to translate well in here at Keeneland as well.
Right, and also the fractions are key. If you look at the quarter, it was 22 and 1. and a half was 44 and change. Where was he? He was close, pretty close to those early fractions, and he still held on for a solid
That's a
second.
great point.
Normally, those horses would start backing up if they don't have ability. So now watching that replay even confirms my agreement with Scotty that I'm more on Shingrella Road than the 7-horse here. So
I almost felt like when I saw it, that the second quarter fractions were wrong. The time was wrong, right? And if you think about the internal fractions, I'm assuming they're right. If they were, think about how fast they were going, and that horse was right there and still finished pretty good considering. So, yeah.
Right. And I was on the rail for that race. I was there in attendance, and I remember looking up and I'm like, "Holy shit, they are flying!" And I'm like, "Hope," because I did have Meritorious to hit the board, a wager, and I'm like, just got barely up, but did benefit. But again, ran pretty well in the next start on the turf today at Keeneland.
Yeah. By the way, you guys, Laurel Park, not Laurel Park, excuse me, but Parks looks like it's coming up in 4 minutes from now. There is a pick six over at Keeneland if you want to play a pick six. But again, this is my best bet of the day. It's 3-1 right now. And you know what I love, guys? If you have conviction, this is a great opportunity. You have a horse, you have other horses that look good on paper, no doubt. Pitkin looks good. Last Man Standing looks good. So if you really believe in your horse, this is a wonderful opportunity to get a price. Right now, I'm getting 3-1 on Shangri-La Road. And the reason is, I think anyways, is not only do the 4 and 7 look good on paper, but the 2-horse lost by 9 1/4 lengths. And people they're not going to go look and see who Disruptor is and how good Disruptor is. All they see is the horse lost by 9 1/4 lengths. So
yes, and I just wanted to point out, Scotty, based on the will pays, the double activity from the previous race, it seems like Pitkin is going to be a slight favorite over Shangri-La Road. $10 double on Pitkin, $12.49 on Shangri-La Road. Third choice would be Last Man Standing at $19.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And listen, for anybody that's on the 12-horse, like Tony, I can't blame you. The only thing I will tell you is, and let's run this first call. Look at the starting point, Tony, of this race. They're starting right here. You see that? And this horse is all the way out here. Now look at the first call. Okay, exactly how is this horse supposed to? He's going to lose all this ground and then have to wait till the 7-horse goes and then cut in. I don't know. I don't know how that horse. I can't visualize how this horse is supposed to win. Now I'll put a note on this horse and I'll bet this horse next time out, but I can't bet it here.
Yeah, I don't even know that I could bet it even. I mean, it didn't really run in weaker races at Aqueduct. And it backs up in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he gets Pratt, no doubt about it. But I mean, Pratt's not a miracle worker. I mean, the horse's style is the horse's style, and it's going to be wide around that first turn. I mean, that is not a great starting where the track diagram is. That is not a great place to be for a horse that's going to be 12 wide and doesn't have any speed.
Yeah, and speed was pretty good yesterday on the main track, especially going 2 turns.
Yeah, I mean, the other horse that has some tactical speed apparently is this 5 Chillax, the second-time starter for Mott. And he's 29% with Torres aboard. Coming out of Gulfstream, didn't run a lick in that same race.
Matt, by the way, guys, I didn't know this, Matt. Great point. And I don't know that it matters back in January with these young horses, to be fair, but Pitkin beat Disruptor back in January. I think something was, but I think something was wrong with Disruptor, you guys. I think we could have thrown that race out for Disruptor. That's what I think, anyways.
Yeah, that was refresh. That was on Pegasus Day, correct? I think I was there for that race too. And Disruptor, was bet like the second coming of Seattle Slew. I mean, or Flightline. And yeah, it just didn't seem to fight. It showed a little bit, but just didn't seem to have that kick. But some horses need a race. You know, some horses need that education. And the second race you saw is such just a significant improvement. So, but yeah, thanks for pointing that out. That's a good point.
Dave has a long shot here, development fee. I actually saw this horse last night, Dave, and I thought this horse deserved a long shot look as well. But you got 3 solid choices in here. So I was leaning towards the exotics, but I thought this horse was a fair long shot. But I don't love that post. I don't love the post position either.
Yeah, development fee, sure to vote. So Dave Duncan brings up a horse that he has a long shot or thinks he's got a shot. I always take a second look at it. But I'm sort of in agreement with you, Scotty. That outside post does him, this horse, no favor. So I'd be a little reluctant to use him.
Well, and you know the other thing, guys, too, if you think about this, like, first of all, you don't want to be outside here from the starting position. 2, how about the 2 horse is the fastest horse in the race? We haven't even talked about that.
Yeah.
I mean, even if the horse doesn't get the lead, it doesn't need the lead. It's one paced. We know it can, and if it gets the lead and it has just a clear run, how are you catching this horse? I don't know.
Which horse are you talking about, Scotty? The 2?
The 2 horse, Shangri-La.
Shangri-La Road
is the fastest horse in the race, though. If it wants the lead and it doesn't need the lead, I just like it's one right now.
And then watching that replay with a second to Disruptor. Now, granted, you know, Rapoli got Derby fever. He wants to have somebody in the Derby. He's always got to have, So he kind of force-fed Disruptor into his next race. And, you know, it's probably too early. So you can't fault Disruptor for not running well in that spot because I thought they were too aggressive, in all honesty. So, but that was a monster effort in that one race, and running second to Disruptor, who probably has a bright future, but maybe more of a sprinter. You know, you can see Disruptor winning mile stakes races, right?
Right.
So I'm on board with you for a change. Yeah, the more that I talk about it, I might just empty my pockets on this 2 horse.
Yeah, it looks good to me as well. So there's Parks, and it looks like the 3 horse Maryland M is going to be sitting off of the 7 horse. This horse is 41% to win and 4 to 5 on the E morning line, and I think that the 3 is going to be tough. Take a look at the 6 horse though too. ET Gypsy's Rose. I think that horse is going to finish. We'll see what happens here.
The 6 horse. Okay.
Yeah, as a close.
And
I think that the 2 horse has a shot at a price here as well. The 3 and the 7 battled last time out on the front end, and I could see a repeat here.
Maryland M has some speed. ET's Gypsy Rose. Diamond Essence taking.
Or the 7 could just go could break, and the 3 didn't, and the 7 could go gate to wire too here.
I don't think so. I mean, when you look at a horse like the 7, you can just see the jockey's got his hands full with this horse. I mean, he's got a lot of horse, no doubt about it. And he is going slow actually. But the 6 got a really nice break. But on paper, it looked like. Listen, the 3 horse, you got really good odds on the 3 at 2 to 1. But yeah, look at this 7 getting away right now.
And losing some ground. Greenhall, she is 6th and last. They go around the far turn, still chasing Bailout Billy in the red blinkers. She is yet to be really asked. She is coasting along on the lead. Springtime Princess Maryland M. Those 2 are chasing. ET's Gypsy Rose. Then it's back to Diamond Essence under a drive.
Let's see if 7 just kicked away too.
Top of the stretch with a commanding lead. She is
wow.
Bailout
Here comes the 6. 7's kind of stopping it. No, it's not stopping, is it? Hard to tell with the it's shorting stride big time now.
Springtime Princess, ET's Gypsy Rose on the inside. Springtime Princess, Bailout Billy, desperate for the wire.
6 got it.
Wow.
Nice call.
Billy did bail out very late. He really bailed out.
Yeah. Good effort by the 6 horse ET's Gypsy Rose. 3 horse Maryland M, your favorite.
He's running
for the win between Bailout Billy, ET's Gypsy Rose, and Springtime Princess.
Oh, let me get the sound off there. I knew I would do that at least once today.
Pitkin at 9 to 5. I just am not really feeling it, and I'm with you, Scotty. I think you're getting a real good value out now, up to 2 to 1. We're getting value on Shane.
Would absolutely just love to see this 2 horse on the lead, going from 7 furlongs to the stretch out here. Has the inside post, It would be tremendous to see the 2 get an easy lead without having to be asked. Doesn't need the lead, but it's certainly,
Development Fee moves
gives
into
you a
line.
more comfortable feeling if the horse can clear on the lead.
Chillax
But we'll see
goes
what happens here. Here's the 5th from Keeneland.
Mountain
These are
Lake.
maiden special weight 3-year-olds.
Fett. Interceptor, the last one. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Midnight Vengeance along with Shangri-La Road. Shangri-La Road moves up for the lead. Far outside, challenging from second. Activity is there between horses. Midnight Vengeance fourth, down toward the inside, length and a half off the lead, followed by Chillax, then Fett, and then Keen Talent stacks up far outside. 5 lengths.
Matt Miller bet my 2, didn't he?
2 more lengths, then back to
He bet mine too.
the opening half mile and
Killing our price.
38.31 seconds.
Thank you,
They
Block
have the
Party.
far
Thank
turn.
you very much.
Shangri-La Road is the leader, leads it by just 1 length. Midnight Vengeance sneaks up the inside into second by a neck. Development Fee wide to the turn in 3rd position. Activity has lost ground in 4th. Chillax is in 5th. Fountain Lake is a wide 6th. Now moving up into 5th, now to 4th. Still 3 lengths off the lead, though. Shangri-La Road has the lead off the far turn past the quarter pole to the top of the short stretch. And then Chillax, who tries to move up toward the inside and look for some running room. Chillax is going to cut the corner and squeeze through an opening toward the inside to challenge Shangri-La Road. Chillax to the inside, Shangri-La Road now to the outside, and then Fountain Lake is in 3rd. Shangri-La Road with a head in front. Chillax is there to the inside. These 2 down to the wire. Shangri-La Road wins at a half length. Chillax was 2nd. Fountain Lake was 3rd, and then Pitkin was 4th.
I think this may be the only time we've been on really high on a horse and it won. I got a little scared, and I didn't want to get beat by Mott because I'm a big Mott fan. But I didn't.
Well, I mean, wow, that horse just. What's going on, Tyler? Tyler Smith in the house.
Tyler Smith is in the house.
Thank you, Rusty. That horse got hammered.
Well, Shangri-La Road able to stay the task out on the front end. At this point in time, here comes the challenge from Chillax down to his inside, but Joel Rosario able to find enough and get this horse back into the race.
Still better than you
fell out of the race,
on the 2,
able to dig in and pull this one off going 2
I
turns
would have
for the
liked 3 to
first
1
time.
He
better.
kind of did, though, Scotty. He
I
kind of
agree,
looked like
but
he
I'm
was
just
idling
saying.
at one point. He drifted off the rail.
But it's nice when it works out that way. That's
Well, yeah. With all us touting that 2-horse who was second choice in the double, now ended up going off a slight favorite over the 4-horse Pitkin, who I did not like at all. And I wonder, look at that triple. Look at that try.
guys. By the way,
wow.
By the way, I did hit that pick 5, the early pick 5.
Nice.
Boom.
Boom.
I don't know what it's going to pay, but
It
I
was
did hit that.
like $200, unfortunately.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
It's real tricky.
But
Thank you, Matt. Oh, you did an exacta 2.5? That's huge. Nice. That's going to pay nice. Let's see what that is. What is that pay out there? 2.5 is going to pay $63. Holy hell.
Right. And
that's amazing.
Yeah.
$373,000 in that exacta pool, guys.
right.
157.
That's why Parks doesn't care about running on top of Keeland, apparently. But Matt, that's a great exacta. Congrats. And that's an example of how you can get value out of a race where you have an 8 to 5 shot winning. Because I think we inferred that I think Scotty was on the same page with me. We didn't like Pitkin at all. So there's no way I would have put Pitkin in that exacta. I would have put the 7 and a couple of other horses. So I'm always going to fade one of the 2 favorites. So I was high on the 2, not so much on the 4. The 4 to me is a toss. I don't want that horse running second. So good job, because you got a 20-something to 1 shot in second. You got a really nice exacta. Congrats, my friend.
Yeah. Let's see here. So there was $270,000 to win in the pool. And so thank you, Matt. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, you're just for the opposite.
It felt good, yeah. Aside from the 8 to 5, but we'll take it. But it wasn't a big pick 5. But sometimes just cashing the ticket is all that matters. So
right, and the one thing I'll offer too, Scotty, is when I handicapped the card last night, I'm always looking. My strategy is normally looking for long shots. I thought it was going to be pretty chalky, in all honesty. And I thought the long shots may be produced early in the card. As we're going forward here, there's another horse later on who I think looks like a lock. I think the two Cassies, the 1 and 2 in the turf race coming up, they look like locks to me. You might have a little value in one of the two of the other races, but and the blue. I think maybe before we go to another track, if you want to go into the Bluegrass before I depart, I have to meet my bookie behind the Publix here at 3:45. So,
Perfect.
Just, and you don't want it. You do not want to stand Vito up, or then Big John. Then Big John joins in later on. So.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point that Jennifer made, and that is showing the replay that we showed, and that's coming on the new site, you guys. By the way, you can see it. You're going to be able to just click right here. You can see my note here and highlighted, and then right here you're just going to be able to click on it. And check this out. We can also watch live streaming as well. There you go. There's the live
two, Shangri-La Road.
And also,
so that's coming.
Jennifer,
that's a good point.
Yeah. And as far as replays are concerned, I think we've discussed this before. Replays have so much value, right? The more that I was talking with Scotty about this Shangri-La Road, I was pretty high on the horse, but after watching the replay, watching how it formed against Disruptor, who was a monster winner, and then seeing the place horse come back and run very well today in a turf race, it convinced me even more that was a good race. And this horse was very, very live. So, and it's before the NHC, I watch a ton of replays, and to me, it's a very valuable thing to do. So,
guys, look at this. That exacta 2.5 paid $64.20. And this is why we talked about this. Like possibly the 4 and the 7 horse, when you have so many horses, like think about what the 2 would have gone off at if the 4 and the 7 weren't in that race. I mean, the horse would have been 2 to 5.
Right.
And so you can, and I'll take the 8 to 5, don't get me wrong. But also, if one of those, if you really like somebody like the 2 and the 4 or the 7 don't come in there, that's why most of the exacta money was to the 4 and the 7, you guys. So what a huge exacta that is, $64. That's crazy. And the trifecta, you guys, for 50 cents, 2, 5, 11, $690.78. Pretty insane.
That's because in essence, the 3 favorites always get overbet in the exotics. And, so you are looking for value. So that's why I look for value. I'm very rarely, Scotty, in a field of this size, I am looking to match the first and second choice up in an exacta. Maybe the first and third choice. But to me, you focus on one who you think's got the best chance to win. And then maybe throw the other, you might want to use the other 2 as protection, but your higher denomination exacta should be on horses of moderate price, in my opinion, because I'm never going to be sold on. And you saw it here, the 4 and 7 are off the board. I had, a little reluctance about the 7 come out of that Tampa race. It proved, it proved correct. And so you got great value. And the tri pay, the tri was fantastic.
The triad, huge, $600 and something.
Yeah,
for 50 cents, like really, really neat.
That's because Matt threw a lot of money into those exactas with those 3 favorites. So long-shot players like me get the benefits sometimes. The spoils of Matt's misfortune. So only kidding, Matt. I love to bust your. I was going to say that. I like to bust your chops once in a while. All good natured, my friend.
So. All right, that big field did help. That's a good point. Helped in the trifecta. Guys, let's cover the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes real quick. We'll just do a preview of it. And I'm going to run this race. And then, Oldy, I'd love for you to start us off. But I know, Coach Z, I have not seen you in a long time. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you chiming in. It's nice. And if those of you that are new to the show, we'd love to hear you on the chat. When the chat like this today is so great. It really makes the show when the chat's going good and people are giving their insights, and it motivates that. It really does. It makes the difference between a show you can't wait for it to end compared to a show you just want to continue. So appreciate that.
And Scotty, let's also add, it's always great when people are making money in the chat, which it seems like is the case here as well.
Yeah. You know what I miss? I don't know what happened to the booms. Like before when we won, there was just booms. All the booms, exclamation point. Like,
the boom has changed, Scotty. It's got to be 6 to 5 or over for a boom.
the room has gotten too serious. I don't know what happened.
We have a little more fun.
We need to have drinks and shots. Like, I don't know, Dave.
Well, I've been told I'm not allowed to boom until the bet wins. So if it's a leg in between and I get like 15 to 1, I'm not allowed to boom.
Yeah.
The fun police have been out on me.
Oh, come on, stop it. Listen, give me a Matt Miller exacta, $1.50 for a buck, and I'm booming. Forget it.
Okay. To me, that's not a boom. 65 to 1 shot winning outright is a boom and a drink and a shot of Belvedere vodka, the Polish style. Organic, by the way. Healthier for you. Hey, you know what I think we should do?
What?
How about one of these? Maybe we'll do an evening show, and I'll do a vodka. We'll do a Belvedere. Well, I'm going to see if I can be a sponsor. Maybe we'll get Belvedere. We'll all try it out. But in all honesty, it is really good.
I'll take a Macallan. I'll take a Macallan. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. What's Matt saying here? I'm too nervous about booming until I know. Oh, the leaderboard. That's right, because you're in the tournament for sure.
Yeah, right. You don't boom in the point until you know you're comfortable and you've got in a place position for some.
For sure. No doubt about it. We need some better prices. No doubt, Rusty.
All right, let's go to the Bluegrass, Scotty.
Yeah. Okay, Oldy. What do you think? Is this? Okay. First of all, I love River Thames. I think the horse is tactical. I already know who David likes. There's going to be too much speed in here. I'm playing against East Avenue, David. I'm on River Thames. I think River Thames going to sit a nice trip. But I also have 2 prices for you guys. I think the 3-horse Birmingham Square. This horse is going to get a really good trip. And Admiral Dennis, the EquinEdge long shot, is 10 to 1 EE morning line. Is a price play and the EquinEdge long shot, and also 15%. I think the speed's going to stop, and I think I'm going to do an exacta. I'm going to take the EquinEdge picks 137 box.
Okay, Scotty, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I want you to justify your position.
Okay.
You just said the speed is going to stop. Can you tell me how you can envision River Thames? Doesn't River Thames need the lead or be stalking in a second? Okay,
no.
In my opinion, that's the only way. I question his distance ability. So to me, I'll get right to the point. We discussed this last night, but I don't want any part of Owen Almighty. He's got an easy trip in the Tampa Bay Derby. The horse, and again, I'm not sure that this race is going to work out the way I envision it, but East Avenue, what do you do with East Ave? I am going to give this horse another shot. Okay, so if you look at his race at Keeneland, where he wired a field, that was a dominant race, very impressive from the rail. And what track was it over? Keeneland. Where is he racing today? Keeneland. Sometimes it's horses for courses. Granted, he went into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. What post did he draw? The 1. What happened to him? Total excuse. Got eliminated at the start. He's a speedball. He can't win from off the pace. The horse was eliminated. That's a throwout race. Long layoff now, because he didn't even run on that race. So it's even a longer layoff. He comes back with a layoff. I have no excuse. There's nothing to justify that. He went off as a prohibitive favorite and just didn't fire. Showed a little pace. But we've discussed this before. I'll give every horse 1 bad race. This is not 2 bad races. The Breeders' Cup is not a bad race. He was eliminated. Second race is a bad race. Wire to wire. I don't want any part of Chancellor Fitzpatrick. He should be in the 1-turn mile. He's a 1-turn closer. Has no chance going a mile and 8. He picked up the pieces of a weak Tampa Bay Derby against left on the lone Owen Almighty. So it's all East Avenue for me, with a solid second to Burnham Square. So East Avenue over Burnham Square, and an honorable mention for River Thames, who I think is going to have trouble getting the distance. So that's my triple 5-3-1.
All right.
Oldy?
We've discussed this, David, on the weekend preview. You already know.
You're going to throw the weekend preview. I knew you were going to throw me out of the show when I told you I liked East Avenue, which I understand. I can understand.
I'm going to say that East Avenue I downgrade East Avenue because the horses that have come out, similar to Chancellor McPatrick, the horses that came out of that Breeders' Futurity have done zero, zilch, nada. And, that the race looked impressive on paper and came back at a nice SOR, but has this horse ever really beaten anybody? I think the answer to that is no. And, puts blinkers on. Owen Almighty, Brian Lynch has been clear he does not want this horse to run in the Derby. The ownership wants the horse to run in the Derby. He is out today to prove that this horse can't get that distance. So that horse is going to go. The horse is already in the Derby, already has the points. And it's going to make it very tough, I think, for East Avenue and River Thames. And that then brings me to Burnham Square, Chancer, or Admiral Dennis. And I just can't trust Admiral Dennis after, the two eggs that horse has laid in the Gun Runner and the Rebel. The Rebel, there was no excuse at all. It just didn't run. So Burnham Square.
13th, off slow, went wide.
But didn't bump a gate, wasn't necessarily slow coming out of the gate, just acted like it didn't know a race was going on. And, I gave it the benefit of the doubt because it stumbled coming out of the gate in the Gun Runner. And I thought it could fire back.
Yeah.
So that leads me to Burnham Square, who, for me, ran a pretty good Fountain of Youth on a day where, River Thames was inches away from already being in the Derby, and really had that race all to himself. And I just think that Burnham Square is going to fire back here, and gets a little bit of a jockey upgrade in terms of going to Brian Hernandez in this type of race from Zayas, who's typically you want more on a forwardly placed horse. So I think Burnham Square at a nice square 9-2, 4-1 price is the place to go. You could say there's a long shot look on Admiral Dennis if I'm wrong about, and the horse runs back to what we thought the horse was in the Gun Runner there. And, I think River Thames is the one who stays on amongst the speed. So I'm 3-6-7-1 there in that order.
Wow, you're leaving East Ave. Well, I will. I think you're on the right path, but you're the wrong track. But because if East Avenue doesn't win the race, it's also likely he finishes off the board, right? Yep. Because, and in my opinion, is no speed duel here at all. I think with blinkers on, East Avenue, as long as the horse gets off to a solid start, East Avenue is going to be out by 3 or 4 lengths. That's what the clubhouse term. River Thames is not even close to as fast as he is. Neither is Owen Almighty. So I just think this is a wire job. With a clean start, the horse gets off bad again, and it could be game over. So, but I do agree with you. But Burnham Square, that's my exacta. I will box the exacta and have a nice win bet on East Ave, and I will be in with a bit pretty for my wagering strategy. My wagering, I guess strategy. This is going to be a pretty big day for me with a double, because I'm all on our shot in the prior race. So I'll be on to our shot into East Ave and back it up with Burnham Square. So.
All right, guys, let's get out to Parks race number 7.
All right, and I'm going to take a quick pit stop here, if you don't mind.
Okay, and then when here. Sure. Well, while you come take your time, I'm not in any particular rush. I will go through this and then I will depart when you come back. So we have the Bluegrass, and we're on 3 different horses, which I guess is a good thing. So we should probably do a little side wager. Is your watch still available, Scotty? I already bet Oldy with my vodka bottle, right? Okay. So the 7th race at Parks, 1 minute to post, mile and 70 yards.
It looks like there's some speed in here. If you look at the first call, the 2 needs the lead, the 1 needs the lead. For me, it makes things easier to be able to find a horse. So now I'm just looking for the horses that are tactical. The 4 horse seems to need to be near the lead for its best. It could be in between horses with the 6 horse who's going to sit outside, but it also needs to be near the lead. I mean, for me, that kind of, it looks like the 7 could get a really good trip. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm kind of on that same page with you. The Scotty second pick looks like you may get a perfect trip. And with all things being equal on a daily basis at Parks, especially, going these, it is a mile race, you want to be on the outside. So the 7 is a perfect post here. Paco picks up the mount, and it just looks like this horse maybe is sitting a perfect trip here.
Some of these speed stops, the 5 horse Royal Party, just a horse to think about for the exotics at 22 to 1. Yeah, good point. Good point, Gary. Let's do a pick 5 over at Keeneland, you guys.
Okay.
Oh no, that starts from race number 7.
Yeah, we got a couple races left. Yeah.
No, it's not showing.
Oh no, yeah, we got the pick 5, race 6, Scotty.
It's race 6.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have the. It's not on the ticket generator for some reason. Huh.
That's weird. Did they? No, it's on my ATW here. So pick 5. Well, if we're going to start off with a pick 5, I think you just need the 1 and the 2 here in the first leg.
All right.
And Patrick, very good point. Yeah, he's definitely cranking him up to try to wire job here. But very valid point. We don't know if he's good enough. We're going to find out today, obviously.
I'm using 1, 2, 3, 6, 10. David, let's make this easier since we don't have the ticket generator up here. Sure. Who did you like in race number 7?
In race number 7, because I already put a pick 6 in. Yeah, I'm almost, I'm almost willing to go on the ledge here. I'm going to single the 2 Matos.
Really?
Yeah. I just think it's another race where this horse goes wire to wire. Speed's been good, and I think Jose Ortiz gets his horse out. And I know I look very chalky here, but I brought this up in the past. When I see a chalky card, I'm willing to delve in. I'm not going to reach for long shots. I don't think I'll jump into the fire and just increase my denomination. I might be doing a Matt Miller imitation today because you need that today like today. I realize I think you might need to use Matt's strategy to increase your base wager amount on a day like today. It looks pretty funky. So I'll single the 2. Yep.
Okay.
And Scotty, I singled the 10 Coppola in the 4th leg.
Right. So the 3rd leg, we're looking at the Madison. I went with the 2 Emery, the 8 Mystic Lake, and I guess I would throw in Justique. But I think if I needed a single there, I would. Emery was. Basically, Mystic Lake was all out to hold off Emery, who was charging late and just barely held on. So I would lean, if you wanted to make it a very short ticket and increase your denomination, I would have no problem singling Emery. But for this purpose, since I'm singling the leg before, I'm going to go 2, 7, 8.
Guys, just the 8's going to be the fastest horse in the race, and it's 4 for 4, going 7 furlongs on the dirt against an 81 average SOR group. I mean, and I agree. By the way, I like Emery better, but Mystic Lake's no joke. So, and then the 4 horse, My Main Squeeze. This horse fits the like. This is a nice horse in here. And this horse seems to be, it broke 9th last time out, in between horses. Off the layoff for Manny Franco and Mike Maker. I think the 4-horse, the EquinEdge long shot, is super live. 5-1 on the EE morning line too.
Yeah, so I went 2-4-8 there. I think Just Peak, so the E second choice is a little class compromised.
I agree with you. By the way, the 2 horses, Brad Cox and Flavian Pratt, for what it's worth. All right, race number 9. The 3-horse. I only like the 1 and the 3, and Oldy likes the 10.
And I like the 2. The 2's my best. Would be my win wager, my top play for that race. But for pick 5, I think I would have to go a little deeper here. I would go with the 1, 2, 3, and 11 and 10. 1, 2, 3, 10. And then I'm going to single on the last leg.
Okay.
I mean the next leg. Now I'm going to single these down. But if I wanted to go deeper, and I may end up doing that, I would use Burnham Square. So either the single of the 5 or 3-5 and the next to last leg.
So the pick 5 is just races 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, right?
Yep.
And yeah, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Right.
All right.
So in that last leg, great. Right.
We already discussed the bluegrass. So,
but I may use our shot and East Avenue both as singles on a larger base wager. So, but I'll have a smaller wager pick 5 where I'm going to include 3 others in that turf race, the Shakertown.
All right, so real quickly, we'll go over this. There's 3 minutes before this race. I'm using the 1, 2, 3, 6, and 10. David, again, you only think it's the 1 and 2, right?
1 and 2, yes.
Oldie?
And I'm 1, 2, 3, 6.
Okay. And then in race number 7, I think it's the 2, 3, 5, 6, 10, 11. David?
I'm singling the 2.
Okay, David singles the 2. So David and Oldie?
I'm 2, 5, 11, 10. And even though I listed in that order, just from what I'm seeing is the potential pace scenario, I think the 5 has a big shot there.
Okay.
I could not leave the 5 off in that situation.
And then David, you're on. What are you on in race number 8 again?
2's my top win pick, but for pick 5 purposes, I'm going to go 2, 7, 8 with thinking the 2 and the 8 are the most likely winners.
Okay. And then in race number 9.
Race number 9, I could single the 2, but for purposes of my smaller pick 5 ticket, I will use the 1, 2, 3, and then Coppola, who is the 10, correct? 1, 2, 3, 10. Yes.
And Oldie singling the 10, and I like the 1 and the 3. I like the EquinEdge picks in that race. Run Carson's my top pick in the race. I think Run Carson's going to run a huge race, bang up race. And then Arzak, that horse is no joke as well. So I'm on those 2 horses. And then in race number 10, finishing off, I like River Thames and Birmingham Square. Oldie likes Birmingham Square, and David likes East Avenue an awful lot. Nobody really likes Patrick of the group. None of us really talked about the 6 horse.
Right, but I will use also Scotty Birmingham Square in my pick 5. But again, with a larger denomination, I'm going to have East Avenue on a larger ticket with larger base wager on my pick 5. But yeah, Chancellor Patrick, I just mentioned, I thought earlier that he's more of a one-turn closer, and I don't like him in this spot.
Okay.
How many minutes do we have for this race is going off here? I'll stay on for this race.
Okay.
We're at a minute to post here.
Okay, yeah, I'll stay on, and then I'll be making my sweet departure. And prepping for my drive north, my road trip.
Well, while David's prepping for his drive north, please hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't already. And we have heading to the gate here for the
Now,
first graded stakes of the day.
Guys, I'll be right back.
okay, so Oldy, got a quick question for you. So the two, you left one of the Cassies out, right? You left the one or the two out?
No, I went 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
6.
1, 2, 3, 6. I thought you said 1, 3, 6. Okay, okay, just wanted to confirm. Yeah, I went 1, 2. I think the race goes through those two horses.
I thought the two Cassies were virtually impossible to separate. Other than I note that Irad's on the 2 and Jose's on the 1.
Right, right. Well, John, that's correct. It's much easier to fly, but I've also got to get my Nissan Sentra, my other car, north. I don't leave it down here during hurricane season, and I shipped it down.
Market.
So I'm driving north. I like the road trip. So
Totally justified.
May stop at Keeneland, but the weather's not looking promising.
Table flirt, the last one.
Boombastic.
Good luck, everybody.
Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. And there goes Fast Market out for the lead. Fast Market goes right to the front in the opening stride.
Only the 4 apparently got the
comes
message
out running
about
in the second position, just to the
with
outside.
Right. Second not to one shot for one of my favorite trainers, John
Tastic is away running.
He wanted to field at 80 to 1. I might
off the rail just over 3 lengths off the early lead, and is followed by Nitrogen, who's 5th back toward the inside. Table Flirt is in 6th. Fien is last of the 7 as they head on to the back stretch. Fast Market, the leader. Fast Market leads at 3/4 of a length. Totally Justified is second up on the outside, a length and a half, followed by Vixen, tucked away to the inside of Foxtastic, who's there to the outside 4th, followed by Nitrogen, who's toward the rail in 5th, 4 lengths off the lead, gap of 2 more to Table Flirt and Fien. First quarter went 23.31 seconds. They head for the far turn. Fast Market, the leader. Fast Market leads it by a length and a half to Totally Justified, still second by a length and a half. And then Vixen third and neck. Foxtastic is 4th up on the outside, followed by Nitrogen, 47.45 for the first half mile. Nitrogen takes to the outside, still 5 lengths from the lead though. Quarter mile to go. Fast Market to catch, leads it by 2 lengths off the far turn. Totally Justified, then Foxtastic, then Nitrogen, and Nitrogen has clear running now down the outside. Vixen in tight in 5th, back toward the rail. Nitrogen is running on for a narrow lead into the final furlong. Nitrogen by 3. Vixen's going to come late, had to change lanes toward the outside, now dives back toward the inside, but here's the wire. Nitrogen to win it for Jose Ortiz in the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. Vixen got second, close for
Good call,
third.
David.
Fien,
I'll give you a boom.
Foxtastic for that
1, 2, 3.
third
6
spot.
to 5 over 2 to 1. Yeah, I guess how about a moderate boom? But I don't have to ship you that vodka. But your 3 did run a better race than I thought.
Yeah,
it was just too far back.
Yeah. So, all right, gentlemen, I'm
A
still
1-2
alive.
finish for trainer Mark Cassie in today's Grade 2 Appalachian Stakes presented by the Japan Racing Association as Nitrogen relaxed off the pace, kicked home as she had that clear sailing to.
There you go.
Yeah,
so
that 2 was best,
right.
guys. That 2 was so best. That was a bad trip for the 2.
Yeah. Well, it seemed like the 2 catches, but you know, in Oldie's defense, the 3 ran a little better than I thought. So I might still ship you a bottle when I get a chance after I get up north. I was going to say it's going to finish off the board. So with that being said, good luck the rest of the way, everyone. Thanks for having me on. We always have a great time. I appreciate the invites always. And like I said, it looked a little chalky. And many of you know me as the guy looking for value or long shots, but some days you just have to go with what's on the menu that looks like the most viable option, right? So, so right now, things are looking like I thought they would. So, but good luck, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the card. The Bluegrass should be a fantastic race, and good luck to everybody out there. And we'll catch you next week. Gentlemen,
right,
thank you, David. Safe travels.
All right, thank you so much, and have a good rest of the week. All right, thanks, gentlemen.
Take care.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. 2022 NHC champ David Harrison, and we've got Turf Paradise. Oldie, let's get out to there.
All right, Turf
Coming up in race
Paradise.
number 1. Why not? I love it. We got a quarter horse race, but we got a bunch of first-time starters. And the EquinEdge long shot first-time starters, quarter horses, thoroughbreds, doesn't matter. Always very, very dangerous, as you know. So maybe we can get a 5-1 quarter horse win over at Turf Paradise.
Yeah, I mean that horse definitely looks like it has a look. You also have an E morning line angle on the second pick, who's currently 9-1 in D Guy.
Can you switch this, Oldie?
Oh yeah, sorry about that. There we go.
All right. Now the race simulator has a 2 horse and then the 5 horse. Listen, that 5 horse, second time starter. A lot of times this horse was slow. People will go away from horses like this, but maybe the 5 horse at a price at 9-1, right? But the 2 horse getting all the play. Look at what the 2 horse is carrying. 131 pounds. You see that?
Yeah. How much older is it than the? No, it's a 2-year-old.
No, these are 2-year-olds. I don't know that I've seen that. It's kind of interesting.
A first-time starter in a trial, and it does not give a condition that you should be carrying more weight.
Super
either.
strange, right?
Yeah. I don't think I've seen that. I'm just looking at these other first-time starters as well. I mean, none of these trainers really seem to do well with firsters.
Well, if you look at the GSR, let me see here. The 6 horse on the new GSR is tops. It's 641.
Yeah.
And those are actually the top 3 as well on the current one. So that's interesting. But we got 5 minutes before this race. Why not? Might as well cover it. We've got 11 minutes before Parks, and then we have 24 minutes. I don't know if they did that on purpose, but good for them getting away from Keeneland.
I think once the graded stakes started, Keeneland put a little more time in between, so that may help them there too. But 2, 5, 4. I think that the E picks probably have it, and maybe the 1's the other one with a chance. But again, normally you like to see that a trainer who can fire with first-time starters, and the 4 is 0%. The 1 is that trainer is 5%. The 6, that trainer is 0%. And you're 6% on the big favorite, the 2.
Yeah.
Didn't hit the steamer. But so I'm leaning towards the 5. Just having the experience and not trusting these trainers to fire first time out.
Right.
Like that's, and it's a shot in the dark. It's Turf Paradise. It's state bred quarter horses. So why not take the 6-1 if that stays up there? If it's at 3-1 at where the morning line says it should be, then I'll take a pass on it. But at 6-1, why not?
Well, let's look at the probables. Let's see what's going on. So it's only $2,500 in the exacta pool. The 1 horse 1, 2, $8. 2, 1, $8. The one horse is 29% to win as well.
Yeah. And I guess the one gate work, it looks nice there. I don't know how much to read into quarter horse works, but again, this being a trial, is there something you could double into? Is there one that a horse to actually like in the next? No, it's just as bad.
No, just as bad.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm down to 9-2 right now on the 5 from my own small bet I put in there because the pool's so small.
It does look like the 2 horse is the real deal in the race.
Yeah, and again, maybe the 7 on the outside just gets a clean break in the.
Yeah, but there's nothing pointing towards that horse.
No, all its works are dirt slow.
What about the 6, TS Daddy's Girl?
I mean, I don't see anything special in those works either. I mean, I don't think I'd take 7-2 there. That's why I'm thinking maybe the picks have it. I mean, the 4 is getting bet. Well, it's to the morning line, I guess, so it's not getting bet, but
yeah,
7-2 is still a pretty decent price on that horse with the 5, maybe a 4-5 exacta here.
Look at a New Mexico bred, New Mexico, Arizona bred, Iowa bred, Arizona bred. So,
yeah,
not some of the top reading. I think the 2 horse probably is the horse to beat, but I like the win percentage of the 1 as well.
And I'm going 4-5 here. Even though I've always been told don't take 2 horses next to each other in a quarter horse race. Because they're liable to wipe them.
That is a thing, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what am I going to do? It's a 5-horse or 6-horse race. If I take a horse in the middle, I kind of am stuck with, if you took the 1 and the 2, you're in the same boat.
1 looks good.
And I know one of the guys, and I can't remember who it is in the chat, but one of the guys in our chat does, I think does certain days, I think Mondays, as a guest handicapper or guest picker for Turfway or Turf Paradise, I mean. The 1's now the one taking all the money too. And when I say all the money, the pool's like, what's the win pool here? $6,000. All right. I'm going to just play a 4-5. I'm going to do exactly what you're not supposed to do. And I'm going to play a 4-5-6 exacta box and play against the 2 favorites here.
The 2 looks tough. The 4's works are slow. Well, no, it had 1 good work at Sunland. I don't know how to read that, though, but the works at Turf Paradise were slow. The last one was pretty slow. The trainer's 0-4 with first-time starters. I can't go with the 4. I would think the 2 is going to be tough. And if you're going to take the 2, then don't play the 1, and then maybe take the 6. So I'm gonna complete guess, calculated guess, but guess. I'm gonna do 2-6.
I'm just looking at these works again, looking for anything. I mean, the 2 I think has the nicest works, but
It does. It has the nicest works for sure, and it's the EquinEdge top pick, and it wins the race simulator.
and then we'll go. We're 3 minutes to Parks already. Believe it or not.
Wow.
So maybe let's take a look at Parks while we're waiting for them to get to the gate here. It looks like you got a lone pace here at Parks.
Well, I know who you like.
I don't know yet. Let me look at the 3 and 4 here.
You always lean towards those pace horses, always.
I know, but I'm getting 9-1 on a Jamie Ness horse there.
Has Jamie Ness ever had a 9-1 shot?
Yes, I think the answer to that is yes.
Well, I mean, oh, hold on. Okay, they're in the gate over at Turf Paradise.
All right.
I got it up on the wrong screen. Sorry, guys, but the 4 is kind of in the gate weird. If you played the 4,
the 4 took out the 1 and the 2.
Knocked the shit out of them all.
7's closing down the middle. 1's gone. It's
4 wiped everybody out on the inside.
1-6.
Wow. 1-6 for fun. 1-1 easily. Well, that was the other one, but 2 got wiped out, to be fair, so hard to know.
Yeah.
All right. Parks, race number 8. So what are you going to do in here?
I'm thinking of a 1-3 exacta here. Box. And if the 1 can hang on for a piece, I think I like the 3 better than the 4 here. If you look at Mary Q versus Golden Rocket.
I don't love the 5 because the 5 is the type of horse that needs to be like on the lead, and the 5 doesn't look fast enough. So I think the 1's going to go and the 5's going to go, and then the 4 is going to sit a perfect trip. I like the 4 a lot, Mary Q, actually. I think the horse sits a good trip. I think you're going to have to catch the 1, though. But at 7 furlongs, you might well just do that with the 4 horse. And
well, if you're going to give me 10-1 on a Jamie Ness horse, I'm going to take 10-1 on a Jamie Ness horse.
Yeah, understandable.
That's the thing. And I think that horse, the back class on that horse is better than anybody in this field. Look at the SORs.
Yeah. The EquinEdge long shot can run here as well because there seems to be some speed in here, but I like the 4 too. You want to take us to the race?
Yeah, and hold on, let me get that up here. But I'm going to keep reiterating the 3 here. A couple months ago, beat a group of 70s by 3.5 at 7 furlongs at the distance we're going today. All right, now let me get this on the screen here, and we should be good to go. Sorry, it's a multi-step process these days.
Golden Rocket. Mary Q walks right in. waiting just on Bella Queen and Peyton Elizabeth.
I don't get the 5 horse getting so much action, honestly.
No.
Maybe I'm missing something.
And now they're all in. Off and racing. Good start on the outside. Bella Queen broke alertly, but company coming. Golden Rocket hustles up for the lead. She wants the lead early, but she's going to have company from Alani. Alani and Golden Rocket, they're going to decide it early. Then it's Bella Queen. Mary
Stop the race.
Claire Blanc settles into 5th. And
You did. Oh, yeah, you're 1-3.
And Alani wrestles the lead away from Golden Rocket. Alani now has a 1-length advantage. Golden Rocket's back into 2nd. On the inside, Mary Q. She takes the 3rd spot to the outside. Bella Queen, she's continuing to move up as well. Nancy Claire Blanc back into 5th, followed by Peyton Elizabeth, who can see them all. They're all chasing Alani. Has some daylight now over Bella Queen, who's in 2nd. The opening quarter, 23-1. Alani has the lead, now has it by herself. Bella Queen, Golden Rocket, 2nd and 3rd, followed by Mary Q. Then it's Claire Blanc. At the back still, Peyton Elizabeth and Alani. She continues to lead the way as they go through the far turn. Alani chasing in
3 just hit the
stablemate. Mary Q is coming up to challenge. Alani,
the anchor.
Claire Blanc
threw the anchor out. 3's done.
Beginning to make her rally. They go around the far turn, chasing Alani, who's had the lead throughout. Mary Q at Claire Blanc all out top of the stretch. The half 47-1. Alani with the lead. Claire Blanc continues to chase on the inside. Mary Q, but Alani has more left in the tank.
Does not look like anybody's coming.
Alani has a clear-cut lead with the 16th left, and Alani and Frankie Pennington, she is going to leave this good field in her dust. Alani gets the win over Claire Blanc. Mary Q 3rd. And it's back to Golden Rocket, who finishes.
That 2 ran huge.
Yep.
Final time 1:26.3.
All right. So we have the Grade 3 Commonwealth coming up, going 7 furlongs on the dirt here, Scotty.
Let's get it. Here we go. All right. Well, David likes the 2 horse, Montelsino, and it sure looks like this horse needs to be on the lead, and it looks like it might be. Could be tough to catch this horse. What are your thoughts?
I thought there's a lot of speed signed on, so either the 2's going to just be that much faster that it's not going to matter, or you're going to see somebody like the 11, 10, or 5 late here. And
it doesn't look like there's that much speed besides the 2. I mean, the 2 has a clear lead by a couple of lengths at the first call.
I mean, the 3 needs the lead, but is a slow breaker. The 1 is out of the Cox barn and switching trainers, and also breaks slow. Typically, there's a couple of quick breaks there. The 6 Hoist the Gold pretty much needs the lead, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't get it all that often, but there's speed here if they get out of the gate. The 7 is 100% and on the lead type as well. May not be fast enough, but
it's not fast enough. I mean, if you throw out the 2, look at that line right there on the race simulator. It's like there's 5 horses, the 3, 5, 6, 10, 11. But the 2 is going to be tough gate to wire. No doubt about it, Oldy.
Mm-hmm. I think that the 5 Nutella Fella, who's getting bet down 6-1 right now, has a big look here.
Yeah.
You know, pretty much the only Extra Anejo and Nutella Fella are getting bet with the 2 here.
Yeah.
And taking money. Everybody else is pretty much flat or worse. Like the 8's 24-1 right now off an 8-1 morning line.
I don't love the 5 Nutella Fella. I know the horse getting bet. The truth is, like, Hoist the Gold is the horse you're going to have to watch out for because, look, This horse was in that optional claiming 80. Those come up very tough sometimes, right? And the horse won easy, but that was off a long layoff. So you have to figure that Dallas Stewart always was pointing towards the Commonwealth. Like, this horse has earned 410,000 in 8 tries going 7 furlongs, Oldy. This horse is tactical. He's a super, super nice horse. Like, was in the Metropolitan going 8 furlongs, didn't run a bad race. Like, this horse broke 10th in that grade 1 at 7/8 at Churchill Downs and still ran such a good race and was carried wide. Like, this horse is figuring to get a really nice trip here. And I think it's a 2-horse race. In retrospect, honestly, I covered these horses I'm showing up here, but I wish I would only cover 2 of them. The 3-horse seems to need the lead for its best, and it's not going to be anywhere near the lead. The 2's too fast. So I'm throwing out that horse. 5 Nutella is 5%, getting over bet. Like, maybe the 10 or 11 horse for a little bit of a piece, but I think it's 2-6 with 10-11.
And I think I would toss the 6 completely.
Really?
I don't think the 6. First of all, Dallas Stewart is awful second time off a layoff. He's 16% first time. He is 5% second time. So he's typically aiming for that first race. Number 2, that this horse is moving up 12 points in SOR here, and this horse does its best running on the lead, and it's not going to get the lead here. And Dallas Stewart also very poor in graded stakes, his record. So I know this horse won the Cigar Mile in the slop at Aqueduct in 23, but overall, Dallas Stewart very poor in graded stakes. So for me, I can't take the 5-1 on this horse that I think should be 25-1.
Yeah.
And I would rather take 22-1 on Hear Me Song, who, 2 back almost beat at 6 furlongs, almost beat a 78 group, than I would Hoist the Gold.
Yeah.
I mean, put the 8 back in there and look at that horse.
Let's see here. Okay.
Like, that's the one I think I missed in this race. Is that 8 in my initial handicapping.
It's not an impossible long shot. I agree. One-time Team Contessa.
Yeah, so Team Contessa, Chuck said that they had high hopes for this horse today, but that they weren't super confident. That it was a tough field, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I think the 2 is going to be tough to catch.
But I also don't think the 8 should be 22-1.
What about Extra Anejo?
I like Extra Anejo. I think Extra Anejo could sit a good trip. Asmussen's a very strong trainer of sprinters as well. I think this horse may not be a 2-turn horse and may prefer, the 7 furlong to the 1-turn mile here.
Yeah.
And gets Pratt as well, so should get a good trip. Has the long run up there from the off the chute, so should have time to get over. And I think the 11 for Wesley Ward with Irad aboard too, who won last time out by 8 lengths, has a big look as well at 6-1.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the two, the two's shown a lot that this is again a big move up in class for that horse, but versus what the 8's been facing and some of these other horses the 10's been facing. So we're going to see if the horse can last against a field of this quality, but I do think there's a good possibility this horse does go gate to wire, and maybe this is a horse to worry about this summer in Saratoga, in like the Vosburg and some of the Vandervelde and some of the big sprints up at Saratoga.
Yeah. I'm on 2, 6, and I think the 2 is going to win the race, but I think the class of the field too is the 6 and the 10. The 2 has something to prove at this level, but it looks like they've always thought this was a nice horse, and it did win easily last time out at 20 cents on the dollar, but it wasn't optional, claiming $50,000 allowance. So we have to remember that. Whereas Hoist the Gold has faced some nice horses, and so has Extra Anejo. So you got to figure with Pratt, you got Asmussen. The 10's live.
Yeah, I think the 5's going to be the one finishing up very strong, though. And if you don't use it on top, you definitely have to have it underneath. It's never finished out of the money.
Yeah.
It does have a grade 1, even though it was as a 2-year-old. Let me pull up the feed here for everybody.
Yeah.
Proudly standing in Pennsylvania for 2025, Enticed by multiple grade 1
Hold on,
winner.
I still have the
multiple grade 1 winner. It's tricky.
Parks feed audio on. There we go.
What about the 11 horse? This horse is 3-1 on the EE morning line. It beat a much easier group, but it did it easily.
I used it in my pick 4.
Okay.
So I went 2, 5, 8, 10, 11, 2, 4, 8, singled the 10, and then went all in the last. Because let's say you get the 8 here, and you get the 4, the long shot, and the 10, you're going to want to win here.
Yeah.
At that point, so I'm willing to.
Moving into line race 7.
Buy up in the race I think is most wide open.
All right, they're moving into the gate. This is the $350,000 Commonwealth Stakes. They're going 7 furlongs, and that's the 8 horse Hear Me Song.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and Epic Ride has some speed, but Maltacino, so far speed has been holding
Terrible
today.
Chip moves into line.
So wouldn't be
Extra
surprised to see what they got for here. I'll buy the 2.
What you talking about comes forward. Nutella Fella.
I will say the 5 showed more speed last time out.
Are they backing horses out?
Yeah, it looks like they're scratching the 5. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're just making an equipment change. Oh, they're not backing the other ones out. Let's see what they're doing with the 5 here. Is he just being difficult about going in the gate? Very professional group. Nobody's getting antsy in there.
No, they're going to open the gate for the 5.
Okay. Jockey's off.
Not a horse I'd want to bet.
Again, hood. Something to cover the horse's eyes.
Let's see. The 5 is 1-3. I mean, what a nice horse the 5 is. I just wouldn't want to personally bet a horse like this.
There goes the 3.
Where'd it go?
Bucking up in there. He was bucking up in the gate.
Oh.
And acting up.
It's hard to see that far, Justin. I don't know.
Almost got him.
They almost got him?
Yeah, he was like an inch from having the door closed and he backed out.
No, I think the 11 might have broke through the gate as well. Man, now they're backing him up. They're going to scratch this 5. Watch. They're going to scratch this 5.
Yeah, they're going to scratch the 5.
Horse is now being backed out of the gate. Windows remain open.
It's a rambunctious group. That's a drag.
Please, a late scratch. Scratch number 11. What you talking
11.
about?
Oh, wow.
Injured in the gate. Keeneland 7th race. Late scratch.
That horse
Scratch
had broke
the
through the
11.
gate.
What you talking about?
But
Injured
that
in
was
the gate.
entirely the doing of the 5 horse and all the waiting and commotion that the 5 horse caused there. Don't you think?
Yeah, I feel bad for the connections. I mean, this is a big race, and that stinks.
Yeah, for sure.
But Maltachino, David's top pick, is currently 3-2. Are you surprised by that?
I'm not surprised at a 3-2 price there. I mean, it is the top pick. It is top pace. Top win percentage there on our line. It's been winning pretty easily. So I'm not shocked. Maybe 3-2 is a little low, but
yeah, by the way, yeah, Chuck makes a good point too. And this horse couldn't have this kind of record acting like this. Well, that's not entirely true. There's been some bad actors, but Nutella is never a bad actor except for today. Yeah, I wonder why.
yeah, and again, Chuck's our Contessa whisperer too, so he knows the fella pretty well.
Well, and that being said too, it's like they're almost like trying to tell you something, right? So like I especially wouldn't bet on the 5. Unless this horse just walks into this gate very easily right now, wouldn't be one that I would want to bet.
I think the 11 had a big chance there too. So
they put the 5 in already. So the 5 was the first one in the gate.
Once again, moving into line for race 7, the Commonwealth.
2 broke good. I
mean, the 8's a beautiful white gray horse. You will not have trouble figuring out which horse is
Furious
the 8
comes
in this
forward.
field.
Here's Caramel Chip. Extra Anejo.
Yeah. All right, you guys. Here we go. Let's try this again. Big race here.
Hoist
This
the
is the
Gold
Commonwealth
goes in.
Stakes. $350,000 on the line for these 4-year-olds and upward. Your favorite
Ashcroft.
right now is Maltachino at 3-2.
Last one goes in. They're at the post.
In the 2-hole. Let's see
They're
what
off
happens.
in the Commonwealth. There's Hoist the Gold out for the lead. Extra Anejo is right there as
Two-horse
well.
broke
Epic
a little
Ride
bit
kicks
slow.
in.
Not
Montalcino.
surprisingly
And
gonna-
Montalcino moves up toward the inside. Epic Ride
Yeah,
alongside of
the-
that one as they go 1-2.
Well,
Hoist the Gold
surprisingly,
is in third. Prince of Power is fourth toward the
3 horses
outside. Surly Furious fifth out in the
is
center of the
pushing the 2 a
racetrack.
little bit.
Gap of 4 more lengths. Extra Anejo is
Really
sixth.
nice
Just
stride
to the
on this
outside of
two-horse,
horses.
Oldy.
Caramel Chip
7 to 5
seventh back toward the
off odds
inside. Hear My Song is
Maltachino.
in eighth as they enter the far turn. Best Actor Ninth. Ashcroft is in 10th. The Telefella last of the 11, 21.83 seconds the
Hoist
time
the
for the
Gold
opening
sitting in
quarter.
second place, very
Montalcino, the
nice.
leader. Montalcino leads it by a length and a half. Epic Ride is second, 3/4 of a length. Hoist the Gold is third up on the outside. They're midway on the far turn. A gap of 5 more lengths. Prince of Power has lost some ground. Back into the 4th spot. Extra Anejo moves off the rail. 5th, still 9 from the front, just over a quarter mile to go. Montalcino has the lead off the turn. Epic Ride between horses. Hoist the Gold up on the far outside is still third. Montalcino is the leader. Montalcino by 2.5 lengths. Hoist the Gold tries to take aim, but is still second on the outside. Extra Anejo down the center of the track. Then Epic
Extra
Ride is in
Anejo
fourth.
can run
Extra
straight.
Anejo, Hoist the Gold, trying to reel in Montalcino at the 16th pole as they run through the final furlong. Extra Anejo will get there for Flabby and Pratt on the line.
Sometimes,
to win the
Scotty, all it takes
Commonwealth.
in life is a little
Montalcino
extra
was home
Anejo.
second.
I
Hoist the
guess
Gold
so.
was across the wire
4
in
to 1.
third.
Flavy and Pratt with the win, and Maltachino up in class here. And but Extra Anejo ran huge. Wow, boom, Mike had that. But wow, 10-6, the horses we talked about, and
Yeah.
But yeah, 8 to 1 on the odds makers morning line for the 10-horse Extra Anejo. But Flavy and Pratt having himself a day.
And look at 7 furlongs. Look at that first half too.
Yeah.
And do you think that if the 2 broke well, that the 2 wins this race pretty easily? Don't you think?
Yeah,
it was
I
a slow
do
break.
actually. Yeah. Ten to 6. I mean, 6 ran good. All the horses we talked about. I actually did a trifecta. 2 was 610 was 610. So that would have been nice to get that in, but take nothing away from the 10-horse. 10-horse ran beautifully. Extra Anejo. And for Steve Asmussen and Flavian Pratt.
Well, we finally got, not a
Off
big
the
price,
layoff.
but a price. Yeah. Off the layoff, but Pratt being aboard should have been a sign that the horse was live off the layoff, right?
Yeah. Jockey trainer combination, 12% for Flavian Pratt and Steve Asmussen. So he doesn't really use Pratt all that often.
No. And that's partially because he runs a lot of horses at tracks that Pratt isn't at, would be what I would say too.
Yeah.
Since Pratt's been mostly in South Florida and in New York for the last couple of years, and then California, where Asmussen doesn't typically run horses. So
10 to 1 on that exacta. Nice going, Mike. Mike called that. Can you put it on?
I'm doing it right now for you. Already on top of that, just
All right.
the extra clicks are.
7 to 5 off odds on Maltachino. Had to settle for second. Extra Anejo 4 to 1, and Hoist the Gold ended up getting off at 9 to 2. The exacta paying $10, I believe, right? 10, maybe even more. Let's see it.
I'm seeing some booms in the chat here. Mike Salata boom. Art
Mike had to try. Art had pick 3. Boom. Yep.
That's what I like to see.
Let's see here. Refresh this.
We got 1 minute to Parks too here if we want to. I don't know if we want to head out there, but if we do,
let's go to Parks 9.
I think this Voodoo you do, who's 3 to 2, is very vulnerable here.
You do. Let's see here why. It didn't get the lead last time out. So that could have cost the horse. It looks to have a clear lead here. And the one horse has burned a lot of money too, Oldy, coming in from Penn.
Yeah. And really, like the race sim doesn't think it's going to have as clear of a lead as we probably think it should here by second call. So, you know, the 9 has some speed, at least showed speed first time out.
How about the one horse right now? It's the top EquinEdge pick. It's 5-1. It's 26%. It's 2-1 EE morning line. It's got the top GSR.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just like it's not my type of horse because it burns so much money. But I mean, here's a horse where you could hedge your bet. You got to imagine the one will be, you know, first or second, right?
Yeah. How about the one with the 9 or the one with the 5 here? 5 being a long shot, broke its maiden last time out against Maiden Special Weight Company. And they've tried running this horse as a maiden in some state bred stakes too. So
I'll tell you another thing. The 8-horse Sundria gets off the rail. And people are giving the 2 another chance. But the 2's done nothing but burn money. And I know it's going to have a lead here. But the 8-horse figures to be very tough finishing in this race too. So I don't know. I might like. I think I like the 8 to win the race at 7-2.
All right, you like the 8. I like the 1, 3, and the 9. Did I say the 3? Not the 3. The 5. Sorry. And I'm going to play that as an exacta. There, let me get that up here. They're in the gate. There we go.
And now they're all in. Off and racing. Slow start for Tempest Rising. Better Be Quick also broke a hair slow. Shubagale and her stablemate Voodoo You Do breaks on top. Voodoo You Do goes to the lead. Shubagale, Better Be Quick. Then on the outside, Snappy Ride in the rail.
Didn't really get that easy of a lead.
Slam on the brake. She's in very tight. It is
really. I think the horse is on the lead easily.
On the outside, Shubagale. Then it's Snappy Ride on the outside. Tempest Rise in the field closely bunched together. Sundria also tapping on the brakes. Carousel Queen had to check hard. Settling now on the rail is Better Be Quick. And still Voodoo You Do.
One's been doing nothing but checking back the entire race.
Just a neck apart. Voodoo You Do. Shubagale on the outside. Sundria.
Your 8's looking really strong right now.
Snappy.
Yeah, been wide.
Carousel Queen and Better Be Quick. Those 2 are at the back. The opening quarter, 23-3. 4 now across the track. On the inside, Voodoo You Do. Shubagale has a narrow lead. On the outside, Sundria in the 4-path. Tempest Rising trying to keep pace with those 3. The half 48 flat. Top of the stretch, anyone's race. Snappy Ride looking for some room on the far outside. Sundria has some momentum on the rail. Better Be Quick trying to pick up a piece, but running very resolutely. Voodoo You Do has reclaimed the lead. There's the 16th lap. Voodoo You Do coming up now. Snappy Ride, Voodoo You Do down.
Wow, 7's going to get
up.
7.
Voodoo You Do. Final time
43-1. Wow. I think that's the biggest complaint. I know it's a new trainer. So this off of Scott Lake and Guadalupe Guerrero.
Yeah.
Takes this horse from just getting lit in the last 3 races and wins this race like a good thing. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, did have that one win against 58 SOR before going on the shelf.
Yeah.
And maybe it was just about the pace setup there.
So crazy. Hey, we got the Madison Stakes coming up. Resolute Racing sponsored Madison Stakes, $650,000. And by the way, real quickly, let's take a look at race number 7 and the payouts there. The exacta Oldie, $16.47. That's a hell of an exacta. The trifecta 10-2-6, $32.68. A little bit lower than I would have expected, to be honest with you, but nonetheless, nice payouts.
For sure, big pools today, so I would expect. So, you're going to see a little bit bigger payouts on exactas and trifectas as well because of that. Would you not agree?
Yeah. By the way, Mike picked these horses, so good call on the Thursday show. By the way, Oldy, we've got a new show this Thursday, right?
We do, yes, and it's going to be called EquinEdge Live.
EquinEdge Live. We're bringing a blast from the past.
And it's going to be starring our good friend in the chat right now, Mike Saletta.
Yeah.
And you and I will be helping out for this first week. And then you want to announce who the co-host is going to be?
Go ahead.
So 2022 NHC champion David Harrison, who was on earlier, will be co-hosting with Mike.
Yeah.
And they'll be covering Keeneland live, and then we'll have Horseshoe and Woodbine and other things coming on as as time goes by as well. So we're, Scotty and I are pretty excited for Mike and David on this, and we think it's going to be a great addition to the EquinEdge media team here.
For sure, definitely. And then that'll be fun. That's during the day. Of course, we have the weekend stakes preview show on Thursday nights. So that'll give us four shows during the week, or for a week. We've got the weekend stakes preview show. We've got the EquinEdge Live. We've got the Road to the NHC on Fridays, and of course the stretch run on Saturdays. So 4 shows during the week. So excited about that. It's going to be really good content.
And we're going to also have some great replay content probably called the EquinEdge Week in Review coming up as well, so you'll be able to see your favorite races and be able to visit in on the great chat we have too at every show. So excited for that too. There's just, besides everything you're doing with the new Handy View and the live races and the replays and the new GSR and everything that's coming, it's just an exciting time to be part of the EquinEdge team.
It is. It's with all the good stuff that's coming as well. And hopefully maybe even this year it's possible, but probably next year we're hoping to have global racing on the site. So that'll be fun. Of course, race replays and live streaming to the site on many tracks. Some we don't have approval for, but many we do. We're going to be able to see horses that have faced each other. We call that view. So you'll be able to see if horses faced each other for each past race, and you're also going to be able to see results of each race. On the far right of the past performance, it'll say results. So you won't have to go to a different page. You'll be able to click on the result and see all your favorite horses, who they faced, all that kind of stuff. So also sorting. You're going to be able to sort distance, surface, track. Really neat stuff. Super excited about this release.
What about the EquinEdge number?
So we have a number that's going to be similar. It's not a speed number, but you would use it like you would use the buyer, right? And it's called EPR, EquinEdge Performance Rating.
One of these times I'll remember that, Scotty. That's on me.
What?
I said one of these times I'll remember that.
That's on me. And it's called EPR, and it'll be on each past performance, and you'll be able to use that. It'll help you handicap very easily. If like maybe numbers confuse you, you'll be able to look at that, and it'll basically it's like a power rating, but it's a performance rating, and you'll be able to take a look at your favorite horses and how they performed in some of the stakes races, especially when you're talking about some of the races coming up and leading up to like the Kentucky Derby, some of the qualifying races, and so you'll be able to compare your favorite horses and see how they ran. So it's going to be a super accurate number. So that's something we're working on. And we're almost finally done with the new GSR. That thing's looking very, very good. we have improved the new GSR by about 40%. Like that's unheard of in software development. Usually it's about 5%. So super excited to be releasing that. We're close. It has a few bugs still, but super excited to release that as well. Yeah. Thanks, Sylvain. And thank you, Jay. Yeah, thanks, Matt, as well. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mike. And Mike's a part of that. And good to see Mike Saletti getting involved as well. And also, if you guys are interested, you might want to just go to EquinEdge.com and join the coaching classes. There are Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And then we have one in Spanish that Alfredo does. Alfredo's great. So if you're interested in that. But a lot of really neat things going on right now with EquinEdge. So hopefully you can be a part of that. And we've got Keeland race number 8 coming up.
Yep.
Now speaking of what we can do, let's go to race number 8, and then we're gonna go to Emory. So Emory and Mystic Lake faced each other last time out.
Yep.
Right, and they faced each other in this 125 race, going the same distance, and it was a good race. Mystic Lake, who's now 4 for 4, going 7 furlongs on the dirt. So Mystic Lake, Emory had the 5-hole in this race. Mystic Lake had the 3-hole. They've kind of reversed these roles now, and let's take a look.
You're on the. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Sorry.
Complete the line. Emory.
So Emory's is the 9, and the 7 horse is Mystic.
Off and running in the inside information.
Emory kind of drifted out,
Very well.
Oldy, at the beginning of that race, and that ultimately ended up costing Emory.
Jody's Pride, who's reined back by Saya's Deland, tracking spot in
But
fourth.
people keep trying to beat Mystic Lake, and this one's just 4 for 4, going 7 furlongs.
Right.
Knocking horse, and now draws outside. And look, it does look like Mystic Lake can relax a little bit too, Oldy.
Shoulder to shoulder. There were 22 and 4 opening quarter. Racing in fourth is Jody's Pride, and the trailer is Hall and Ice. So there's really no.
I mean, this was a pace duel too.
Well, no, but they're going slow. They went almost 23 seconds flat.
In the 2 path, 3 wide and on a hold is Emory from third. Also on a hold from fourth is Jody.
But you wouldn't expect that with no other speed other than those two kind of signed on here. I wouldn't expect them to go much faster.
That's a really nice point, Rusty, by the way.
Found a seam,
and
Jody's Pride is out to spoil the party here. Hall and Ice is toward the outside, toward the inside, Mystic Lake. Off the turn and the stretch drive.
Like Emory had everything going for it. Like disappointing effort by Emory.
Needs to do better. They're an 1/8 of a mile out. Jody's Pride roused forward. Mystic Light fights back toward the inside.
Yeah, I mean the 6 is pretty much leaning. It was pretty much leaning on the 7
Emory
there
tries
too.
to level off. It's Mystic Lake just in front. Outside Emory. Mystic Lake.
You know what it seems like to me too.
Mystic Lake certainly deserved the win.
And that's a really nice point. First of all, speed holds, and they were going very slow. And like Rusty said, speed holds over at Gulfstream Park, and now you're at Keeneland, and Emory has earned $270,000 in 2 tries, 2 wins, and we can actually go here and see. You can see right here. So Emory has 2 wins in 2 seconds, going 7 furlongs, but both wins at Keeneland at going 7 furlongs. The other thing that I think makes a lot of sense in here is that I think Emory would prefer to have a little bit of pace, but I don't know it's going to have that luxury.
Right.
Because
if Emory
right
doesn't do the dirty work this time, because you know Jody's Pride was there to do the dirty work last time.
Yeah.
If Emory doesn't do the dirty work here, doesn't Mystic Lake get away? I mean, other than being the outside post, that's the only other thing I can think of. I mean, the race sim thinks that Emory clears. I'm sorry, Mystic Lake clears early. I mean, that's almost a full length there.
Yeah. Go get him, Matt. You and Brad, go get him.
Yeah.
I like my main squeeze too, but here, you know, Mystic Lake's never run at Keeneland. But look at it, 7 furlongs, $680,000. how are you going to catch Irad? I mean, Irad on the lead. I don't know. I mean, I have mixed feelings about this because I agree. I mean, it's a different track. If this was Gulfstream Park, I'd be betting my lungs out on Mystic Lake.
I'm just so lost at Woodbine, one at Pimlico, one at Tampa. It's not just Gulfstream Park here. It has multiple wins at Tampa at 7 furlongs.
Yeah.
The losses were on the turf, on the synthetic. There's one going short.
You know what's amazing about this horse? It does look like Mystic Lake can rate a little bit. Irad, you got the best jockey in the country, in my opinion, in Irad, who's sitting on the outside with all this speed, yet doesn't need the lead. He's going to get the lead, but he's going to control the pace. He doesn't need to be 2 lengths in front. So he controls everything. Like and 4 for 4 going 7 furlongs on the dirt. I respect Emery a lot, but like every speed kills and Mystic Lake controls everything. Everything.
Yeah. And also, let's when we're saying the best jockey in the country, you have the 2 best jockeys in the country going at each other here because Emery has Pratt aboard.
Pratt's great.
Yeah, I mean that you can't ask for more than that on a big day of racing like today than to have your 2 best jockeys in the country going at each other.
No, for sure. I don't know about you. I'm not really, and I'm not really that big of a fan of Justique. Now, David mentioned that he liked Justique second, I believe. Yeah, he did. He had 2-7-8 here. I don't know. And the EquinEdge picks have the 7 horse. Jose's aboard for Sherry DeVoe, but
you know this, Scotty. When you go from a decent level non-graded stakes race to a grade 1, that's a huge jump in class.
Yeah, it is.
And I barely won that race at Oaklawn, going 6, and I just think my main squeeze, if I were taking a closer, my main squeeze, who's won the 8 bells, which was a grade 2, and won a grade 3, is a better option there.
I agree with you. I like the 4 horse. The thing is, you made a really good point too on Mystic Lake. I mean, it's not like this horse is only won at Gulfstream Park, right? Yeah. And let's also remember that this horse actually had the rail last time out. Now, albeit it was a very slow pace. That being said, the Emery was on the outside in a perfect position as well. So,
and I would just throw out this cotillion where it was on the lead because it was going 2 turns. It was 8.5 furlongs, and this horse is.
Oh yeah, no, throw that out. This horse is a sprinter. Nah.
Right.
Yeah, that was a grade 1 too. So you're going to go in a grade 1 for the first time, and then also you're going to go 8.5 furlongs. That's asking way too much. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And you know who was in there and who won that race?
Who?
Torpedo Anna.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah.
So put that into perspective that the horse only finished 5 lengths behind Torpedo Anna.
Yeah. One of the best fillies we've ever seen.
Yeah. So I mean I'm not making a good case to argue against your horse here. You are showing, by the way, just Emery on the new Handy View. So.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm on the wrong one. God, I'm so sorry, everybody. Thank you, Oldy.
No problem.
Yeah. So this is a 2 horse race. I think my main squeeze is your 3rd horse. That's what I think.
Yeah.
So.
And I think they have to go really fast for my main squeeze to win.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think you're going to see a big speed duel. Luca likes Justique. Yeah. I don't see it.
Justique, and I've said this about the horse since it was in the John Sheriff's barn and broke its maiden in 22, breaks slow. if you're going to break slow going 7 furlongs against Mystic Lake and Emery, this race is probably over.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, Justique won a non-graded stakes race going 6 furlongs. Now the horse has got to get 7 furlongs. It's won at 7 furlongs before. I don't know. You're asking a lot. Is this a turf horse?
It's not. No, Sheriffs didn't know what he was doing with the horse and had it all over the place and was just trying. It was on the dirt, won a non-graded stakes in 22, and then went on a long losing streak. So he moved it to turf.
Let's see here. Keeneland 8. Yeah, this horse is not a turf horse. Like, what the heck was Sheriff's thinking? He's such a good trainer, but I don't get it. Like, why was that horse on the turf?
Well, and that's probably why eventually the ownership took the horse away from him.
Yeah.
And going 2 turns on the turf, too.
Well, I think this horse actually wants 2 turns, doesn't it? Like, but on the dirt.
It never ran that way when it actually, it had, well, granted, it was only 4 efforts and they were all graded. They were all pretty high level. I mean,
yeah. It's going to be super interesting. Let's, why don't you go to the race so we can at least see them on the track for a little bit before, so we can kind of make up our mind of what we want to bet.
Will do.
Al's on Emery. Oh, they're actually running a little bit late coming onto the track. Okay, there's a look at Dazzling Moves, currently at 5-1. There's Justique. And this horse, since it's been in Sherry DeVoe's care, is 2 for 2. So, yeah, this horse, look at this. And 9 tries on the dirt, 304,000 earned. And 8 tries on the turf, 61,000 earned. Clearly wants dirt. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a note on Justique from you. You want to guess when it was?
What?
It's Maiden Breaker in 7:30, July 31st of 2022.
What you bet this horse?
I had a note on it. Blue breaks, sustained, powerful move, much the best. 22, July 31st, 2022.
In its first start?
Yes.
That was on the dirt.
Yeah. And then I'm telling you, he ran this horse on the dirt until October 1st of 23 and then moved it to turf.
Well, it looks like this. No, look at, he did run this horse on dirt in the beginning. It just looked average at best. And Sherry DeVoe's just figured out something with this horse. That's all. Like, it looks like, but I don't know. I don't know how strong. I don't know if today's your birthday, Ethan, but if it is, birthday magic today. So happy birthday if it is your birthday. And Flavian needs to win the next 3. Man, slave driver you are. And he's already won 3 races today. What do you want from the guy?
Or is it Flavian's? Oh, I was thinking maybe it was Flavian's birthday. I was trying to read too much into that. You're not going to bring a tie, Matt. You're going to make Jim throw you out.
Number 10, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wager.
Come on, Matt.
Maiden claiming race.
Put on that tie.
Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up.
Jim was saying the new paddock should be ready at Keeland for the fall meet.
Oh, I bet it's going to be incredible.
Yeah. We saw
amazing track.
Yeah, we saw it being built when we were there in the fall.
If you've never been to Keeneland, that entire town is about horse racing. Every bar, restaurant you go to has horse racing has a screen of horse racing. Like, they support horse racing for sure.
Yeah, I mean, when I met Justin right after the COVID shutdown, I think it was the next year at Keeneland, him and I were sitting there with our computers teaching people how to handicap with EquinEdge, doing low sal quarter horses after coming back from Keeneland.
Yeah. This two continues to take it down, guys. And I mean, come on. What's up, Chris? Like,
yeah,
it is a nice horse, no doubt about it. And it started getting its legs a little bit last time out, but it has 3 straight layoff lines now. 3. It draws an inside post with some very nice horses, but it's tactical. Do you think there's a possibility that Flavian tries to take it to Mystic Lake?
I think there's a possibility. Yeah, I mean,
right?
Do I think it? But if you cause a pace duel, you're going to potentially hurt your own horse too, though. So that's where I'm kind of on the fence about that. But don't you think? I mean,
the race simulator has the 4 horse really closing. I'm not going to be surprised if that happens. 4 looks great.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of whether there's enough pace for the 4.
But there's not going to be any pace in here, and the 8 horse controls it all. 4 for 4 at the distance.
The horses are now making their way towards the starting gate for race.
You got Parks. You got Parks. Sound up,
2 minutes
Oldy.
away.
Oh, sorry.
I'm like, that doesn't sound like Kurt Becker.
It does not.
Again, they're going right on top of Keeneland. No cannons or air horns. Matt, yeah, I got it. Oldy, I so respect this 2-horse Emery. And but the fact that the 8 gets off the rail, is 4 for 4, controls the pace. Like, watch it. He's going to set such a slow pace. I got it. I got to go with. I got to take a risk on the 8.
All right, go for it. You're getting a decent price here at 2-1. Even if you got the 6-5 on Emery, when you take that on the 8, I mean, 2-1's better, but.
I got to go with Irad. Outside post, sitting chilly, not going fast, has plenty, and the 2 is going to be trying and running really big, but the 8 just controls everything from the outside. 2-1 right now on the 8, Mystic Lake. Again, 4 for 4 at these conditions.
Moving into line, race 8.
All right, they're moving into line. This is the Resolute Racing Madison Stakes, guys. $650,000 purse. That's a big race. Yeah, the odds are messing with me a little bit, Rusty, no doubt. But I also love the post. I love the horse's tactical speed. I'm going to trust Irad to give this horse a really good trip. And the 2 better not break slow, because if the 8's not going to break slow. So
Positano Sunset, and now Emery moving into line. My Main Squeeze moving into the gate.
Here we go with the grade 1 Madison.
Then Justique. Mystic Lake will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off in the Resolute Racing Madison Stakes. Mystic Lake comes out for the early lead, but Emery right there to her inside.
Well, we talked about
together, matching strides here early on.
We talked about Pratt taking it
the rail.
To the
Emery there to the inside, and Dazzling Move joins them from the far outside. A close-up third, then another length and a half back to My Main Squeeze, who is 4th, followed by Positano Sunset in 5th, and a gap of just over 3 more lengths back to Justique, who is last of the 6 as they head for the far turn. Back up front,
but they're still not
Lake
going
to the
on
outside,
that
ahead
fast.
in front. Emery there to the inside.
22 and 3 for these horses.
With Dazzling Move next. She's 3rd, a half length. Positano Sunset, My Main Squeeze. And then further back, Justique. It was 22.68 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Emery to the inside, hugs the rail around the far turn. Mystic Lake is there. Dazzling Move seeks to join them. Third up on the far outside. Still a length off the front pair as they turn for home. My Main Squeeze has to go to the center of the track. Positano Sunset is in behind horses, looking for some running room. Emery, Mystic Lake, then Dazzling Move. Positano Sunset finds running room now, and My Main Squeeze down the far outside. My Main Squeeze, Emery, Mystic Lake, Positano Sunset, 4 of them battling for the win in the Resolute Racing Madison. Final 16th.
Wow.
Positano
I did
Sunset,
not see that one.
the best turned out, is the winner of the Resolute Racing Madison under jockey Julien Leperoux for a 14-1 upset.
Wow, the Julian got us.
I just don't even know. I saw the race simulator and I saw the horse closing a little bit, Oldie. But I just never in a million years, especially with as slow as they were going, it was the only horse really closing in the stretch, the one.
The battle-tested mare Positano Sunset, having run against some of the best female sprinters over the past few seasons throughout the Midwest, able to use that to her advantage here today because she had to split horses, took a blow down the lane, but she dug in and got the victory for Julien Leperoux as she strides away from this group to pick up the Grade 1
14-1
Resolute Racing Madison.
14-1 in that race. Wow. Let's take a look at this, Oldie. Put it on my screen.
I'm doing it right now.
Four ran big at 7-1. I don't think we're surprised by that. I'm just surprised by as slow as they were going. But let's take a look at the race simulator, and you're going to watch the one late. It's the only horse finishing, so you can use the race simulator for this, Oldie. We always do this too, but I just figured they're going so slow, no one's closing. But if you look at the second part of this race after the second call, or about from the stretch on, you're going to see that the one horse is really the only horse closing. About right now, everybody's backing up except for the one. But and maybe that's a tell, but you're talking about horses like Emery and Mystic Lake, and they're going that slow and stopping. I don't know. What do you make of that? I couldn't see that.
Yeah, no, I didn't think that was going to happen either. And I mean, the other horse that was finishing a little bit was the 4, but not much. And, the one just, was able to stay on the rail, have a short trip around the track, I guess.
Yeah.
And then find a hole. You saw what the Justique had to do. Justique tipped out like 7 wide.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't get to that horse. I mean, yes, it had run against Graded Stakes Company, but it was not beating Allowance Company.
Yeah.
I just didn't or couldn't see it there, and maybe I just missed it. Maybe this horse was it was this horse's day today, which sometimes that's the case.
Yeah. I don't know that Pratt had. I don't know that he had a choice but to try to go a little bit. If I'm looking at these two horses on paper, if I'm a jockey, I'm thinking I can't let the 8 just get an easy lead out there. But it's not like they were dueling. They went 23, didn't they? Like 22 and 22.68.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, crazy. Let's go to Will Rogers Downs, Oldie. Why not? We've got some time before the 9th race over at Keeneland. Parks is done, so might as well grab what we can grab just to buy a little bit of time. And it looks like there's just going to be a wall of them vying for the lead at Will Rogers, going 5.5 furlongs. So maybe we can find a horse that maybe can close in the race, maybe a horse like the 2 possibly. Let's see what happens from the stretch on in the race simulator and see if anybody's closing. Nobody.
Well, it's kind of a paceless race to begin with.
1-9 on the 4. Look at this horse. I mean, dropping from a maiden special weight. What we don't know about horses like this sometimes is some of these horses, it's not always about the drop in class. They need the lead. 1 to 9 on this 4.
And some of them just can't run too.
Jeez, this is crazy.
I mean, but
first of all, if this 4 horse, let me tell you guys, if this 4 horse does not run in the money, you're going to get balloons on anybody you like to finish in the money. Like just bet show bets, bet place bets, like on, maybe who's a horse that can close, who's a horse that can run.
The 5 ran a little bit last time out, right?
Let's see here. The 4 horse is crazy. Hold on here. The 5 horse ran a little bit off the layoff on the drop in class.
Yeah. And the 7 ran a little bit last time out as well.
7 seems to need the lead for its best. This is great. Will Rogers. I'm trying to figure out if I could find one horse to be in the money.
I mean, maybe if the 7 gets the lead, though, maybe it's faster than.
That's true. Magical Max. Maybe it can get the lead.
If you take the 4 out of the 4 is already up to 4 to 5 since we started talking. The 5 wins the race, Sam, if the 4, if you take the 4 out of the race.
For me, the 2 horse is getting some unusual action considering it didn't run very good last time out. So maybe it's about the 2. Richard Arami is actually a good jockey, actually.
It may just be how much money's in this pool. I guess they're at 0 minutes to post. It should be going pretty soon.
The 6 horse gets off the rail. I'd probably take a chance on the 6 horse, honestly.
And I'd be either the 5 or the 7. You currently have $6,000 in the win pool, $796 in the show pool, Scotty. So maybe don't play it
on debut. Let's see here. I just want to see the 4's 3 to 2 now. Forget about it. Now I want to bet him. He's just 1 to 9.
Well, there was so little money in the pool.
Yeah. John Lees, who was my simulcast partner at Del Mar a few years ago. Remember that, Oldy?
Yes. Yeah. Those were fun shows.
Yeah. John's very talented, very hardworking. I have no clue. I mean, at 8 to 5, maybe it's worth betting. It's worth. Yeah, you remember Justin? Like John's just such a nice guy.
Because the 2's taking so much money.
The 2 is on the rail though. It ran like hell last time out. Plus, it's not going to be. It's going to have to be able to rate. I don't know. Four broke slow. Forget about it. Too bad the horse wasn't 1 to 9. We talked about the
Seven.
The 8 got bet on debut.
Don't these 2 have to stop here?
4
looks done.
Like 4 is done. Completely toast. 2 is toast. You're not catching the 3. 2 to 1. One's coming. 3, 5, 2.
4 finished second to last.
Second last, went off at even money. Was 1-9 at one point. Those are the kind you want to try to get paid on. But yeah, it'd been better at 1-9. Then you would have had some really big payouts. But Texcoma, I mean, this horse looked like a player. Showed some speed. If you look at the 325 race, this horse was in there on the cutback and distance from 6 furlongs to 5.5. Look at the speed the 3 showed. So the 2 was 8.5 lengths back at this call.
Yeah.
And the 3 was 4 lengths back at that call. So makes sense. 3 got the lead and won the race. So we've got 17 minutes before the Valvoline Global Shakertown Stakes.
That's a mouthful.
I was just going to say that's a mouthful. $1,576 to show. That was half the pool, Brandon? Yeah. I know you like Coppola, and Coppola's been a nice horse. Wow, 10 wins, $850,000, Dale Romans. But going gate to wire over at 5 furlongs at Gulfstream Park is a way different race than what it is going 5.5 here at Keeneland. That's all.
For sure. I mean, definitely is. I'm betting that with Run Carson Run on the rail and coming off a little bit of a layoff, that Coppola will be a little sharper, and been very close to a win like this at 5.5. I mean, was in the lead in the stretch of the Woodward, which is a similar race in the fall at Keeneland.
Yeah.
And same thing, at Ellis Park at 5.5. So, I think if this horse could get to the lead, I think it would be very tough to catch here.
So if you look at Run Carson, I have a note down here in this race at Keeneland on October 6th, and trouble trip. So if you throw that out, the next few races wins, and then last time out on the synthetic going 6 furlongs. I mean, if you look, I mean, this horse doesn't want synthetic. I mean, it's a good horse, but this is a really nice horse on the turf. All things being equal, if the one horse gets a good trip, first of all, Johnny Velasquez and Kelsey Danner are 50% in 6 tries. Run Carson is going to be super tough to beat. And if it doesn't get the trip for whatever reason being on the rail, then good luck beating Arzak with Irad Ortiz and Mike Trombetta. I only like these 2 horses, 1 and 3. And then also David's thought this was one of his better bets of the day, the 2 horse, just to throw that out there, our shot.
Well, I think Arzak's a money burner. I want no part of that horse. And Irad's been aboard for a lot of the money burning efforts where it's been the favorite and didn't win.
Yeah.
So for me, I
can see that. I could see why you'd say that.
I mean,
this horse had trouble. Look at Keeneland. At Keeneland 3 back though, Oldy. Look, I mean, 7th path and broke 11th. This was a rough trip. Then when you look here, you're talking about the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Was only 4% to win, only lost by a length, a little bit less than a length and a half. Okay. Then comes over here 5 furlongs on the turf, which is all speed, and had the 10 hole and still lost by 3/4 of a length. I don't know that I can call this a money burner. I mean,
that isn't that the definition of a money burner, is a horse that gets bet and then doesn't win. I mean, it hasn't won since this race last year, and it just finds a way to not get it to the finish line first.
Yeah, I get it, but there's some legitimate excuses here. But Run Carson's the horse to beat. Like, this horse should be, in my mind, this horse should be 2-1 in this race, and anything over that's just a gift.
I mean, for me, the horse we haven't talked about at all is the 4 Rogue Lightning.
I don't know anything about the horse.
Me either, but it's coming over from Europe. It won a grade 3 already. The Pratt is aboard, which should tell us that this horse is probably live.
Let's see here. Real quickly, I want to go back and look to see how Flavian's done. One win here. He got second on the 7 horse here. Wins here on gunmetal. So 2 wins, 1 second. Nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. And then here on the 10 horse wins. So that's 3 wins, 1 second. And it got second here. So 3 wins in 2 seconds on the day for Flavian Pratt. And I believe Brad Cox has got a couple of wins going into this race. Yeah, I don't think this horse is a money burner either. But Run Carson, I love this horse today. This is such a nice horse. Very consistent.
All right, well, I'm going 10-4 here.
So you're not even taking.
I'm going to take the chance that this horse, this Clover guy, who I don't know who he is, but maybe he's my lucky Clover.
I'm going to bet on Tom Clover. Anybody know anything about Tom Clover? I mean, the horse is getting bet into this group. I mean, he draws Flavian Pratt. The horse must be a runner, but how many times do you see these European horses coming over here and do well? Almost, like, especially sprinters. Not sprinters.
I mean,
sprinters don't usually come here and run very well because you're talking about some of the fastest horses in the world here. And so they just don't fare very well. Now, when you're talking about distance horses, that's one thing.
No, the sprinters have been doing much better than they used to. They've been dominating the Breeders' Cup juvenile sprint, at least.
Harrison, thank you for this, by the way. This is super helpful. So, like a lot of European horses, this horse is slow out of the gate. Has faced some big fields, though, but seems a bit slow out of the gate. And you can't be slow out of the gate. It's done. You got no shot.
Well, then Coppola wins in that case.
No. There's a lot of a lot of the horses that can run good, but the European horses struggle a little bit breaking out of the gate, and when you're sprinting, that matters. And Run Carson, this is a nice horse. I mean, look here, even broke 11th here. How many horses can break in a 70 SOR group, $150,000 allowance, break 11th, and then win the race going away? Very difficult thing to do.
But isn't this a big step up in class going to a grade 2 here for this horse?
I mean, you think this is a step up for the 1?
For the 1, yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
There are other graded stakes winners in this race.
Look at Saratoga and Mahoney. Lost by a quarter of a length against 9 other horses at 36-1 at 7% from a wide post. Pretty impressive. In jockey trainer combinations, 50% with Johnny Velasquez. Yeah. So.
No, I think Velasquez had I don't think this was a ride switch. I remember seeing Velasquez aboard this horse.
Well, first of all, Velasquez won on this horse 2 back. Flavian Pratt. I guess Danner could have used Flavian. I mean, Flavian won on this horse 2 back.
But to me, that's a sign that 4 horse. Maybe we're still underrating that 4 horse.
Maybe. It's possible, but you can't break slow and win. I mean, the horse did win a Group 3 last time out. But it's super interesting, no doubt. But let's see. If you run the race simulator to the first call, where is the 1 projected to be? I mean, look, in
10's
second.
gone, if that's right. If the 10 gets a lead like that, look out.
7, no. 8, no. 11, no.
Wow, the 4-horse was sold for $1.2 million at the Ascot Golf 2023 Stakes. So this is a horse that they had very high hopes for over there.
Oh, so they interviewed the trainer of Run Carson, Danner, who just said that we will lay off the pace.
Do it.
Well,
here, just take the 1 out of there for a second so you can see how, if the 1 doesn't go with the 10, put the 7 and 8 back in there.
They're not fast. 7 and 8 aren't fast.
Okay,
they're not part of the
let's
pace.
just take and go to the first call here.
I already put them in there, and they were in last. So
I mean,
they don't.
You're talking about, if the 1 doesn't go, you're talking about a 2 or 3 length lead for the 10 here.
Yeah, but we'll see if this horse can hold it. I mean, to be fair to the 10 here at Keeneland, he dueled and did lose, but he didn't in the Woodford, but he didn't get a clear lead.
Right. That's my, that in the, and nearly won that race too. It was,
yeah. I mean, you're looking again. I'm on the 1-3. I think the EquinEdge picks have it right. I think it's those 3 horses. The only other one would be the 4-horse. I don't see any other horses. The let's see. She said doesn't tell Johnny B what to do. Shad. Yeah, that makes sense. Totally makes sense. I mean, first of all, if you have natural speed like the 1 does, you're not laying back. You can say all you want. You're laying back. It's just because the 10 is faster, but you're not laying back. I mean, the 10 is fast. The 1 is naturally fast. Yeah, I think the thing that could hurt the 1 a little bit is that if it's going to chase the 10, it could lose some steam late. We'll see what happens. And then the 3-horse is the one that picks them up late. I think we haven't talked about David's horse much, but the race simulator shows that the 2-horse Our Shot can finish in this race as well. And this horse won the Woodford here back in the fall.
Yeah, was able to take advantage of the of those 2 horses dueling.
Let's look at the horses coming onto the track, Oldy.
All right.
10 Coppola, owned by Hammer Time Stable of Michael Karras, Sport of Kings Racing Partnership LLC.
Shouldn't Hammer Time Stables be
Karras, trained by
owned
Dale
by
Williams,
MC Hammer?
Will ride.
Yep, it's Hammer Time.
And 11.
I would get up and
by
start
Godolphin
doing
LLC of
my dance, my Hammer
trained
Time.
by
I can do it.
Jockey
I
Ben
won't.
Curtis, post time.
But I can.
All right. Well, how about it if your 1 wins here, because you're getting 4-1 here on your 1.
Yeah.
Then you have to get up and do the Hammer Time dance.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I'm starting to like your 10 a little bit more right now, but I don't know.
I mean, I'm not typically the type that trusts a Dale Roman horse, but I just think that this horse has been in fields where there's a lot of speed. And when it gets the lead, it's really tough.
That 2 looks in my mind, that and Sylvain said supposedly the 2 is hard to ride, but that 2 looks absolutely stunning. But I mean, 10's going to have an easy lead.
For sure. I'm glad. I guess they're only doing it for the grade 1s, that they're not going with the colored saddle cloth.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Thank God. They've had more complaints about that.
I've talked to Jim directly about it and said, if there's one thing I ask, it's that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a good experience for the people at home, and it's not a good experience for the people at the track because you can't tell unless you know your silks. How do you tell the horse?
For sure. Let me give you a long shot, Oldy.
All right.
The 9 horse, Mischievous Rogue. I think wow, you're right, Patrick. I mean, wow, that 3 horse Arzak looks just happy and gorgeous. I mean, these are some beautiful animals. I haven't a chance to see that. Oh, there's the 4. Wow.
Yeah.
Stop it already. This is like a beauty contest. Forget a horse race. Wow. I mean, that's all. That horse is all class, no doubt. It can't break slow though. It can't. But the 9 horse Mischievous Rogue, this horse has run fair at going 5.5 at Keeneland against a little bit easier. But the point, this is the point of this horse, is that, you know, with the 10 going so fast, let's just say a horse like the 1 is chasing, and if any of these horses don't fire, then the 9 horse might be finishing. That's a horse where you can get paid if you put the 9 like in the 3rd spot or something. I don't see a better finish than that, but maybe 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, look at the GSR increase there, but you know that this is a Illinois pairing of Brittany Berg and Chris Emma. And I just don't trust Chris Emma in a race like this.
Yeah.
Like there was that other Brittany Berg horse that you used to like.
Which one?
I'm drawing a blank. Remember when we were together for the Derby at Gulfstream 2 years ago?
Yeah. Yeah.
There was a horse that Brittany Berg Kasama horse.
I remember. But by the way, you're 10. It couldn't be any deader on the board.
Right now, I'll take it. I mean, the E Morning Line says it should be 7-2.
Yeah, but with this kind of pace advantage, I don't know. I expected a little bit better, the lower odds than.
I mean, look at a big, beautiful horse. Dale Romans is 0 for 24, dating back to April 12th, 1997 in sprint races at Keeneland.
Yeah.
Well, Rob, I'm going to say he's due. I'm going to be stubborn and say he's due.
The horse, to me, the 2 horses that look best on the track to me are the 2 and the 3. They looked absolutely phenomenal.
And see, I didn't see anything special about the look of the 3 at all. I think the 4 looks great.
4 looked great.
Going strictly off looks. Ears pricked.
I'm not sure. The more I'm thinking about this, I'm not sure the 1 chasing the 10 is going to help the 1's chances. But the 1 does get first run. Maybe they're planning for that. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But here we go. Going to be important to see how do we have sound, Oldy?
Yeah, sorry, I did not get it on in time.
1 broke bad.
It gets over the rail well before the entry to the far turn. Rogue Lightning is second, now just a length off the leader. Arzak tucked away neatly in the third
my four
position.
got away
Valentine
good,
Candy
too.
between horses, fourth. Think Big far outside is fifth.
Four got away.
Run Carson,
Huge.
sixth back toward the inside. Our Shot, seventh against the rail. As they enter the turn, Petkoff is next up on the outside, travels in eighth spot. And then Mischievous Rogue next to last, and Amon is last of the 10. The opening quarter, 22.24 seconds. Coppola, the leader, around the far turn. Rogue Lightning is second, a length and a half. Now 2 lengths separate the top two at the top of the lane. Think Big is third up on the outside. Arzak is fourth back toward the inside. Run Carson is fifth, still 6 lengths away. Coppola with Rogue Lightning now taking aim from the outside in the final furlong. Think Big is third. Coppola has the lead. Rogue Lightning is still there. Arzak is in behind horses down toward the inside. Here's Rogue Lightning forward for the lead. Think Big to second. Rogue Lightning, and then Think Big. Think Big on the outside. Rogue Lightning inside.
Think
Big gets up in time
all because
to win
the 4 ran
Valvoline
into
Global
the difference in that race
Shakertown
was
for
the 4
Ben Curtis.
into the 10 for a second.
How about Ben Curtis? Wow. Like, I don't know how you see that horse. I mean, where does that even come from? Godolphin. But, I mean, that horse beat an optional claiming non-one as a 2 last time out, breaks from the 11 hole and runs like
what a big few days for jockey Ben Curtis here in the first few race days of Keeneland Spring in 20.
Like, I really don't know how you find that horse. 4 ran huge. What a great run by Rogue Lightning. Flavian Pratt, that's 3 seconds and 3 wins in 3 seconds.
And we got the big one coming up next here.
2 horse didn't have the best trip. Ran a good race. 7 horse got third at 25-1. Iman. We didn't really talk about Iman much. In fact, the 7 horse and the 11 horse I didn't even have up on the board.
And no excuse for Coppola either. Easy lead. Not that fast of a pace at 5.5.
Yeah. No. And the one horse broke slow and then tried to rush up. It was too late. The race did not play out well.
I have to figure you're probably looking at a carryover in the pick 6 when that comes up.
Let's see here.
Because that started race 5 and ends in the Bluegrass. So
yeah,
$5.50, $4.40, and then $10, $30.
Excuse me.
Now you're gonna be looking at another $24, $25 horse here.
Yeah. Let's go over to Will Rogers. Might as well.
You want some more Will Rogers punishment here?
We'll do some yeah. Let's see what we can find here. We've got the EquinEdge top pick, and it's not without a look. Look at this. Is 5-1 in the EE morning line, top EquinEdge pick, and it's 10-1 right now.
Yeah.
Now it does look like it kind of needs the lead though, so I don't like that.
Well,
But
the 3 also looks like it needs the lead, and when it gets it, it still stops.
Who?
The 3, who's the favorite right now.
Yeah, it seems to need the lead. What about this 10 horse? Could this horse maybe surprise at a price? Second off the layoff?
It could, but it's probably going to be too far back, don't you think?
I don't know. And then you've got the EquinEdge long shot.
Yeah, that's who I was about to go to.
Right? Zim's Trans Am.
What about the...
There's some prices in here, possibly.
The 9's getting bet.
I don't think they know what to bet in here.
But really hasn't done much since it rated that one time. It pretty much looks like it's been gunning for the lead.
Of all the horses the EquinEdge long shot algorithm could have taken, it took the 8.
Yeah.
So for me, I would have to take the 8.
And it's getting bet. a little. It was getting bet more before I opened my mouth, but all
right, they just took off, and 8 broke good. A little bit slow, but now it's kind of rushing up. 3 is gonna get the lead, and there's 4 of them in line: 3, 6, 8, and 10. 8's trying to rate a little bit in third. How about the EquinEdge top pick right now, moving up on the inside?
Yeah. As well as that 4 horse. And for some reason, the 3 wasn't down on the rail and left the rail wide open.
So the horse that seems to be moving best right now is the 9. Oh, and the speed held here. Well, here comes the 5 flying, but 3's going to win the race. Speed all the way around the track, Oldy. 3 horse, 32%. It was also a horse to watch. Ended up going off as your favorite. Gets the win. All right, just to mix things up a little bit. 3, 6, 4. If you look at the race simulator, it had the 3 and the 6 in the lead. 4 horse actually. I think the 4 was near the lead, but yeah, you had the 3 and the 6. I guess in a race like this, Oldie, what is your strategy? Do you horses don't usually like to pass. Do you like to just use speed in situations like this?
Sometimes, but I for me, I would have not used this 3 because it looks like it was stopping against easier fields. But it is second off the layoff, so maybe I missed that, and that's the angle that really helped carry it here. Also, the 2 races we've watched at Will Rogers Downs, speed's been holding, so I would have had to factor that in. But I probably wouldn't play this race just based off the fact that the 3 was 8-5 there if I was going to use it.
Yeah.
And it's the last race. It's not like I can pair it in a double or something like that.
All right, well, we've got one more race to go, 21 minutes before the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. Again, this was supposed to be run on Saturday, but the races were canceled due to crazy weather in Kentucky, and it's $1.2 million for these 3-year-olds. 100 points on the line for first place. If you get second, I believe it's 50 points, correct, Oldy?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is there points for third?
There is. It is
25?
25, yeah.
And then, so look, Chancer McPatrick, we've talked about this. You and I are in agreement that this horse is a late running sprinter. Yeah. And in fact, it needs some pace on top of it. And now it's stretching out to 9 furlongs. You see this a lot. Now, this is a very talented horse, but you see horses like this that are late running, that come late, but they then they stretch out and people overbet them. I really do think this one's getting way overbet.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, was getting bet in the Tampa Derby first off the layoff, sat too close and had no kick.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine they're going to try that trick again. So they're going to drop back pretty far here.
Yeah.
Are
we going to be too far back with Burnham Square?
I don't know. That's the question here is how fast do they go? How fast do River Thames, Owen Almighty, and East Avenue go?
Yeah.
It's very possible based on what we've seen that River Thames takes over, when East Avenue and Owen Almighty, I think that's the pace duel.
Yeah.
Up front. I give a River Thames a big chance there. I think, if we get the other version of Admiral Dennis, it has been in every other race horse, and this would be the good race. That could blow up the board too, and it's the long shot. the Scotty long shot there.
Well, David loves the 5. The 5 is absolutely dead on the board. Now, the 5 needs the lead. We know that. And I personally like Luan Machado coming from behind, personally. Now, he won on this horse breaking its maiden, but that was also 6 furlongs. Also, I mean, this is a Godolphin horse, you guys. So, I mean, you can't throw out anything that's Godolphin for sure, but the odds are like pretty poignant here. Like, I mean, wow, 7-1 right now on East Avenue.
7-1 on East Avenue. You're getting 20-1 to the 55% one horse in the next. If you're looking at a double there, 22-1 now.
I think it's a 1-1 daily double.
It does look like River Thames is going to go off as the favorite based on the double probables right now.
Yeah.
Let's just see what the well pace say. Yeah, the well pace have the two of them pretty equal. So I would not be surprised to see more win money come in on River Thames here, and for that delta between the two to even out. I mean, even Owen Almighty, who's never finished worse than second, is dead on the board.
Well, I mean, that's another horse that seems to need the lead for its best, right? I mean, it can rate a little bit, but
Jake's note is pretty interesting on the 2.
What's he say?
One of the best value horses in this race. Barn loves him here. Live long shot. Looks like it saved multiple times, though, for emphasis.
Mom.
I mean, I don't see it. I do have a note from the Risen Star that just said underneath, to use them underneath.
One second, Oldy.
No problem.
Okay. Well, we talked about this earlier on the show. I love the Pletcher Ortiz here. I think this is actually a very, very nice horse. And what this horse did, first of all, it broke its maiden easily, going 6 furlongs. And then it gets in the optional claiming during this time of year, these races come up really, really tough in the championship meet. And this horse wins by 6.5 lengths, just crushing 7 others. Then barely loses in the Fountain of Youth, stretching out even further. Now stretches out more, and this is what this horse wants to do. So I'm all about this horse. You've got a little reservation, I think you told me, on the distance of this horse? Or was
River Thames? David had the distance.
Yeah.
So I was on River Thames in the Fountain of Youth.
Right.
And the horse let me down a little bit, at the end, but that was the day that they increased the run up by like 75 feet and it lost by a few inches.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was entirely, a run up based loss there.
Hello, Eliza. Is a wide open race, Eliza, but I like numero uno. And then Burnham Square is certainly a player in here. I think Burnham Square is likely to be in the money, Oldie. I really like this horse's chances for Wyndham Thoroughbreds.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that this horse has a big look. I think that that it didn't have the greatest race last time out, but sometimes you get that first time out, or not first time out, but you get a race like that, and and then the horse runs back to its previous form. And I have a feeling it had just broken its maiden, that went into the Holy Bull and won, and pretty quickly was back in the Fountain of Youth, and has a little longer of a rest here, getting an extra week. And I think Ian Wilkes had the opportunity to work this horse a little more before this race too, and I've heard him talking a little bit about that.
Yeah.
As well.
Owen Almighty is earned $480,000, only been out of the money one time, and that was through via disqualification over at Tampa Bay Downs on January 11th. And I mean, this horse has not really done anything wrong.
I have distance questions on this horse for sure. And I know the trainer has distance questions on this horse, because he does not want to run it in the Kentucky Derby. He wants to, I'm trying to blank on the name of the mile race that runs on Derby Day, but that's where he wants the horse, and the ownership wants to go in the Derby. So, I think he could get 9, maybe. He can rate a little bit, or at least did sprinting. The DQ at Tampa was a deserved one. He cut a horse off completely around the turn. And that was the horse making the move against him. So
Spite, now he knows his horse, obviously, but the horse got 5.5 or 8.5 furlongs, no problem. But the dam was all about distance. That's all she wanted.
But he also got a super easy lead there. And they did not go terribly fast. And, maybe, again, he could be wrong. I mean, it's a Speightstown, so that I think that's the question.
Yeah.
On the distance. And, he did this with Classic Causeway, where he ran in the Tampa Derby and then tried to run back in another Derby prep, even though he didn't need the points. And the horse was never the same horse after that.
So David, by the way, is of the opinion that the 5 horse is going to have a clear lead early on. But if you're right about the 4 horse not wanting to necessarily get the distance, then it's most likely going to be like near the lead. And if you were the jockey, if you were Jose Ortiz, would you let the 5 just get that much of an easy lead? I don't know. Like, we know the 5's going. The 5 only has one way of going.
Well, and the other thing is, Irad gets off the 4, who he won the Tampa Derby on, and would be his Derby mount to get on the 1. Here, who does not have the points to make the Derby yet, and needs to finish, I think, 3rd. The 1 needs at least 3rd to make it into the Derby.
Yeah, look, at Irad has, well, unofficially 2 wins and 2 second-place finishes being aboard the 4 horse, and gets off of this horse after winning the Tampa Bay Derby. And he went up to Tampa to actually ride this colt. So it speaks volumes. I know it's Pletcher, but it still speaks volumes of what he thinks about River Thames.
Yeah.
And when I will say this, when I look at the new GSR, I'm not sure it's got really good numbers. The one River Thames I'm talking about, but it looks more like a middle distance horse. So I'm not sure about the 1 and the distance, but the 1's going to sit a nice trip from the inside, and it certainly won easy, but going 8 furlongs. But in the Fountain of the Youth, what were your thoughts of that performance again? Because I think you bet this horse, right?
Yeah, no, that was my pick in the Fountain of the Youth, and it, I thought it was going to win the race, and I got nipped at the end by not Cornucopian. What was that horse's name? The Mott horse, coming late there. And, I think it wants an extra half furlong? I'm not sure. I do think it's a true horse, true presser which you don't see very often in on the Derby trail anymore. Like this horse wants to sit right off. That's to the outside of the speed, and it's kind of trapped on the inside here. And it did do that going one turn at Gulfstream, but does it want to go further, and can it get off the rail? And interestingly, we know Johnny V is here, and that's the other jockey change was they took Johnny V off and put Irad on.
Yeah.
And those are, Pletcher's two favorite jockeys right now.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised. Like, because Pletcher uses Johnny V all the time. Like, why would he do that? Why would he actually take off? Maybe he didn't like what Johnny V did in the Fountain of Youth? Is that possible?
Maybe. I mean, maybe he was given instructions and didn't follow them. I don't know. Or maybe ownership.
I have to guess. Maybe he wasn't happy about being so close to the pace last time out. Didn't think he needed to be. That's a possibility. And whereas Irad from the inside might give this horse a more patient ride. I'm on the one, River Thames, for sure. I've been from the beginning. I got a little thrown off a little bit by the new GSR, maybe suggesting this horse to be better as a middle distance. But other than that, like, I've loved this horse from day one. Burnham Square, I think, might be a little too far back, but there seems to be a hot pace in here. And if there is a hot pace, I will say this: with a hot pace in here, it's 1,000% sets it up for the 3 and the 7.
Yes,
that's who this sets up for.
Or maybe the 2. If I will tip my cap to Jake if the 2 wins this race. Absolute tip of the cap.
Yeah.
Because I just don't see it, but.
Well, I mean, Jake, knows people in the McPeak barn, and I have no doubt that the 2's probably running good. I don't know. What is he saying on this 2 again? One of the best value horses in this race. Barn loves him here. They love him here. Jeez. That's pretty, says a lot.
Yeah. I was going to say that makes one of them. And that's no negative on Run Your Judgment. It's just, this horse hasn't shown much. Let's see. I can see while we have time here whether we have a work. I think I looked this up and there was no work on this horse, recent work, but let me just check.
Another thing we have to consider, and I know we've talked about Chancellor McPatrick being maybe a late running sprinter. That being said, is it possible the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, that race, I mean, that horse went 2 turns for the first time in that race. And I don't remember how fast the pace was. I played that horse. He had the 10 hole. The horse didn't run. But then last time out in the Tampa Bay Derby, I think this horse needs some speed, maybe had to be too close to the pace. Yeah. Chancellor McPatrick does not need to be near the pace in this race. So is it possible that the race plays out for this horse here with all the pace that's expected in here and sets it up for a horse like Chancellor McPatrick?
It's possible, but I don't know that you're going to get. So the last 2 years, the Bluegrass, that opening quarter has been like 22-3. And I just don't think you're going to see a 22-3 opening quarter. And I think that's what
I wouldn't be surprised. Needs. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 23 flat in here, which is super fast. I am not going to. East Avenue is freaking fast. I don't know what Owen Almighty is going to do.
But we're all forgetting that East Avenue's problem isn't once he gets out of the gate where the blinkers would help. It's getting out of the gate that's the problem.
Well, one time the horse broke bad. East Avenue has no problem breaking. He broke 9th 2 races back in the juvenile, but prior to that, the horses broke 1st or 2nd. Hey, they're on the track. Let's check them out on the track.
Owned by Flying Dutchman of Travis Boersma. trained by Brian Lynch, the jockey Jose Ortiz.
There's Owen Almighty.
5 East Avenue, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Luan Machado.
There's a speedster there. There's going to be no speed. Mike
6
says no
Chancer
speed.
McPatrick, owned by Flanagan Racing of Sean Flanagan, trained by
There's going
Chad
to be no
Brown,
speed, but
jockey
the whole
Flavian
field
Brett.
is full of speed. I'm confused, Mike. But
And 7 Admiral Dennis, owned by the Albaugh Family
If
Stables
you think
LLC
there's no
of
speed,
Dennis
then
Albaugh, trained by
you should
Brad
be
Cox,
hammering the
jockey
speed horses in this
Manny
race.
Franco. Post time, 3
closers
minutes.
are going to win for fun. So Mike's adamant closers are going to win for fun, that there's a lot of speed. So, Mike, is there a horse that's fast as East Avenue in this field? I get fascinated by people's opinions.
Yeah,
Honestly.
but I don't even think Chancer's the best closer here. I think Burnham Square is a better closer, and has proven it to the only closer here who's proven it 2 turns.
I agree. Burnham Square is one of the best closers in the field. Admiral Dennis, but Chance McPatrick too. Like, I don't know. This is a puzzle. This is not an easy race.
Taking a look at East Avenue, Gabby, if I would have told you after the performance that we saw from East Avenue in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity that we would arrive here in the spring for the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass and East Avenue would be 6-1 with 3 minutes to post, what would you have said to me?
You're
like
crazy.
the 3, Mike? I'm
You're
with you.
absolutely
I like
crazy.
The 3 too.
Look, if you've always liked him, today is the day that you need to
post the pace. That's what I think is going to happen. So I like the EquinEdge picks. That's what I like. Oldie, I mean, you're on the 3 horse. We both like the 3. Admiral Dennis is getting no love at 15-1, but if you throw out the last race, and the horse was 18-1, it wasn't expected to do anything. Prior to that, 4 straight wins as your favorite. I think we're forgetting about the 7 horse too quickly, and Brad Cox and Manny Franco. That's what I think.
Yeah, I just, it's an every other race pattern, and this should be the on race, right?
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but sometimes you have horses that do that too.
I don't think the 1 needs the lead, Nathan. I don't think.
I don't think so either.
You can kind of see right here. It just doesn't look like the 1 has to have the lead. I actually think I think this horse is a really, really nice horse. Look at the GSR. I mean, 86. This is a nice horse. Man, if Jake's right about that 2 horse render judgment and it wins,
yeah,
we're gonna kick ourselves for not playing it.
Well, I played a double into the 1.
Oh, you did? Okay.
In the next,
right.
I may be the only person who played a double off the 2.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing huge, no Matt Miller quantities, but
the 5 is gonna. I don't think speed's not really been holding on the dirt today. Has it? Not that I remember.
It did early, but then we had that 7 furlong race that we're still both kind of shaking our heads about.
I haven't had a chance to really look at them that closely on the track, but you know what I like to do with, because you know how these 2-year-olds develop, well, these are 3-year-olds, but they develop later sometimes, right? I like to look at some of these horses and look and go, I can't tell that they're 3, or I can't tell that they're 2. Like I'm looking at the 3 and the 6 right now. They both look like very young horses.
Yeah, agreed. I was going to say the 6 doesn't look filled out yet.
Yeah, right. So, and that one's all over the place. I don't know what number that is, but that one's all over the place.
I think is that the 1 or the 7? It was 1 or the other.
2 looks very mature. Who's the 1 in blue? That's the 5. 5 looked good. But that's one of the things. I mean, see some of the ones that are more mature. Doesn't always mean they're going to be the best horses later on, but you can't really look at the 4 horse and it doesn't look immature. But what a nice group of horses, though, this is for sure. Like I'm struggling in this race too. Like I like the 1. I'm just the EquinEdge picks I'm just going to box those. That's the way I'm playing this.
Yeah. I mean,
Very
I'm not blown away by the look of any of these horses, though.
No. I mean, I agree with Chance, what Matt's saying. Like, Chancer is going to get the pace this time. Like, I wasn't even considering Chancer McPatrick, but all of a sudden now, thinking about the projected pace in this race, five looks great. And then this is, 9-2 on East Avenue, which is the EE morning line. And David loves this horse, as you know.
Yeah. Third ain't going to do it for Chancer because I think he has 10 points.
Yeah.
So third would get you to 35. He needs to be around 50. Let me
So
look
how
that up.
are you betting this, Oldy?
So I just played a double into the next. I played some doubles into the next to that one. So I played the 2, 3, 5, and 7. The 3 who I think is actually going to win. I didn't like the price on the 1-1 double, so I just passed on it.
Yeah.
I took some chances on some prices only because you're getting a decent price on the 5. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing that either. I would be on the 4 instead.
Yeah.
And this is where you have to pay attention to the silks because you got the same color saddle cloths here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the 7 looks the best filled out. I'm
What a tough race.
All right, we're going in for the Toyota Bluegrass, the $1.2 million.
Where? Owen Almighty. East Avenue.
Well, I think we're going to know a lot
Chancer
from
McPatrick.
at the first call, Oldie.
Yeah. Well, you'll
Right.
have no trouble
Admiral
seeing
Dennis,
Chancer
last one.
McPatrick with the colors on that
Comes
stuff.
forward.
Yeah. 7 looks very good. Looks dappled
They're at the
out.
post.
Let's see what happens at the beginning of the race.
And they're off at the Toyota Bluegrass
7
Stakes
stop.
of the racetrack. Coming into the final furlong, Owen Almighty challenging East Avenue. River Tim seeks to join them. Admiral Dennis runs late toward the rail. Burnham Square from the outside. They've got to get East Avenue. He's got the lead in deep stretch. He leads a length and a half. River Thames is still trying. Burnham Square unleashing a final try down to the wire. Burnham Square gets
Good
there.
call, Scotty.
A last to first run in the Toyota Bluegrass under Brian Hernandez Jr.
That was what a race that was. Who got second?
I think River Thames, but or no, the East Avenue I think didn't he? Didn't he hold on for second?
Did he hold on, or was that the one? I don't know.
Again, the lack of.
It was just hard to see that. The 7-horse Admiral Dennis ran a huge race too. If it wasn't a broke bad.
Or was that the 2 coming up? It's the red and yellow.
So that was the 5. That was East. Okay, so that was the 5-horse who held on. Look at Admiral Dennis.
And that should keep East Avenue, or not East Avenue. I don't think East Avenue has enough points. I don't think River. Oh no, East Avenue's got 50. He should be in.
Well, Burnham Square is now getting to the Derby with that effort. That was huge, and needed every bit of that pace though. Like,
yeah,
right.
But that if you ask David, that's exactly how I drew it up on the weekend preview show.
Exactly the way I played this was 3 to win as a cover bet, hoping for the 3 over the 7 or the 3 over the 1 is how I played it. So I didn't get the exotics. So I actually made a little bit of money, but not a lot of money.
And I played the double, which has, let's see, The probables on the double is the 3-1 double's paying 36 to 1.
Now, but would it come in 3-1?
Well, if the one wins in the next.
Oh, no, I know. But if it would have come in 3-1, that would have been a nice payout for me. Or even the 3-7. For as fast as that horse went early. Wow.
Yeah. And can we be done with Chancellor McPatrick as a classic distance horse?
They need to get that horse back. I understand why they would do that, but they just need to get that horse back to one-turn races, and it'll probably be a champion at one-turn races.
Yeah. No argument from me there, but he had everything in the world to run into there. And
absolutely. Yep.
And guys, make a note too, because this is 3 years in a row that the Bluegrass has had just an absolutely torrid pace and been won by a closer. And every year, people forget. So just remember that. And, Burnham Square, I think you just throw out that Fountain of Youth effort. And, that this is kind of who he is. He needs pace to run into. But if he gets it, he's good enough.
Billy, you know what I think? Honestly, I think East Avenue is an absolute freak of nature when that horse clears. I think I think the jockey gave that horse a wonderful ride. You know what the problem was? Is that the 4-horse Owens Almighty went early. And when that happened, it was just enough. It was enough to just soften that horse up. But that's what I saw from this seat. What do you think, Oldy?
Yeah, I mean, I also think if you looked at did you look at the start? Have you rewatched the start yet?
No.
So the 5, they were pushing the horse out hard out of the gate, and it crashed a little bit into the 4 too. And I think that, that horse.
Impressive effort. David loved East Avenue, so I know he had a bet on the horse, and
we should have played the David pick over the Oldy pick over the David pick.
Yep,
was a nice exacta there. So
yeah, and that 7 horse actually ran huge too. Admiral Dennis for Breaking Bad, that was pretty amazing. So
Mike, don't take what you saw today and apply it to the Derby. The Bluegrass winner almost never wins the Derby because these pace setups, even when you get them in the Derby for a closer to win, you need a absolutely perfect trip, and you need to get out of the gate perfectly. I'd much rather have journalism or Cold Battle coming from a little bit closer than that than a horse like this. And I like the horse in this race. I just don't think it's a Derby winner.
Well, look, I mean, people are not going to give Burnham Square that much credit for this, but East Avenue was a freak of nature.
Yeah.
And Burnham Square, finished and paid $10.48, by the way. That exacta paid $36.68. Like David was so strong on that 5, and I was so against it. The truth is, it just all comes down to betting, right? You get the winner and you make a little bit, but you get a $36 exactas at the 5 horse, and you only like the 3 on top. You have to come away making a lot more money than what I did, to be honest with you. So, but made a profit, but it could have been a lot better.
Yeah, but I think with East Avenue getting in, you're looking at a much hotter pace in the Derby than previously, because you're potentially looking at Baffert having a choice of which one of his horses he wanted to go to the lead there, and now you don't have that. And East Avenue is going to cook that pace. Yeah.
All right, Oldie. Well, that was a good
awesome.
Long show, but good show. We went from 12:30 to 6. That's 5.5 hours. Not easy to do, but partly was because the chat was so great today. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. Big shout out to David Harrison and David. Your 5 almost got there. You know what? He probably didn't use our 3, but we didn't use his 5 either. So that was a mistake. And And Flavian Pratt, 3 wins, 3 second-place finishes. Flavian did great. And Oldy, thank you so much for setting everything up and doing everything that you do. Really appreciate it.
And guys, one more thing I'd appreciate: hit the like and subscribe on your way out, especially the like, just to help us in the YouTube algorithm. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. So, all right. Well, Oldy, we'll talk to you later. Good night, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Today's Tuesday. It's weird. I'm all confused of what day it is because we're just sitting there with all these stakes races on a Tuesday,
It's a good time to be a horse racing fan. Here we go.